Sunset fell upon the ruined slum, dusty winds carrying the remnants of a lost world, leaving only a sign pointing to Sector 50. Amidst the rubble, a group of young people hurried to escape, while others hid, a tense atmosphere pervading. Two young men, one with brown hair and one with blonde hair, crouched among the debris, their eyes warily fixed on something. Suddenly, a giant figure appeared in the distance. A trembling voice rang out. "It's the golem!" Another whispered, "The golem is here." The brave, black-haired young man stepped forward, raising his flashlight high, shouting at the stone creature, "Hey, golem, I'm giving you this, now give me the food." The golem of Sector 50. An unsolved mystery regarding its origin or owner. The only important thing is that it exchanges scrap for food. The golem's glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness, like two eerie flames. Those eyes stared, emotionless, piercing through the night. The giant golem suddenly turned around and walked away. The black-haired young man angrily yelled, "Hey, where are you going? You already took a flashlight yesterday." A voice rang out, explaining that the golem doesn't always trade. The black-haired young man grumbled, "Damn it, why won't it take it? Let me go." His friend stopped him. "Calm down, it will retaliate if you attack." People say there have been incidents where the golem entered the street and killed people. A white-haired young man with deep blue eyes sat quietly on the rubble, his profound gaze observing everything. Suddenly, the golem swung its massive stone arm, creating a powerful gust of wind. The white-haired young man deftly dodged the golem's attack, dust swirling everywhere. He calmly adjusted his shoulder bag. The white-haired young man approached the golem, held out a bag of scrap, and said, "Here, take it." The golem's glowing red eyes flashed, focusing on the newcomer. It took the bag full of scrap from the white-haired young man. The golem inverted the bag, pouring the metal fragments into its mouth. The crowd was stunned. "It's him again. It took that much?" In response, the golem dropped a bag full of food. A perfectly successful exchange. The black-haired young man was furious. "That's ridiculous. How the hell does he always get so much?" The white-haired young man quietly left, ignoring the chatter. "That's enough food for 3 days. Are you crazy? That's him. He is known as the Ghost of Street 17. This is Sector 50, the entrance to the Street of Death." The white-haired young man strode into the deserted alley. His footsteps echoed steadily in the silent space, but behind him, other footsteps were quietly following. He suddenly stopped. "7 people, show yourselves. How long do you plan to follow me?" A group of thugs appeared, their leader sneering. "Your senses are sharp, Ray. We followed you very carefully." Ray's eyes turned cold. "Ron, I remember warning you last time." His eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. "That if you ever show your face to me again, I'll make sure you can't walk anymore." Ron smirked, veins bulging. "Do you think I'll let you go like last time? Put the bag down." He spread his arms, trying to appear generous. "Do that and we'll let you go safely." Ron's smile froze at a single word. "Liar." Ray raised his head, his voice calm. "You're lying. You won't let me go." His blue eyes flashed with a cold light. "The kids here have a saying." His solitary figure stood against the night. "There's a ghost living on Street 17. A white ghost that moves silently, emotionlessly." In the shadow of his hood, his eyes glowed brightly. "Don't look into the ghost's eyes, or your lies will be exposed." Ron's bare-fisted grip tightened, trembling with rage. He roared, lunging forward with a devastating punch. "You arrogant brat!" Ray stood still, the bag falling to the ground. "I'll make sure you can never say such words again." The punch grazed past by a hair's breadth. Ray's gaze remained unwavering. He smoothly shifted his body, perfectly avoiding the attack. With just a pivot of his foot, the situation was reversed. His hand gripped Ron's shirt tightly, pulling him into striking range. A clean and brutal punch landed squarely in his stomach. Ron's pained scream echoed as he collapsed to the ground. Ron lay sprawled on the ground. Ray stood there coldly, facing the stunned subordinates. Calls for their leader rang out in panic. "Bastard!" Fury erupted in the thug's eyes. "Charge! Kill him!" The attack order was given, and they all rushed towards Ray like a pack of hungry beasts. The armed thugs swarmed him, but Ray didn't flinch, just stood still and waited. "Die!" The thug swung his baseball bat, aiming straight for Ray's head. The white-haired young man lightly dodged the blow. His deep blue eyes showed no ripple. A thunderous punch. The thug's face contorted under the horrific impact. "Peter, are you okay?" The subordinate was knocked down before he could finish his sentence. Ray gave them no time to recover. A brutal spinning kick landed squarely on the next assailant's temple. A few streaks of blood stained his cheek, but Ray merely smirked. His eyes glowed with a strange blue hue. In the blink of an eye, the alley was littered with defeated foes. He dusted off his hands, his voice as cold as ice. "Calling for more people won't change anything." Ron cringed, stammering in horror. You monster! Don't come any closer. Stop." The leader crawled away in despair. Ray gently pulled down his hood, his voice flat. I told you, Ron, that I'd make sure you'd never walk again. The chilling threat hung in the air. Ron hid the knife behind his back, his face contorted with hatred. You bastard. He lunged forward, the gleaming knife pointed directly at Ray. Don't come any closer, you monster. Ray stood still, his cold gaze meeting the sharp blade aimed at him. Ray's reflection shimmered on the blade. A monster. Perhaps that's true. Memories flooded back. Ray, as a 10-year-old boy, his leg injured, realizing he was different. A deep wound on young Ray's leg, blood oozing out. A gasp of surprise. Another boy asked worriedly, Doesn't your leg hurt? Why aren't you crying? Ray replied, Why should I cry from pain? The boy angrily said, Kale was attacked by the kids from Street 7. Ray, why aren't you angry? Ray indifferently replied, Why should I be angry? What is anger? By the grave, 2 boys grieved. One whimpered, Bello is dead. What do we do now? The other boy looked at Ray. Even now, you don't shed a single tear. There's something wrong with you. You're terrifying. The frightened boy pulled his friend away, leaving Ray alone. Hey, let's go. Ray sat amidst the ruins under the moonlight, realizing he couldn't feel emotions like others. Young Ray raised his hand to the sky, wondering, Am I wrong? His small hand reached towards the moon. I want to be like everyone else. Ray wondered if he would ever learn emotions. 6 years later, he remained emotionless. Ray grew up, his eyes glowing. But I know how to read other people's emotions. Not using weapons is an unwritten rule here. Facing his trembling enemy, Ray's voice was icy. Did you bring it because you intended to stab me from the start, Ron? The man quickly denied it. I picked it up from the trash just now. But that lie couldn't escape Ray's eyes. He could see through to the color of the container inside his chest. Lies. Ray could see a world others couldn't. He explained that everyone has a small container, and when emotions arise, mana of corresponding colors fills it. Anger, hatred, and love create red mana. Mockery and indifference create blue mana. Joy and excitement create yellow mana, and countless other colors. For Ray, this world was a symphony of vibrant hues, a spectacle only he could witness. Back in reality, Ron frantically swung his knife in desperation. If you come any closer, I'll really stab you. But all Ray saw was a stream of pitch-black mana deep within his chest. It was extreme fear. Despite the threat, Ray calmly advanced. The man frantically screamed, Stop right there! In a flash, Ray was close, his hand pinning Ron's knife-wielding wrist against the cold wall. Ron's face changed color, his eyes wide with extreme horror. Ray coldly looked down at the trembling man beneath his hand. A liar like you. His blue eyes flashed with a deadly glint, his hand reaching out. Deserves to be punished. Night fell, and rain began to pour. Ray walked alone in the deserted alley, leaving the suppression behind him. His silhouette trudged across the overpass, blending into the pouring rain. A familiar voice called from under the eaves. Ray! He pulled down his hood. A cheerful brown-haired boy waved. Pale, you came at just the right time. He was introduced as Pale, the leader of the children in the underground. The children cheered and rushed over, surrounding their elder brother. Pale quickly intervened. Hey kids, don't cling to Ray like that. It'll be too heavy. Under the flickering oil lamp, the group gathered. Pale spoke, beginning the inventory. All right, let's see what we managed to get today. Only a few loose coins, a piece of bread, and 2 candy bars. The day's haul was pathetic. The children's eyes drooped. Pale whispered worriedly. This much. Will it be enough for 7 people? A heavy silence filled the room. Ray just stood there, watching the children bowing their heads sadly. Ray silently placed a bag full of food down. The children exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, Ray is amazing. Unbelievable. You got all this from the golem, right? It didn't take anything I gave it. You're so good. The children showered him with praise. Ray revealed the secret. Because golems only take magical items with residual mana. If you can't see mana, you won't get anything from it. Pale rubbed his hands together happily. All right, let's divide the food. Thanks to Ray, no one will go hungry today. So, we'll start with the youngest, Josephine. Pale began to distribute the portions. The girl happily accepted. Thank you, Pale. Amidst the children's joyful chatter, Ray quietly turned and left, without a word of farewell. Outside, the rain poured. Ray sat alone, his back a solitary figure. He knew well, we never have enough food for everyone. His gaze turned towards the distant warehouse, a bold thought flashing. Could it be? I have to go there? I have a duty to provide for the group. His eyes became resolute. I owe them this life. Memories flooded back. A year ago. Amidst the white snow, he lay there, his breath shallow. A child's voice called out, Sister, brother, come quickly. Someone's buried under the snow here. It was these very street children who discovered him and together pulled him out of his icy grave. In a daze amidst the ice and snow, Ray had given up. I thought it wouldn't matter if I died like this. But it was these street children who found him. Their worried faces surrounded him. "He's awake! Are you okay?" A look of relief. Ray's eyes fluttered open, a flicker of life returning amidst the white snow. "Thank goodness, he seems to be all right." Present. Ray sat alone in the dark corner, his gaze resolute. "My principle is to repay debts, be it favors or grudges." Pale's voice rang out, breaking his train of thought. "Ray," the boy held out his portion of food. "You have to take your share too." Ray refused, but Pale still sat down beside him. "It's okay, I'm not hungry." Without another word, Pale broke the biscuit in half. "Then let's share it." The boy gave half to Ray, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "Ray, do you recognize it?" Pale began to explain the black rain phenomenon falling outside. People said it was due to mages in the upper district using too much magic. "I'm sure that golem was also sent by a mage," Pale asserted. But Ray only replied indifferently. "It could just be a machine." Ray paused, his gaze sharper. "No," he affirmed confidently, making Pale look up excitedly. "I'm sure magic made it move." Pale's eyes lit up with pure admiration. Ray began to explain the mechanism. When the golem moves, it draws surrounding mana into its core, then mixes and expels it as black gas. Black rain and black gas. In Ray's mind, an ominous connection was slowly forming. Ray suddenly stood up, his eyes resolute. "Of course, right now, what's more important is..." Pale flinched. "Ray?" He pulled up his hood and turned his back. "I'm going out for a bit." Pale panicked. "It's pouring black rain out there? Watch the riverbank carefully. The water rising is dangerous." Pale reached out, calling after him in vain. Ray's shadow had already darted into the gloomy rain. "Wait, Ray." He could only sigh, helplessly watching the disappearing figure. Honestly, the pitch-black rain poured down on the ruined district, washing over the crooked signpost. In the rain, people usually sought shelter. Each of Ray's footsteps left a mark in the black puddles. They believed that just one drop of black rain was enough to make someone sick. But Ray glided lightly across the rooftops. He was not afraid. Mana enveloped his body, forming an invisible shield. "I can protect myself from the rain, so this is a favorable opportunity." His destination. Lame. Legged Hector's food warehouse in Street 18. Inside, shouts echoed from the casino. "All in. I'm betting everything. Come on if you dare," Ray observed coldly from outside. "I knew it. They always gamble on rainy days." He moved lightly along the wall, picking up a stone. The darkness in the warehouse was perfect camouflage. Thanks to the rain, security had become lax. Hundreds of different types of mana floated in the air. Ray began to exert his power. Among them, I extract mana of specific colors and mix them according to a formula. His eyes glowed a deadly red, dark energy, surging violently. Mana flames erupted in Ray's palm, brilliant and ferocious. Crimson energy swirled, waiting to be unleashed. In the dark corner of the warehouse, Ray muttered, "Even though I don't know the exact principle, I can still use this method very well. However, controlling red mana is much harder." He stared intently at the flame. "Can I fully feel the emotions associated with it? Can I create a larger flame?" Suddenly, a metal object tore through the air. Ray only managed to tilt his head to dodge. A small trickle of blood seeped from the scratch on his cheek. A cold knife blade descended from above, aimed directly at the intruder. A voice rang out, full of scorn. "A rat finally shows itself. Trying to sneak into our food warehouse, huh? You're faster than I thought." 3 figures emerged from the darkness, clutching weapons. "The rats are hiding. How ridiculous. Keep struggling." Ray coldly analyzed the situation. "There are 3 of them in total, and they know my exact location." Red light flashed from the enemy's night vision goggles. "I didn't expect them to have equipment like night vision goggles." "Keep hiding. You're exactly where we want you." A savage smile spread across the guard's lips. A dagger clutched in his hand. 2 blades were thrown simultaneously, forming a deadly arc in the air. In Ray's azure eyes, the image of the 2 enlarged knife blades appeared. In a flash, he dodged, using the edge of his hand to swat away the 2 daggers. The guard was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "What? This kid?" His accomplice roared, "Idiot! Aim properly!" But the attacker only stammered in horror. "No, there's something wrong with this kid." A lightning-fast move. Ray dodged and counterattacked, his hand striking the attacker's face. The guard collapsed, the remaining ones froze. "Bastard! How? How did he see us?" Beneath his hood, Ray's eyes gleamed with a sharp coldness, seeing through everything. He could read their emotions. Anger and astonishment. "Don't act tough," the guard roared, swinging his knife and lunging forward. The sharp blade was blocked by just a forearm. A spark of fire flashed in the air. Ray read the flow of mana from his opponent's blood vessels. Every movement was in his grasp. He easily brushed aside every attack, darkness coiling around his hand like a weapon. Ray stomped his foot to gain momentum, the ground beneath his heel cracking slightly. A clean spin, unleashing a dangerous kick. The kick landed, its power shaking the air. The remaining accomplice trembled, unable to believe the sight before him. Impossible. Ray's fist clenched, his eyes icy. Wrong, a brutal finishing blow. The guard's painful scream rang out, then faded. The last one fell. The battle ended swiftly. Amidst the motionless bodies, Ray silently pulled up his hood, concealing his face in shadow. Ray stood in the shadows, looking down at a figure who had just appeared at the bunker entrance. Ray's eyes suddenly flashed with recognition. Damn it, I came to check because of the noise. That person is. A bald, muscular man stepped out. Humphrey, CEO of Hector Corporation. It seems all three brothers have been dealt with. He gritted his teeth, a twisted smile full of murderous intent. Furious thunder roared above Humphrey, reflecting his rage. By a mere rat. Two figures faced each other in the suffocating silence. Humphrey's eyes glowed a deadly red-purple streaks of electricity swirling around his body. Ray tugged his hood slightly, his sharp gaze assessing his opponent. Hector Corporation's CEO, Humphrey, truly as formidable as rumored. Without another word, Ray charged. A thunderous punch aimed directly at Humphrey. The attack landed squarely on his chest, but the giant didn't budge. He didn't move. Ray's eyes widened, astonished by his opponent's defense. Dodge this. Humphrey retaliated. A swing of his arm carried destructive power. Ray narrowly dodged. He's fast too. The attacks continued. Humphrey's kick sent Ray sprawling to the floor. Humphrey placed a hand on his chest, where he'd been hit, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're quite fast yourself. Ray gritted his teeth, his cold eyes realizing, he's definitely on another level. Humphrey lunged, striking like lightning, his aura overwhelming. Ray dodged, his hands in a defensive stance, his instincts telling him. I knew it. Humphrey attacked relentlessly, his eyes glowing red. Ray thought to himself, I can't confront him directly. A thunderous punch from Humphrey swept past. Ray skillfully ducked to avoid it. Ray's eyes flashed with determination, a bold plan forming. Then, Ray concentrated his energy, aiming for a weak spot on Humphrey's chest. I'll attack his opening. Ray unleashed a powerful punch to Humphrey's chest, a burst of light erupting. Ray's eyes glowed red, his hand burning fiercely, flames swirling like a dance of death. Flames from Ray's hand exploded upon contact with Humphrey, creating a powerful shockwave. Humphrey clutched his chest, letting out a cry of pain, his face contorted in surprise. Humphrey stood alone in the alley, looking around, his voice full of frustration. I lost him. Rain poured down. Humphrey's subordinates frantically searched. Shouts echoed. He just fought Humphrey. He can't have gone far. Find him. Where did he run off to? Humphrey's men meticulously searched every nook and cranny. Ray hid, worried. They'll find me. Ray hid behind an iron fence, his eyes tired and vigilant. A group of Humphrey's subordinates entered a dark area, shouting, near the entrance. Under the pouring rain, Ray ran headlong. Behind him, the angry growls of the henchmen echoed. That damn brat. I'll kill you. Chase him. His heavy footsteps sank deep into the mud. Ray thought to himself about his reckless actions. I robbed the infamous Hector Corporation's warehouse. He darted like a ghost through the dark forest. They'll kill me if they find me. I'm not afraid to die, but the burden on his shoulders wouldn't let him fall. But if I'm gone, those kids won't last long. Images of the children with their innocent smiles flashed through Ray's mind. They were the only reason he had to live. Exhausted, Ray leaned against a tree trunk, panting. I can't repay this debt. Suddenly, a subordinate leaped down from above, blocking his path. He's here. Ray's eyes widened, a fleeting panic. Oh no! The order was given, and the encirclement tightened. Humphrey's henchmen swarmed from all directions. Get him! His feet halted on the damp ground. Ahead was a dead end. It's the end of the road. The shadows of his pursuers enveloped Ray's small figure. Damn it, how is this bastard so fast? Kid, you've run out of road. A leader stepped forward, a sharp blade pointed at him. Come here and cough up what you stole before your gut gets another hole. But instead of fear, Ray calmly observed. His eyes were sharp. Humphrey's nowhere to be seen. In that case, a confident smile spread across his lips. Fiery red energy began to gather in his fist, illuminating the night. I can win. The subordinate roared, charging with a devastating punch. Is this bastard deaf? But Ray was ready, the fireball in his hand just waiting to be unleashed. Quick as lightning, Ray spun and unleashed a fiery kick. The subordinate had no time to react, only stunned as he took the full force of the attack. The man's punch was blocked by Ray's flaming hand. Crimson magical energy flared, pushing back his opponent. Knocked back, the subordinate drew his knife, roaring in anger. Bastard. He hadn't expected the cornered foe to resist so fiercely. Ray gripped his opponent's knife-wielding wrist tightly. The flames on his hand flared violently, the terrifying heat seemingly capable of incinerating metal. Another man charged, astonished by Ray's power. How was he so strong? But Ray had switched to lightning magic, brilliant yellow electric arcs surrounding his hand. Ray's eyes were icy. The lightning orb in his hand gathered, glowing brightly, ready to deliver a finishing blow to the enemy before him. A lightning punch struck the subordinate's face directly. The impact seemed to distort space, yellow electric arcs tearing through the night. The man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ray stood there, coldly looking down at the defeated foe at his feet. Shouts echoed from afar. Over there! I hear something there. Ray realized he couldn't use magic forever. These minions seemed endless. His gaze fell upon a large blue container. A thought flashed in his mind. It could be the perfect hiding spot. The pursuers arrived, only to find their comrades sprawled on the ground. Damn it! Where did he run off to? We can't lose track of him. The hurried footsteps faded into the distance. Ray held his breath, hiding behind the container, listening to the movements outside. The footsteps are getting fainter. They won't find me here. He breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily escaping the encirclement. Ray sat down amidst the trash bags, his hand still clutching the knife. I'll stay here tonight. If they follow me back to the bridge, the kids will be in danger too. Darkness enveloped the alley. Only Ray remained, alone, hidden in the night, awaiting an uncertain dawn. Ray fell into a hurried sleep amidst the rubble, his mind still lingering on the question of when the torrential rain would end. Dawn broke, dispelling the gloomy night, but the air still hung heavy with the desolation of a ruined city. Ray woke up, his hand on his forehead, a moment of surprise as he realized he had fallen asleep amidst danger. He stood up, his cloak wrapped tightly, a small knife ready in his hand. Surely no one is here anymore. Ray's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze piercing through the darkness. Found you. In the dark alley, Ray faced a stranger in a blue shirt, his hand hiding a knife behind his back, a sinister smile on his face. The stranger laughed loudly, fiery magic blazing around his chest. Good thing I came back, huh? Ray gripped his knife tightly, his eyes filled with rage. The color of his magic shows he's extremely angry. I haven't fully recovered yet. The stranger looked at Ray, his eyes glowing red with madness. What? You have a sword too? You're a real man. He lunged like a whirlwind, magic exploding around him. In that case, I won't need to hold back anymore. The stranger attacked frantically, his bloodshot eyes snarling a threat. I'll kill you! Ray swiftly parried the fatal knife strike, steel blades clashing and sparking in the cramped space. The stranger's eyes glowed red, his extreme anger transforming him into a bloodthirsty demon. He swung his knife, creating a sharp arc of blue magic, forcing Ray to retreat. Ray flinched slightly, a feeling of helplessness rising. I've lost my balance. The brown-haired attacker swung his knife down, his face twisted in ferocity. He snarled, "Goodbye, you brat." Ray looked up, his pale eyes wide with shock, his body staggering as he tried to dodge the fatal blow. The gleaming blade shot straight towards Ray's face, missing by a hair's breadth. Time seemed to stop. A loud sound echoed, dust flying everywhere. The confrontation happened too quickly, unpredictably. Ray lifted his head, fresh blood staining his cheek and white hair. His gaze was resolute, unwavering despite his injury. The blue-shirted attacker fell, while Ray stood tall, the bloodstains on his face only adding to his indomitable appearance. Two other attackers also lay motionless on the ruined ground. Ray stood in the middle, like a ghost who had just completed his mission. A voice rang out. Black-haired Niles, leader of Street 17, pointed a gun at Ray, a dangerous smile on his face. Quite dangerous, Ray. Niles calmly lit a cigarette, his sharp gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene. He stood tall, his demeanor relaxed, cigarette smoke swirling around his scarred face. Niles put his hands in his pockets, looking around with boredom. What's all this mess so early in the morning? He was the leader of Street 17. Niles walked closer to Ray, still maintaining his enigmatic smile. Quite dangerous, Ray. Ray wiped the blood from his face, replying to Niles. Indeed, Niles asked. Did someone call you here? You usually don't wake up this early. Niles smiled, his face confident. He said, I heard Hector's men are searching. He was the leader of Street 17. Ray held a bag full of soda cans, surprising Niles. But those... Did you take them from Hector? Ray remained silent. Niles burst out laughing. Ha, you've got guts. Niles sneered, saying his words weren't praise, but Ray still replied with thanks. Ray thought to himself, things are really difficult. Ray's gaze was distant. He thought to himself, people like Niles are truly difficult to deal with. Niles stood there, a cigarette clamped between his lips, a faint glow emanating from his chest. He was the type of person with monotonous emotions, a vessel that could never be filled. Niles warned that Ray would die if he kept messing with the wrong people. Ray replied that if they didn't, they would all starve to death. Niles ran a hand through his hair, sneering. Anyway, I've repaid you for saving me. He thought to himself. He only saved Ray because he thought he was supplies, with no good intention. Ray calmly said, I'm alive thanks to you too. Ray looked straight ahead, asserting that Niles had already repaid his debt. A year ago, Ray pulled Niles from the river. Niles was once the executive director of Sector 46, but he was betrayed. Ray didn't think Niles was lying about that. The combat lessons Niles taught to repay him were truly systematic. A cigarette butt was discarded at Niles' feet. Ray spoke up. Niles, about what you told me before. Niles replied, Huh? What is it? Ray looked at Niles, stating decisively, About me joining an organization. Ray looked straight ahead, declaring, I will join your organization, Niles. He thought to himself, if he joins, the children will be safe. Niles was silent, his gaze thoughtful. Niles turned his back and walked away, his footsteps echoing. Niles suddenly turned back, calling Ray's name. Ray was surprised when Niles suddenly asked, You can use magic, right? Ray replied with skepticism. You know about magic? Niles smirked, confirming. Bingo. So it's true. I thought I was mistaken when he lit a fire without a lighter. He asked Ray, Tell me, what do you know about magic? Niles leaned against the wall, casually explaining. Just a few things I asked. A sorcerer from my old organization. That there's mana in the air, used for magic. And only a select few can detect and use mana. Ray stepped forward, his face tense. Did he say anything about colors? Niles, in thought, was surprised. Colors? He didn't say anything about that. He said you couldn't see mana. Amidst the vibrant colors of mana, Ray stood next to Niles, deep in thought. Then, what am I seeing? Niles leaned close to Ray's face, his eyes sharp. Is that all? Did you forget something? Ray retorted defiantly. Do you want a beating? Niles threw a punch, but Ray easily dodged it. Niles was annoyed. Missed, you insolent brat. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Ray calmly said. Thanks. Returning to his original stance, Niles asked, So, your answer to my request? Ray decisively said, No. Niles looked up, his face thoughtful as he smoked. Why did you suddenly refuse me? A silence enveloped them. The Elton River wound through the districts, a narration voice stated. All sectors are located along the Elton River. If you go upstream, you will reach other sectors. You can escape the slums and find a better life there. Ray with a resolute gaze, the narration continued. It would be a waste for a child with such abilities to die here. Niles tried to persuade Ray. Have you ever thought about leaving Sector 50? I can even find you a car. Ray refused. No. You know I take care of the children here. Niles smiled, revealing, Don't worry about that. I'm thinking of establishing an orphanage here. Ray was surprised. An orphanage? Niles bent down, a sinister smile on his face. That's right. I'll snatch up orphans like you from the streets. Ray looked at Niles, a faint stream of mana emanating from Niles. Ray thought to himself, his colors are too dull. I can't tell if he's telling the truth, but he probably is. He always keeps his word. Niles placed a hand on Ray's shoulder, warning that the Hector Corporation was gearing up for a war. Ray looked up, seeing trucks full of weapons, confirming Niles' words. Niles laughed, lightly poking Ray's head with his finger, surprising him. An image flashed, a gun firing. Using live ammunition in a conflict is a clear declaration of war. Ray worried about the people if Niles lost the fight, but Niles replied that his protection fees only seemed reasonable because there were many worse people out there than him. Niles was annoyed when Ray called him old, but Ray bluntly stated, You're old. Niles angrily swung his fist, but Ray quickly dodged, causing the attack to narrowly miss. A car stopped, and the driver reminded Niles it was time to go. Niles agreed. Niles got into the car, telling Ray to find another hiding place because this area was about to become a battlefield. He threw something to Ray. Mana flared around Ray's hand as he caught it. Ray looked at the object in his hand, a small vial with a green plus sign, and wondered, This? Niles smiled mysteriously, a cigarette between his lips, and said, To clean your ears. Niles's car quickly drove away, leaving Ray standing alone amidst the ruins. Ray watched the car, clutching his hoodie tightly, his eyes filled with thought. The scene encompassed Street 17 near the central square, where war was about to erupt. A boy rushed over to Ray, his footsteps echoing rapidly on the old street. The boy smiled brightly, asking Ray why he hadn't returned yesterday. Ray stood there, his eyes hiding worry, his wounds seemingly appearing and disappearing. The boy worriedly asked, Did you fight? Who hurt you? Ray replied, It's nothing, I just fell. Ray's pain seemed to transfer to the boy. Brilliant mana flared in his hands, emotions surging. Ray placed his hand on the boy's head, gave him a can of food, and instructed, "Take this to the front tent. Tell Pale I'll be right there." The boy obediently complied. The boy ran off, leaving Ray standing silently beside the old woman, Viola, the blind storyteller. Ray turned to ask Viola, "Viola, did you tell Josephine anything?" Viola smiled kindly, replying, "Ah, it's Ray. I'm telling her about rainbows." Ray said sternly, "Don't tell the children those things. They won't get used to the streets if you keep telling them fantastical stories." Viola retorted, "If not children, then who will hold on to the fantastical?" Ray's eyes suddenly flashed with a mystical purple hue, an emotion difficult to name. Purple mana flared around Viola, an energy Ray had never seen in anyone else but her. Ray warned Viola, "You should move to another street. War is coming here." Ray turned and walked away, leaving Viola sitting there, whispering, "What a kind child." The next morning, Ray appeared before a building, knocked on the door, and said, "Delivery." Ray appeared at the store, announcing the delivery. The black-haired man, the store owner, was surprised to see Ray instead of Ron. "What, it's you, Ray?" he asked. Ron said he'd handle the delivery himself. Ray replied, his face cold. "Ron won't be able to make it. Both his legs are broken." The black-haired man was stunned, while Ray turned his back, carrying the wooden crate. "Aren't you going to evacuate?" Ray asked. "If war breaks out here, you won't have any customers." "Where do I go if I abandon the store?" the black-haired man asked, confused. Ray stopped, turning his head to look back at the black-haired man, his eyes full of thought. "And the war?" "It might not happen," the black-haired man said. "What do you mean?" Ray questioned. The black-haired man pointed to the door behind him. "Hector and Niles are talking in there," he explained. "If things go smoothly, there won't be a war." The door creaked open, a sound echoing, signaling the arrival of uninvited guests. A group of men in blue uniforms stepped out. Heavy footsteps echoed, creating an invisible pressure. Among them, a black-haired man with a scarred face and sharp eyes was Hector, the notorious leader of Street 18. Hector and his subordinates entered the store. He looked at Ray, who was standing by the counter, with disdain. "A child working?" Hector said. "While all the adults have run away." Hector placed a hand on Ray's shoulder, flashing a fake smile. Ray maintained his cold expression. "Yeah, good job, kid," Hector said. "Keep working hard. That's how you survive in this world." Hector dropped a few silver coins into Ray's palm, his eyes full of condescension. "Use this to buy something for yourself," he said. Hector and his subordinates left. Ray watched their retreating figures, clutching the coins in his hand. "Let's go, boys," Hector ordered. "Yes," his subordinates replied. "Goodbye," Ray whispered. Hector's sharp eyes glanced back, full of hidden meaning. At the same time, Ray's bandaged eye flashed with a strange light. Hector turned his head back, his eyes scrutinizing. Ray looked up at him, his expression resolute. A tense atmosphere enveloped them. Ray pulled down his hood, revealing his glowing blue eyes. A cold truth settled in his mind. He recognized me. Ray thought to himself. Hector's face showed a sinister smirk, his eyes seemingly piercing through everything. He knew. Hector sat in the luxurious car, ordering Humphrey to leave. The black-haired man breathed a sigh of relief as Hector's car disappeared from view. Ray touched the wound on his ear, wondering about Hector's gaze and why he left without a word. The black-haired man rushed in, asking Niles what had happened. Niles stood high up, his face grim, looking down at the black-haired man and Ray. Niles slumped down, his voice full of disappointment. The negotiations failed. He lit a cigarette, his eyes resolute. "There will be war," the black-haired man asked in astonishment. "Really, Niles?" Niles explained that he couldn't accept the merger terms. He said this was the worst outcome and would close the store for a while, then turned to Ray. "Ray, don't leave your hiding place during this time." Ray nodded, his face serious. Ray walked down the dark steps. He walked among the crates, his heart heavy. "I won't be able to move around if war breaks out." Ray looked up at the gray sky, calculating. "I need to get as much food as possible before then." A black sports car sped past Ray on the deserted road. Humphrey, with a scarred face, was driving the car, his eyes holding something mysterious. Ray watched the car that had just sped past, his eyes full of doubt. "I've never seen a car like that in Sector 50, he muttered. "It's suspicious." He pulled up his hoodie collar, his eyes turning sharp. A sense of unease surged, and Ray decided he had to investigate this. Hidden on a tree branch, Ray observed the entrance to Hector Corporation on Street 18. The black car had arrived, and several people in uniform were waiting. He wondered who was inside. Hector stood next to the car, his face full of scars, and said, "We've been waiting." A pair of elegant black dress shoes touched the ground, signaling the arrival of an important figure. The elegant man stepped out, and Hector bowed, greeting him. "We will escort you inside, sorcerer." Ray still didn't know who this man was. From the bushes, Ray squinted, his eyes full of suspicion. Who is he? Dark blue, almost black. Mana swirled around the mysterious man. Ray realized, that color is exactly like the golem's mana when they move. Ray stared, astonished by the circles of light surrounding the man. What are those circles around his body? He deduced. There's a lot of mana around those circles. It's as if he's using them to prevent mana from escaping. A chill ran down Ray's spine. That man is very dangerous. I need to inform Niles. The scene shifted to another street, where men were hastily unloading goods, including rifles. That was the area of Niles' group on Street 17. Everyone was rushing to move goods, preparing for something about to happen. Ray stood from a distance, quietly observing. A red-haired man in the group turned around and asked, "Where's Niles?" Ray suddenly appeared before him. The red-haired man was astonished. "Ray, how did you get in here?" Ray calmly replied that the gate was open, leaving the red-haired man stunned. He pressed with questions about Niles. The red-haired man worriedly reported that the boss had gone out to prepare for war and advised Ray to leave because it was too dangerous here. Ray sternly asked the man to relay a message to Niles, but hesitated when mentioning mana. He said, "I can't tell him about the mana." A sorcerer with an eye patch and a long cloak, radiating brilliant blue mana, appeared in Ray's mind. He instructed, "Tell him to be wary of the man with the eye patch." The scene of children huddling in the dark, embraced by a woman, appeared, emphasizing that the war could not drag on. Ray and a black-haired boy sat leaning against a wall, and the boy asked, "Anyway, don't you think it'll be over in a week?" From above, the black-haired boy asked Ray who would win. Ray replied, "I don't know. The two sides are quite evenly matched." Ray pondered, his gaze resolute, silently telling himself, but Niles must win for the children's safety. A brutal scene unfolded. If Hector won, the street children would be sold into slavery, exchanged for dirty money. The black-haired boy flinched, realizing in a panic, the war has definitely begun. Ray and the black-haired boy both widened their eyes, expressions of extreme astonishment at something that had just happened. Ray jumped to his feet, asking the boy if he heard it. The black-haired boy tremblingly confirmed, "Yes." Ray looked up, his face full of worry, telling himself, "I've never heard anything like that before. It's strange. Something's wrong." Street 17's battlefield erupted. Two men, one red-haired and one black-haired, were frantically firing guns at the enemy. Expressions of extreme terror were evident on the faces of the two men, showing they had just witnessed something utterly horrifying. Amidst the ruined battlefield, a gigantic golem stood tall, its eyes glowing red. The two men stared at it in horror, one exclaiming, "Damn it! It didn't even get a scratch!" The golem charged energy, a pitch-black sphere swirling in its hand, emitting a deadly blue light. Suddenly, Ray lunged forward, unleashing an extremely powerful blue energy attack that tore through the air and spread across the battlefield. The two men were thrown back, falling to the ground, their heartbreaking screams of pain echoing. A red-haired man, his face smeared with blood, his eyes wide with terror. "What the hell is this?" The golem still stood firm, its eyes glowing blue, looking straight ahead, seemingly unharmed. The red-haired man lay flat on the ground, desperately exclaiming, "Damn it!" A dark shadow darted away in a trail of red blood, leaving fierce claw marks on the wall. A dark umbrella, stained with blood, caught the cold raindrops. The sorcerer with an eye patch appeared, holding an umbrella, next to him a worried brown-hooded boy. He said. "It smells like a sewer." The sorcerer with an eye patch stood next to the gigantic golem, smiling mysteriously. "That's right, my creation." He turned away, a sinister smile on his face, and ordered, "Clean up everything here." In the pouring rain, Ray walked away, leaving behind chaotic sounds. The black-haired boy sat there, worried. The sounds are getting louder. The black-haired boy clutched Ray's hand, urgently asking, "Ray, where are you going? This is different from usual." The black-haired boy with teary green eyes pleaded with Ray. "Let me come with you if you leave." Ray firmly held Pale back, saying, "No, Pale, you stay here." Pale was surprised to see another boy still sleepy, and asked, "Why are you kids still awake?" Ray gently patted Pale's head, saying, "Sorry, did I wake you? We'll be back soon, so go back to sleep." Pale replied, "Okay." Ray turned and walked away. Pale called after him, "Pale." Pale watched Ray's retreating figure, resolutely saying, "All right, Ray. I'll stay with the children here." Ray looked up at the sky, his face stern. "We can't leave them alone." But Ray placed a hand on Pale's shoulder, instructing, "Don't go too far and come back when you find out what's happening." "All right." Ray dashed off into the night, his promise echoing, "I'll be back soon." Ray stood amidst the ruins, fires blazing sky-high, bodies strewn everywhere. Blood stained the ground beneath Ray's feet as he stepped through thick, black puddles of blood. A severely wounded man gasped. What the hell happened here? The wounded man looked up at Ray, calling out in horror. Ray? Ray asked worriedly. Are you okay? What happened? The man replied. Those bastards. Brought a golem. The man shivered, recalling. The man with the eye patch. Controlled them. With a desperate expression, the man said, We weren't strong enough to fight them. The man collapsed, using his last bit of strength to slam his hand on the ground. Amidst the sea of flames, his desperate dying words echoed. Run. Ray. Ray's lone figure stood amidst the desolation. Flames engulfed the entire street, and lives lay scattered on the ground. Ray remained silent, his face hidden behind his hood, betraying no emotion. The man, in a hurry, shoved a dagger into Ray's hand. It was a weapon, and his final entrustment. Ray gripped the dagger's hilt tightly. The cold steel blade reflected the blazing sky. He looked into the distance. The battle continued, wild and chaotic. Ray's gaze sharpened. At this rate, Niles's faction would be defeated. He had to intervene. Meanwhile, at a bridge. Night descended, cold and sorrowful. Pale gasped, his face streaked with blood, tightly holding a child who had gone limp in his arms. Around him, bodies lay strewn. A massacre had just swept through this place. He sat there, amidst the ruins, clutching his last companion. Pale looked up, his eyes brimming with despair. Blood and tears mingled, rolling down his cheeks. A colossal figure materialized from the darkness. Golem stood towering, blue magical energy gathering in its palm. Deadly blue light engulfed the space. Golem's eyes locked onto its target. His last tear fell. Facing the embodiment of destruction, Pale could only helplessly wait. Central square of Street 17. A desolate scene unfolded. Amidst the rubble and flames, a lone figure walked. Ray arrived too late. Bodies lay scattered, staining the ground red. Each lifeless face, each dried bloodstain, all belonged to Niles's people. Ray knelt, his eyes filled with sorrow. Niles's body still isn't here. He must still be alive. Suddenly, a crimson surge of energy plunged from above, tearing through the sky. Ray looked up, his eyes wide with shock. That direction is. Without hesitation, Ray shot off like an arrow, soaring through the ruins. His target was singular, the tent, where the vulnerable were sheltering. Rain began to fall, heavy drops splashing under Ray's hurried footsteps. He gasped for breath, each heavy exhalation mingling with the cold air. Before Ray, a colossal golem stood tall, its body covered in blood, guarding a corpse. Darkness enveloped it. The golem slowly lifted its leg, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Ray's eyes blazed with furious hatred, determined to fight. He charged in, a fiery surge of energy surrounding him, directly attacking the golem. The golem's eyes emitted crimson beams, fiercely counterattacking. A terrifying blow struck, sending Ray flying far away, his body spinning in midair. Ray was knocked back, blood splattering, his face contorted in extreme pain. Ray's body was uncontrollably thrown, creating a dazzling streak of light in midair, a horrifying impact. Collapsed amidst the rubble, Ray lay motionless, fresh blood staining the corner of his lips, his eyes tightly shut in exhaustion. Wounded and coughing up blood, Ray struggled to get up, his gaze resolute but filled with pain. I must ensure. Blood still flowed, but Ray's eyes blazed with determination. If they are all safe, a resounding call pierced through the hazy mist. Ray's eyes snapped open, his expression a mix of surprise and worry. Brother Ray. For a fleeting moment, Ray saw himself rushing forward, his cloak fluttering, heading towards a peaceful place. A brown-haired boy smiled brightly, running forward, full of life. 3 other boys cheered happily, waving and calling out, Brother Ray, hurry up. A brown-haired woman and a little girl waved in welcome, smiling happily. Brother Ray, you're back? You're back? Returning to reality, Ray stood amidst the shattered debris, his eyes lifelessly watching the swirling dust. Ray's feet stood firm on the cold ground. A voice rang out. Ray. Pale appeared, his eyes cold, uttering bitter words. I didn't want you to come back. Ray's eyes widened to their extreme, his expression one of utter horror, as if he had just witnessed hell. A horrifying scene unfolded. Many people lay fallen, blood staining the ground red, corpses strewn everywhere. A man clutched a dead woman and child, all submerged in blood. Ray uttered, Lorraine, Leia, Corden, Miles. Ray collapsed, his eyes blurring, looking at Josephine lying motionless in a pool of blood. Josephine. Pale. Ray's trembling hand reached out, touching Pale who lay in a pool of blood. No. Ray collapsed, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with pain and regret. I still haven't repaid all that you've done for me. In a daze, Ray saw himself fleeing through a ruined alley. Bloodstains splattered on the walls. A swirling vortex of dark blue energy erupted. a strange sound echoing in Ray's mind. This sound, it's the same strange sound I heard during the battle. Ray horrifyingly realized the colossal golem stood tall, enveloped in destructive energy. So, this golem killed them all. A horrific scene unfolded. The children from the basement lay scattered, blood staining the ground red. The children from the basement, next were the bodies of Niles's people, fallen amidst the chaos and rubble. Niles's people, and then all the residents of this street, not a single one survived, and everyone on this street. Ray's eyes burned with vengeful hatred, his face contorted in extreme fury. I will avenge all of you. The colossal golem struck again, dark blue energy swirling around it. Ray struggled to get up. Then I must move. Ray struggled in despair, his aching body refusing to obey. Move quickly! The golem's colossal shadow fell, its heavy stone foot striking directly at Ray. Ray's eyes widened, reflecting the horrifying moment of impending death. A loud explosion rang out. The golem brought its fist down, sending a car flying. The car was thrown far, deforming in midair, debris scattering. Niles rushed forward, his face etched with worry, his fangs bared. He yelled, "Ray, are you all right?" Niles hurried towards Ray, who lay slumped on the soaked ground. The rain continued to pour, enveloping the desolate scene. Niles helped Ray up, checking his body. He sighed in relief. "Looks like you didn't break any bones. Thank goodness." Ray's trembling hand rested on a puddle, fresh blood staining his fingers. He whispered Niles's name. Niles. Ray's eyes widened in horror, extreme fear clearly visible. He whispered, his voice choked. "The children." Niles turned his back, staring at the devastated street, once home to those little lives. The tragic sight left him speechless. Niles's fists clenched, veins bulging. Rage and helplessness surged within him, threatening to explode. Niles stood opposite Ray, bowing his head in remorse. He said, "I'm sorry, Ray, for arriving too late." Ray's tears fell like rain, his face blurred with sorrow. He questioned Niles. "Why is that your fault?" Niles's eyes welled up with tears, his gaze filled with anguish towards Ray. He could only utter, "Ray." Amidst the gloomy rain, Niles held Ray tightly, trying to soothe his extreme pain. A comforting embrace amidst the ruin. Ray's hands clutched Niles's back, his pale fingers clearly showing unspoken despair and pain. Ray asked Niles about the fate of his subordinates. Niles replied in a somber voice, "They are all dead." Niles clutched his head, his face filled with rage. He gritted his teeth. "Hector, that bastard. I didn't expect him to call in outside mages, damn it." Ray looked up at Niles, his blue eyes full of anticipation. He asked, "What will you do now?" Niles looked forward resolutely. He declared, "I will return to the street and search for survivors. For now, Hector will have to—" A bone-chilling blue energy pierced through the body of the man in the dark blue shirt, blood splattering. He let out a soft groan of pain. Ray's eyes suddenly lit up strangely, glinting with bloodlust and horror. Under the pouring rain, the giant golem swung its stone fist towards Niles, who was trying to shield Ray, who was sitting on the ground. The golem, with glowing red eyes, reached its hand forward, a surge of blue energy accumulating. Niles stood firm in front of Ray, his shirt soaked with blood. Ray looked up at him, uttering, "Niles." Ray stared, eyes wide, blood on his hair, his face distraught. Niles smiled defiantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He let out a curse. "Ha! Damn it!" Ray clung tightly to Niles from behind. Niles's body swayed, blood splattered everywhere. Niles's head slumped, his body gradually losing strength. Ray placed his hand on Niles's back, feeling the warm blood. He softly called, "Niles?" Ray hugged Niles tightly, his eyes welling up with tears, desperately crying out. What in the world happened? A faint, glowing heart beat powerfully in midair. Memories flooded back. A young, strong Niles, smiling and embracing Ray as they trained together amidst a sea of fire. Niles and Ray, two brothers, sat next to each other eating cake, fire still raging around them. A young Niles, his face radiant, reached out to Ray, calling his name. A fiery heart blazed. Back in the present, the giant golem with cold blue eyes loomed before them. Ray looked up, his gaze filled with determination. Rage ignited within Ray, his eyes glowing red amidst a fierce surge of energy. Niles's image appeared like a vow, and in that moment, he roared, "I'll kill you all." Night fell, dark raindrops mixing with blood and sweat, enveloping the ruined street in despair. Ray looked up at Niles, his blood-stained hands trembling. "Niles?" he softly called, while Niles, despite his severe injuries, still held him. Heart-wrenching pain, Ray wished. If this is a dream, I want to wake up immediately. He hugged Niles tightly, Niles's body covered in blood, the wound on his back gaping deep. Ray gritted his teeth, pain and fury surging. The giant golem extended its stone hand, its red eyes glowing as if to devour everything. Ray pushed Niles behind him, his bloodshot eyes blazing with power. He swung his arm, a fierce red energy enveloping him. Two surges of power clashed, the golem's blue energy and Ray's red fire colliding, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The golem unleashed a powerful, swirling blue energy, forming a destructive black hole in its palm. Ray was no less, concentrating power into his palm. A brilliant red fireball formed, ready to retaliate. The two opposing energy sources hurtled towards each other, creating a dazzling flash of light that tore through the night. The terrifying impact created a colossal energy vortex, engulfing everything in blinding light. Ray asserted, his voice full of determination, "I am different from you." His red energy began to push back the golem's power. Ray's eyes blazed with fire, his pupils a deep red like a precious gem, containing an unshakable will. "I am a human with emotions," Ray roared, his red energy exploding, engulfing the golem's power. A fierce, swirling storm of red fire surged straight towards the golem, carrying all of Ray's rage and determination. Ray's blazing red firestorm devoured the golem, tearing it into countless fragments, leaving only smoldering remnants. Ray stood there, his hands still tinged with firelight, his blue eyes full of determination after the destructive attack. After the explosive moment, Ray collapsed amidst the desolation. Where the golem once stood now, only a deep, fiery crater remained. Ray frantically shook and called out to Niles, who lay motionless, blood pooling on the cold ground. Tears streamed down his face. Ray desperately pleaded, "Niles, you can't die." Niles slowly opened his eyes, speaking with difficulty. "Stop shaking me, you bastard. I'm in enough pain already." Asterisk, cough asterisk. Ray clung tightly to the dying Niles, listening to his last words. "Although I'm sure I won't have a peaceful death, I didn't think it would be today." Niles smiled serenely, looking up at the night sky. "I have no regrets. I've achieved so much for someone who started from the bottom of society." In Niles's memory, a lonely boy walked down a desolate street, wondering, "But if I had tried a little sooner, would things have been different?" Niles whispered to Ray, as if speaking to his past self. "Yes, around your age, Ray." Ray gripped Niles's hand tightly, blood-soaked, desperately saying, "Wait, I'll get medicine from the car or something." Niles smiled weakly, his eyes full of affection. "Ray, you should leave this place." He looked deep into Ray's eyes, his final advice heavy with meaning. "Go to a place better." Memories flooded back. Niles stroked Ray's hair when he was little, saying, "I've always thought of you as my younger brother." Niles in the memory smiled steadfastly, advising, "Swim against the current, Ray. Don't let yourself be swept away by the rapid." Niles gave a radiant smile, his eyes full of trust. "You can do it." Niles's hand went limp, slipping from Ray's blood-stained grasp. The life of the street's 17-liter extinguished, leaving Ray alone in despair. Ray embraced Niles's body, tears mixing with blood, in ultimate agony. Niles lay there, a serene smile still on his lips, as if he had found liberation. Ray's eyes were wide open, horrified and helpless before the cruel truth. Rage and despair choked Ray, transforming into a heart-wrenching scream. Ray's scream echoed amidst the ruins, filled with inconsolable grief. After everything, Ray sat dazed amidst the desolation. Alone, facing extreme loneliness. Ray's tired eyes fluttered open, the world around him still blurry. Ray let out a soft groan, his hand reaching out as if to grasp something lost. "It's like I just had a very long dream," Ray uttered, his voice distant. Memories of those who had fallen, of Niles being pierced, flooded back, stirring Ray's heart. "Just recalling what happened yesterday. My emotions are in turmoil again." Almost exactly like that time, a colossal golem appeared in Ray's mind, its eyes glowing red. Something is definitely different. In Ray's palm, a brilliant flame erupted, burning away the night. Ray realized his power. "The greater my rage, the stronger the flame I summon. So, emotional power affects my magic." Ray hung his head, exhausted after unleashing his magic. "Damn it, I used too much." Ray's blue eyes gleamed with determination, an iron will rising in his mind. Amidst the rubble, Ray stood tall, looking down at Niles' body. "Let's go. I need to get revenge." Donning his cloak, Ray dashed away, his silhouette merging with the dark night, carrying boundless hatred. Ray's face was hidden beneath his hood, his eyes burning with resolve. Whether for good or for evil. Street 17's Central Plaza appeared desolate, strangers pressuring the residents. Two men in uniform conversed, one worried. "Hector Corporation won, so life will be harder." "Hey, keep your voice down, they'll kill you." Ray stood hidden behind a water barrel, the dagger in his hand gleaming coldly, watching the two men in uniform. Humphrey, his face scarred, gnashed his teeth in anger. Niles, that bastard. If only he had listened. Ray's eyes suddenly glowed red, magic swirling around the dagger. Found him. A rough hand grabbed Ray's shoulder. Hey kid, wait a minute. Before he could finish, Ray spun around, the fiery dagger swinging up like lightning. The glowing red blade tore through the air, plunging straight into Humphrey's chest, horrifying him. Fresh blood spurted from Humphrey's neck. He clutched the wound, a pained groan escaping him. Ah. Humphrey knelt, trying to staunch the wound, but Ray still stood there, ready for the next blow. Calm down. Ray stared directly at Humphrey, his blue eyes icy, the dagger still glowing brightly in his hand. Humphrey. Ray lunged like a ghost, his cold eyes filled with hatred. A fatal blow. He swore he would make the entire Hector Corporation pay with blood. Humphrey took the full force of the attack, blood splattering. He gritted his teeth, trying to fend off Ray's frantic moves. Humphrey was astonished, feeling the tremendous force. What are these insane movements? He couldn't believe his opponent's sudden strength. Ray's eyes glowed fiery red, reflecting brutality. This kid, he wasn't this strong before, Humphrey wondered, feeling uneasy. Humphrey realized the dangerous situation, his face tense. At this rate, I'll lose. He knew he couldn't continue to confront him directly. Ray and Humphrey faced each other in a decisive moment. Ray swung his dagger, plunging it straight into Humphrey's chest, fresh blood gushing out. Ray looked down at the wound, surprised. He let me stab his shoulder. A puzzling sacrifice made him ponder. Suddenly, Humphrey's hand gripped Ray's cloak tightly. A swift counterattack changed the situation. Humphrey used his strength to throw Ray far away. He stood firm. Though his wound was still bleeding, his gaze resolute. Humphrey looked at Ray, his tone full of hidden meaning. You wouldn't choose death for something as trivial as revenge, would you? He wanted Ray to reconsider. Humphrey stood tall, looking down at Ray lying on the ground. Ghost of Street 17. Ray, he began a serious offer. Ray lay there, exhausted but still wary, looking at Humphrey. I have an offer for you. Humphrey's words echoed. Humphrey turned his back, continuing to speak to Ray. Ray, I've been watching you for a long time. He wanted Ray to listen. Therefore, I want you to hear me out. Ray tilted his head, his sharp eyes full of vigilance. He listened to Humphrey's every word, not missing any detail. Humphrey was called Silent Humphrey, because he always completed his missions perfectly. An image of him holding an unmoving person, blood splattered, appeared. Humphrey looked at Ray, his face stern. And Humphrey is showing this desperate expression again. He said, It seems he has no intention of deceiving me. Ray looked at Humphrey with surprise, wondering what he was about to say. What is it? Humphrey suggested Ray leave Sector 50. Ray cautiously asked back, What's your reason? Humphrey sank into memories, recalling his younger brother who had been sold by Hector to the city of mages. He wanted Ray to find his brother. He recounted 10 years of working for Hector, just to get information about his brother, who was probably Ray's age now. Ray crossed his arms, his eyes full of suspicion, asking Humphrey why he should accept this request. Humphrey looked at Ray, his eyes gleaming with certainty. Ray, you know how to use magic, don't you? He clutched the wound on his chest, asserting that after the battle in the warehouse, he had seen through Ray's abilities. Ray remained skeptical, as Humphrey warned that even with magic, he couldn't defeat Hector. Humphrey turned his back, his voice grave. He always has a terrifying mage by his side. In Humphrey's memory, a dark surge of mana erupted from his chest. That mage is a demon. He recalled a scene where a person was frozen solid, just for daring to anger that mage. Another scene appeared, a panicked man submerged in water bubbles around his head. The mage stood tall amidst the defeated, his eyes cold. He is an extremely powerful and ruthless mage. Humphrey extended his hand towards Ray, advising him to leave to save his life and have a chance for revenge. Ray sank into thought, brilliant mana swirling around him. He had never learned magic, only used it instinctively, and his opponent was an expert. Ray recalled the city of mages located upstream of the Elton River, a place only mages could set foot in. Humphrey held out a heavy pouch of money. This is all the money I've saved my entire life. Inside is a piece of paper with my brother's name and description. Ray was wary. Why give that money to me? I might not keep my promise. Humphrey smiled confidently. I know you. You're not the type to break a promise. Memories of Ray's power flashed. And, from what I've seen, you have enough skill to advance to a higher area. You can do it. Ray's eyes gleamed with determination. He had his answer. Humphrey grabbed Ray's shoulder, his voice urgent. The others are coming. You have to decide, Ray. Ray replied coldly. I have one condition. Clear out all the corpses in the tunnel. Only then will I look for your brother. Humphrey smirked. A deal was struck. All right. I'll make sure it's done. Ray turned and walked away, his back resolute. Wait for me. Humphrey watched Ray's figure disappear into the dark alley. The promise echoed in the air. I'll be back. A crossroads appeared. One path leading to Street 17, the other to Street 18. Enemy territory. Ray trudged along the deserted road, his breathing heavy. He stopped, pulled up his hood, and cautiously looked around. Good. No one's following me. Ahead, an old woman sat quietly by the roadside. Ray walked straight towards her. A coin was dropped into the empty cup. Miss Viola, I have a question. I don't have much time. Please answer quickly. The old woman looked up, a gentle smile appearing on her wrinkled face. Oh, Ray. All right. What do you want to ask? Ray got straight to the point. That story about the rainbow. Is it true? His eyes held a faint glimmer of hope, that if you find the rainbow, you'll be able to make a wish? Memories flooded back. His little brother, excited, ran up to him. Brother, they say there's a rainbow somewhere in the sky. What's a rainbow? In the child's innocent imagination, a rainbow was a vibrant strip of colors, like a half-eaten donut. The boy excitedly explained the legend. And if you find where the rainbow touches the ground, you'll be able to make a wish. Isn't that cool? But Ray was indifferent then. Donuts, huh? I think those kids just want donuts. His brother yelled in annoyance. Listen, seriously, will you? All right, I'll deal with them tomorrow. That's not it. You're an idiot, a fool. The memory faded, leaving Ray pensive in the present. Viola smiled gently. Rainbows exist, whether you can make a wish or not. Ray's eyes flashed purple, scrutinizing every ripple of the old woman's mana. Her mana didn't fluctuate, a transparent purple as always. Ray couldn't tell if she was lying, but her words weren't baseless. He suddenly remembered what Humphrey had said. A mage had come here looking for something. Could it be the rainbow? Ray's hand clenched. A mage wouldn't search for something without concrete proof of its existence. He looked directly at Viola, his voice trembling. If I find that rainbow, can I revive the dead? The old woman narrowed her eyes, a knowing smile on her face. Who knows? Then she burst out laughing, her tone full of excitement. They say you can make any wish at all, come true. Ray stood there, his eyes hidden behind his white hair, burning with determination in the ethereal light. Old woman Viola continued, her voice full of mystery. However, no one knows where the rainbow is. Perhaps it's in a very distant place. Ray nodded slightly, his gaze firm. All right, thank you. Ray turned and left. Old woman Viola watched him go, a knowing smile on her lips. Oh, and by the way, you'd better get moving. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Sector 50, Street 23. Ruined buildings appeared, a desolate world. Ray squatted by a trash can, intently looking at an old piece of paper. The location Niles marked on this paper is here. But a hand held the paper, on which a diagram was drawn and noted. Abandoned blue building, white one next to it. Ray stood before a pristine white sedan, next to a blue building. Found it. In a flashback, a brown-haired man told Ray, I'll prepare a car. Sure enough, a four-seater sedan was ready. As Ray touched the car door, a figure appeared. Who are you? From above, a purple-haired man looked down at Ray and the car. Looks like Niles' kid. Were you ordered to bring the car? The purple-haired man flashed a sinister smile and asked, Hey, where's Niles? Ray's eyes were sharp. He thought, I thought I'd eliminated all of Hector's henchmen. I can't waste any more time. Ray threw a powerful punch at the enemy, his eyes flashing with determination. The attacker was sent flying into the air. He yelled, Where do you think you're going? Ray got into the driver's seat, his gaze fixed straight ahead, ready to speed off. The attacker's hand gripped the car door, trying to pull it open. He struggled with all his might, but Ray held firm, not letting the door budge. The attacker roared in anger. Open the door! Ray struggled. He thought to himself, I've used too much mana. My enhancement magic is running out. A fiery burst of energy ignited in Ray's palm. Ray's eyes blazed, focusing all his power into the swirling fireball in his hand. A stream of fiery red energy shot straight from Ray's hand, blasting the attacker away. The attacker was flung into the air, falling to the ground. Ray remained steady in the car. Ray quickly shifted gears, then slammed his foot on the accelerator. The car shot forward like an arrow, leaving the motionless attacker behind. Ray drove with a determined gaze. He thought to himself, Finally, I'm off. The car left Sector 50, speeding along the desolate, dusty road. From above, the small white car traversed the barren land, heading towards the horizon. A crow perched on the rubble, silently observing. The crow spread its wings and soared into the sky, gliding past the ruins of a bygone world. Ray stopped the car, got out, and opened the trunk, ready for the next leg of his journey. The car trunk opened, revealing surprisingly thorough preparations. Ray muttered softly, With all this, you're quite well prepared. Dusk fell over the desolate ruins. Well, at this rate, It'll take a few more days to reach the next area. Night fell, with only the flickering firelight illuminating Ray's pensive face. I need to learn more about magic when I get to the next area. The flames danced in his blue eyes, reflecting his wandering thoughts. What I know, a surge of crimson energy began to gather around him, his latent power awakening, is that there are two types of mana. One is pure red mana, erupting without preparation. The other is a complex combination of many colors, requiring sophistication and control. He tried to control the crimson energy, but it resisted. Mana isn't easy to control, but if I infuse it with certain emotions, I can use it more easily. A bloody memory surfaced. Amidst the ruins, only rage was real. He closed his eyes, focusing on that soul emotion. The red mana roared in his chest. Just think of the rage. The furious energy erupted, forming a fiery shape. His strength drained, mana vanishing in an instant. He gasped for breath, clutching his chest. This is my limit. If I lose focus on the emotion, the mana will dissipate. Not giving up, Ray moved on to a harder challenge. Swirls of magical colors began to revolve around him. Now, let's try combining them. The multicolored energy streams gathered in his palm, attempting to merge. A shimmering but unstable orb of light formed, trembling in his hand. He let go, allowing the energy to dissipate. Incompatible mana types repel each other. Combining them requires delicate effort, so it also consumes a lot of mental power. Ray pondered, touching his lips, contemplating the power. But in return, there are combinations that are sure to work well together. Let's keep combining them. He looked down, his gaze resolute. This wasn't necessary before, but now everything is different. Ray's pupils flared, brilliant with mana colors, a powerful surge of energy spreading. Ray sat on a cliff, beside the car, looking towards the starry horizon. Now I have a reason to do so. The white car sped along the dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind it. Ray sat beside the car, under the scorching sun, drinking water to regain his strength. As night fell, Ray sat on the car roof, multicolored mana streams swirling around him before soaring into the night sky. Ray's hands skillfully manipulated, creating intricate blue mana swirls in midair. Ray looked up, his eyes tired but determined. Let's stop here. He lay on the car roof, gazing at the sky. Can I draw mana more gently? If I can keep mana within my body and use it when needed, the whole process would be more efficient. In Ray's mind, an image of mana circles revolving around a mage appeared, like the circles surrounding that mage's body. Ray looked up at the starry night sky, his gaze distant. I'll figure it out when I reach Sector 49. Meanwhile, in Sector 50, Street 17 near the bridge, a group of people in dark uniforms were frantically searching. You! Search over there! The man with the monocle, sitting in the car, asked the person outside. Nothing yet? The man in the dark blue shirt stammered in reply. Sorry, sir. If you wait a little longer, we'll find the golem. A metal staff suddenly swung down, cutting off his words. Huh? The subordinate trembled, begging for more time, his face pale with fear. Sorry, sir. Just give me a little more time, the mage coldly declared, his sharp eyes showing no mercy. I don't like those who don't understand me. He horrifyingly realized his fate, but it was too late to resist. His hand hastily shot up, trying to block the fatal blow. A blinding blue light erupted as the staff made contact, a painful scream tearing through the air. Ack? Frost spread rapidly, engulfing his arm, turning the pain into a desperate shriek. Quack! The man in the dark blue shirt's body turned into an ice statue, standing tall amidst the gloomy space, a chilling warning. The mage's staff swung up, shattering the ice block into countless fragments. The ice statue shattered completely, vanishing as if it had never existed, leaving only deadly silence. Useless, the mage uttered scornfully. Suddenly, the boy with black hair cried out, having discovered something. There's something here. Clear signs of battle were evident, a deep trench in the ground and fragments of the golem. It seems the golem fought here. I also see a piece of the golem here. The mage's eyes were sharp, scrutinizing every tiny detail on the ground. He sensed dense mana lingering in the air, a sign of powerful magic that still remained. There's mana lingering in the air. Magic strong enough to still remain was used here. The mage pointed forward, sensing another source of mana lurking. I sense more mana lingering over there. He turned and gave an order, making the boy with black hair jump and obey. Yes, sir? Did anyone live here? The mage asked. Yes, sir. The street children must have lived here, the boy with black hair replied. The mage frowned, his eyes sharp as he looked ahead. Orphans? The boy with black hair hastily replied. Yes, sir. This area is quite suitable for orphans. Perhaps they left to avoid the war. The mage's eyes sharpened, and he tightened his grip on his staff. Could an orphan have actually used magic? A sneer appeared on the mage's lips, harboring deep contempt. The mage burst into loud laughter, his cackle echoing through the alley. The boy with black hair stood behind him, looking confused. The mage touched his temple, his face full of skepticism. Really? An orphan from these streets used magic? Figured out an infinitesimally small combination of elemental magic among the myriad combinations in the world, all by himself? He turned and walked away, his cold voice echoing. That's impossible. It seems another mage came here and destroyed the golem. Find out what happened, the boy with black hair quickly replied. Yes, sir. Understood. The mage offered a mysterious smile, thinking to himself, but in the impossible event, the impossible has happened. The mage's words echoed in the air. In the mage's mind, an image of a white-haired young man appeared, his eyes resolute. He must be a genius who could become a grand mage the world has never seen. Meanwhile, Ray had arrived in Sector 49, a desolate and ruined land. Ray sat in a shabby tavern, looking at the glass of water on the table. The place where I was born. The black-haired man sitting opposite Ray took a sip of beer. Sector 42 is similar to this place. What a mess. He continued to explain, pointing out the differences of Sector 49. If I had to talk about the differences, it's larger than Sector 50. The buildings are taller, and we have more streets. The black-haired man continued, explaining the changing landscape. It's the same in the lower sectors. The further upstream you go, the more significantly the landscape changes. Ray looked out the window, gazing at the vast Sector 49. Sector 49. It's truly vast. Ray's gaze was resolute, filled with many thoughts as he gazed at the place of his birth. In the gray slum, Ray walked silently, leaving behind two boys curious about a strange item. How strange, one boy exclaimed. Ray continued his journey, his eyes scanning the desolate streets. No golems appeared. Are they only in Sector 50? He wondered. He entered a bustling street, where the clamor of people echoed. How's the pay at the mine? Someone asked. Haha, I can keep drinking now, another cheered. Ray stopped before the sign for Street 36, realizing this place was twice as large as Sector 50. He told himself he had to get going quickly. In Ray's mind, the image of the sorcerer appeared. He needed to learn about magic, about the sorcerer and his circle of power. That was the key to his revenge. He continued walking, pondering the colors of the prism and the city of mages. A more urgent matter was money. Ray sighed. The money Humphrey gave him was only temporary, and he didn't know how long this journey would last. Ray's eyes suddenly became sharp and resolute, like a flame burning in the dark night. He stopped before a red brick store, on which hung a sign that read Veronica's Bookstore. Ray looked at the sign, reading each word clearly. Veronica's Bookstore? He thought to himself. He looked up. The name Veronica sounded like a person's name. Ray frowned, his face full of confusion. What is a bookstore? He wondered. A completely unfamiliar concept. A memory surfaced. Little Ray sat next to Niles, who was drawing letters on the ground with a stick. Hungry, Ray said. Don't kill me, Niles replied. I'll kill you, Ray said coldly. Gun, Niles said. Sun, river. Niles drew a circle on the ground. This is brother, he explained. In the memory, Niles smiled patiently, teaching Ray. Come on, repeat after me, brother. Little Ray remained silent. The present Ray thought to himself, I can read, thanks to Niles. Ray still stood there, his gaze vaguely fixed forward, still confused about the concept of a bookstore. What is that? I've never seen that before. Ray stood in the middle of the bookstore, confusedly looking at the towering bookshelves. It's full of squares with letters on them. A piercing scream rang out, making Ray jump and turn his head. From a second-story window, a red-haired girl pointed down. You're the one who broke the window, aren't you? You've come to steal my books again. The red-haired girl's face flushed with anger, her eyes welling up with tears. Get out. Why are you doing this to us? Ray could only stare blankly. Ray reached out and gently touched a book. Book? Is that what the things in this store are called? The red-haired girl roared, her voice full of indignation. I won't repeat myself. Get out. Ray pondered the complex emotions. Red was excitement, yellow was joy, navy blue was discomfort, dark blue was annoyance. Can one feel all those emotions at once? The red-haired girl continued to yell. Are you not listening to me? The red-haired girl continued to shriek from above. The adults are coming down. Are you just going to stand there? Ray thought to himself, what is she saying? Ray looked up with an indifferent expression, muttering. What an eccentric. The red-haired girl froze, her face full of shock and anger. What? The red-haired girl screamed, utterly furious. What did you just say? Do you know who my grandfather is? Ray turned and walked away, leaving the red-haired girl still fuming in the window. Ah, now's not the time. Dusk fell over the crowded street. Ray walked among the people, unaware that a black-haired boy was watching him from afar. Ray's eyes were sharp and cold, harboring a deep resolve. The black-haired boy stood with two other boys on the deserted street, his gaze still fixed on Ray. The two boys, one wearing a red cap, the other gray-haired, glanced with wary eyes. The boy in the blue hoodie stood with two other accomplices, all watching Ray. Of course, because I'm a stranger passing through their neighborhood, Ray's inner voice echoed. They must think I'm here to provoke them. Ray, with his sharp blue eyes and silver hair beneath his hood. That's right, this place is no different from Sector 50. The solitary white car lay in the middle of the desolate road, surrounded by rubble. Ray slept in the car, his eyes tired. I've been through quite a few streets, but found nothing about magic. Ray's eyes remained half-closed in sleep. Tomorrow I'll have to search in more areas. A small sound rang out. Ray's ear twitched slightly, signaling imminent danger. Three boys, including the one in the red cap holding a baseball bat, were stealthily approaching Ray's car. Ray's eyes suddenly snapped open, full of vigilance. They finally come. From above, 4 small figures surrounded the white car. 3. No, there are 4 of them. The 3 boys were whispering by the car, preparing to act. The gray-haired boy asked, "Should we kill him?" The boy in the red cap ordered, "Just take him down first. Don't let him scream." He added, "Also, find the car keys. Looks like there's food in the trunk." Ray reached out, gripping his hood tightly, ready for a confrontation. A powerful punch landed squarely on the red-capped boy's head. The red-capped boy was sent flying, the car window shattered, and his 2 accomplices watched in astonishment. The red-capped boy was flung away, his baseball bat falling to the ground. His 2 accomplices stared at the scene in horror, one exclaiming, "Damn it!" the other stammering, "What?" Ray lunged forward with terrifying speed, his figure blurring like the wind. The boy in the blue hoodie was utterly panicked, his eyes wide with fear. A thunderous punch from Ray landed squarely on the blue-hoodied boy's face, leaving him dazed. The blue-hoodied boy's scream of pain tore through the air, while Ray looked at him with cold, emotionless eyes. Ray grabbed the blue-hoodied boy's shirt, easily lifting him off the ground. The gray-haired boy frantically swung a metal pipe, aiming for Ray's head, yelling, "You bastard, die!" Ray calmly extended his hand, easily blocking the fatal attack. The gray-haired boy was utterly astonished. Ray flung the metal pipe away, making the gray-haired boy fall to the ground. He was utterly terrified, pleading, "Damn it, don't come near me!" Ray gritted his teeth. His eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, a mysterious surge of energy exploding around him. "Clench your teeth." The boy with gray-brown hair trembled, a fearful cry escaping his throat. A powerful surge of energy erupted, and agonizing screams echoed in the night. The 3 attackers now knelt before Ray, their faces bruised and battered, eyes filled with terror. Ray asked, "Hey." Ray crossed his arms, coldly questioning the 3 trembling figures. "How many streets do you own?" They could only bow their heads in silence. Ray looked directly at them, his eyes burning, his voice full of authority. "Answer me." Completely dominating, Ray coldly questioned the defeated at his feet. "I ask, how many streets have you taken?" Before the powerful question, the boy in the red cap could only remain silent, sweat pouring out in fear. The silence didn't last long. Ray grabbed his face, squeezing it mercilessly. The pain forced him to scream. 3. A total of 3 streets, Ray growled, not letting go. Which streets? But in Ray's blue eyes, there was no trace of trust, only cold suspicion. The boy stammered out, "From Street 23 to 25. Immediately, a chaotic energy orb appeared, reflecting the liar's anxiety, unease, and extreme fear. Lies. As the ice-cold declaration ended, Ray's heel came down, crushing the boy's hand. A desperate scream echoed. The other 2 cowered, frantically begging for their lives. Ignoring the cries, Ray slowly stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping over the trembling figures. His gaze stopped on the boy in the gray shirt. "You." The psychological blow worked. The boy broke down, quickly revealing everything. "I'll tell you everything. We have 14 streets, a total of 52 members. He rattled off a string of information. Our leader is Kedrick. The base is an abandoned factory. Their scale was much larger than Ray had thought. Ray ordered, "You, look up." The boy fearfully complied. "What's your name?" "It's Neshu." Ray memorized the name. "I see, Neshu. What did your leader order?" Neshu tremblingly confessed, "Beat you half to death, and steal all the food you have." And Neshu hesitated, delivering the final warning, that he's watching everything. True to the warning, another attacker lunged down from above, letting out a wild roar. "Die." But Ray had realized. A blue aura enveloped him. "I see. He's watching me." Immediately, a fierce whirlwind erupted from Ray, throwing all the attackers back. "Why is there such a wind?" The boy with the knife struggled to cover his face. "Dust got in my eyes." Before he could recover, 2 lightning-fast attacks struck him directly in the face and chest. The whole group lay sprawled on the ground, completely defeated in an instant. Ray grabbed the boy who had just attacked him, now curled up, blood filling his mouth. "Tell your leader." Ray grabbed his hair, yanking his head back. With eyes glowing a deadly red, Ray leaned close to his ear and growled that he's not the only one watching. The scene shifted to an unfamiliar city under a gloomy sky. Ray, in his hooded cloak, strode along the cobblestone street. He was in Sector 49, a place unknown to magic, and his goal was to find books documenting that lost knowledge. Lost in thought, Ray's path was suddenly blocked. "Hey, you there." A group of 3 stood before him. The leader, with blue hair and a smug smile, spoke up. "Care to come with us for a bit?" Ray remained calm. "We're not here to fight, so just relax." He looked directly at them. "Are you with the kids who came looking for me yesterday?" The leader confirmed. "That's right. Last night, you beat Anthony, Horn, and Melber half to death." His smile grew even more grotesque. "And you did it with quite a flourish. That's why the boss has his eye on you. You're a really good fighter." The blue-haired leader held out a piece of paper, a knowing smile on his face. "So?" Ray asked coldly and directly. "Hey, can you read this?" The kids looked bewildered. "No, I can't read. The boss just told us to repeat exactly what's written on it." Losing patience, Ray snatched the paper. "Give it here. I'll read it myself." The kids were utterly astonished. "You can read?" Ray replied casually, as if it were obvious. "Yeah, a little." The whole group froze. The kids whispered among themselves, suspicion clear on their faces. "Isn't he a street punk? How can he read?" "Among us, only the boss and Waver can read." Ray's eyes scanned the words. "Work for me. I will ensure you never go hungry." One of them asked curiously, "What does it say?" But Ray didn't answer. Instead, he threw out a completely different question. "How do you choose a leader in your group?" The boy hesitated for a moment, then replied, "By fighting. The strongest one becomes the boss." Upon hearing this, Ray decided immediately. "All right, let's go." He turned and walked away, leaving the 3 bewildered. "What? Go where?" Ray's eyes flashed with a determined glint. To meet your leader, the kids had no choice but to lead the way. Their destination was a gloomy, abandoned factory, Kedrick's group's base. Stopping before a heavy iron door, one of them pointed inside. "We're here." The door was pushed open, revealing a vast space inside. The group entered the warehouse, their footsteps echoing in the silent space. Ray continued deeper into the warehouse's darkness, and there, under the flickering firelight, not just one leader, but an entire army of children was lined up, silently waiting. Sitting on an armchair like a king, the children's leader smirked. "So it's you." Facing him, Ray silently observed, his face devoid of expression. The leader stood up, walking forward with absolute confidence. "Hello, I'm Kedrick." In response, Ray simply spoke. "I'm Ray." But immediately after, Ray's eyes widened in astonishment. What stunned him was the ring on Kedrick's hand, radiating a vibrant, unprecedented surge of red mana. Ignoring Ray's surprise, Kedrick gestured. "Please, have a seat. I invited you here as a guest, not an enemy." Ray accepted the invitation, sitting on the opposite chair, now surrounded by dozens of hostile gazes. The crowd behind him glared, the atmosphere as tense as a stretched string. Ray silently assessed, realizing this was a display of power. Kedrick was young, but already too skilled at leadership. Kedrick chuckled with satisfaction. "Meeting you in person is even more interesting. You've got guts. Where are you from?" "I heard you arrived by car." Ray calmly replied with a single sentence. "Sector 50. That name exploded like a bomb in the warehouse. Both Kedrick and the crowd fell silent. Whispers began to rise, full of doubt and astonishment. Sector 50 was too far, an almost unimaginable place. Kedrick raised his hand, immediately silencing all noise. His smile grew more intrigued. "If that's true, it's incredible. You're more than qualified to join our organization." Ray repeated Kedrick's words, his eyes full of skepticism. "Organization?" Kedrick clasped his hands, his smile growing more enigmatic. "That's right. We are an organization, and we're planning to join a real organization." He revealed a weighty name, with a fiery logo appearing like a promise. The organization's name is Merc Red, a super-famous organization from Sector 45. The shadows of his followers enveloped Kedrick, reinforcing his declaration. "We have an agreement to join their ranks once we have 66 members." Kedrick leaned forward, extending a final invitation. "Well, is that enough reason for you to join? This is a chance to elevate your status." Contrary to Kedrick's enthusiasm, Ray responded indifferently. "That's certainly an interesting story." Ray stepped forward, his voice flat. "Joining a group isn't hard." Kedrick smiled triumphantly, believing he had convinced Ray. "Yes, that's a wise decision. But Ray cut him off. However, he looked up, his bright blue eyes fixed on Kedrick. I refuse to work for someone weaker than myself. The space suddenly froze. Everyone in the warehouse turned, their gazes fixed on the one who had just uttered the challenge. The smile on Kedrick's face vanished, replaced by an expression of stunned disbelief. Rage flared in his eyes as Ray's challenge sank in. You, he growled, his question echoing through the silent space. Just said I'm weaker than you? Despite the crowd's stares, Ray calmly explained. In Sector 50, we determine leaders by strength. His eyes flashed with a powerful blue light. Not by rhetoric. Ray's arrogant words enraged one of the subordinates. You bastard, how dare you? But before he could finish, a hand grabbed his face, stifling his scream. It was Kedrick. Who gave you permission to speak? Kedrick's voice was icy, squeezing the subordinate's throat. Kedrick's fiery red eyes gleamed with madness. You know I hate being interrupted, don't you? The subordinate could only whimper an apology before choking. A surge of fiery red mana erupted, lifting the poor subordinate into the air. From a distance, Ray quietly observed. Enhancement magic? But something wasn't right. But it doesn't seem like he's using magic himself. Ray's gaze focused on the source of the power. That ring is emitting mana. While the others panicked, one whispered, When will this end? The other trembled, replying, It won't. Unless one of them dies. Ray remained strangely calm, a thought flashing through his mind. I think I can break that ring. In Ray's mind, the image of the ring shattering into pieces appeared vividly. The rage subsided, and Kedrick let the subordinate drop to the ground with a thud. He scratched his head, giving an odd smile. Sorry, got a bit heated. This sudden shift in emotion did not escape Ray's notice. Kedrick turned back, his gaze provocatively fixed on Ray. Now then, shall we continue where we left off? You said I'm weaker than you, right? Let's see about that. Ray replied curtly. Yeah. Then Ray added a fatal blow, his voice devoid of emotion. You are weaker than me. Those words were like a fuse igniting a powder keg. Kedrick roared, red mana flaring violently again. You bastard. Say that again. In his fury, Kedrick turned to his trembling subordinates. Do you guys also think he's stronger than me? The henchman quickly denied it. No way. Of course you're stronger. You're the strongest one here. Ray merely observed silently. Everything had been confirmed. The ring reacts to Kedrick's emotion. Ray thought to himself. Kedrick didn't even know what the ring was doing to him. Provoked, Kedrick spun around. All right, Ray. You want to see my strength, don't you? Ray raised his head, his eyes sharp. Let's have a fight for leadership, Kedrick. If I lose, I'll work for you. Kedrick smirked, a self-satisfied smile evident. Good. I'll see you in a week. Clenching his ring-adorned hand, Kedrick declared that he wanted the fight to take place in front of everyone, including other gangs. He wanted the whole world to know who was stronger. Ray simply replied coldly. All right. The agreement made, Ray unexpectedly asked. But where did you get that ring? Kedrick just sneered. Defeat me, and you'll find out. His eyes glowed with an eerie red, full of arrogance. And that's not going to happen. The next day, on a deserted street, Ray was still pondering the mystery of the powerful ring. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged from the side. A surprise attack aimed directly at Ray's head. But the attacker was stunned. Ray had blocked the swing of the club. A group of thugs, armed with weapons, surrounded him. Huh? You blocked that? Who allowed you to loiter here? Right behind him, another group had blocked his escape route. Ray was completely surrounded. The thugs scoffed. Don't even think about running. We own this street. Before the threat was finished, Ray cut them off with a chilling command. Shut up. Ray's eyes flashed with deadly magic, and he challenged them. And fight me. The battle ended swiftly. Ray stood amidst the fallen thugs, pondering why he kept getting provoked. It turned out that rumors of his fight with Kedrick had spread everywhere. Although Kedrick's gang wasn't allowed to touch him, that didn't stop other gangs. Their pride wouldn't allow a stranger to roam freely in their territory. They even started forming alliances to restrain him. Ray wiped a streak of blood from his cheek, a faint smile on his lips. Everything was going according to plan. He actively provoked them, because magic would become stronger as he gradually got used to fighting. His bloodied fist clenched. The more experienced he became, the faster he cast spells and the less mental energy he expended. Pushing those thoughts aside, Ray's eyes suddenly sharpened. He turned his gaze towards the deserted alley. How long do you plan to watch the show? From the shadows, a boy in a cap froze, knowing he had been discovered. The boy stepped out, muttering identifying features. Silver hair, expressionless face. You're the hunter, aren't you? Ray narrowed his eyes, assessing the stranger. Asterisk, small, alone, doesn't look like he knows how to fight. Strange, asterisk. Ignoring the confusion, Ray still advanced. Take off your glasses. If they break later, they'll hurt my hand. The boy froze, retreating in panic. What? Wait. Faced with Ray's threatening demeanor, the boy frantically waved his hands. I'm not here to fight. The unexpected reaction made Ray pause, a look of suspicion clear on his face. The boy realized Ray was confused by his appearance. The boy quickly reassured him, pointing to his scrawny physique. Calm down, I'm not a fighter. With this puny body, how could I possibly fight? The wariness in Ray's eyes did not diminish. So, what do you want with me? Taking a deep breath for courage, the boy prepared to state his true purpose. My name is Philip. Philip extended his hand, his eyes resolute. I have a proposition for you. After accepting the invitation, Ray followed Philip through a massive junkyard. Philip explained as they walked. This way. I work at the Eastern Dump. As they walked, Philip struck up a conversation, his voice full of admiration. Hunter, I've heard many rumors about you. People talk about you everywhere. Ray earned the nickname Hunter after crushing those who dared to stand in his way, an outsider who sowed terror. Their footsteps echoed steadily on the dirt path, heading towards a mysterious place. Finally, Philip stopped before a nameless, drab concrete building. We're here. Without a moment's hesitation, Philip pushed open the heavy metal door. Inside was not a dilapidated warehouse, but a vast, overwhelming space filled with the bustling sounds of children working. Ray froze. Philip turned back, a radiant smile full of pride on his face. Welcome to Philip's hotel. Ray estimated there were over 100 people here. Philip casually corrected him, exactly 186, including those working outside. Amidst the noisy crowd, Ray noticed a strange commonality. Philip seemed to have guessed Ray's thoughts. You've noticed, haven't you? Ray remarked that with their small stature, the children would find it difficult to join any other gangs. Philip agreed. That's right, you have sharp eyes. Philip began to explain about the mines in Sector 49. Ray immediately cut him off, inferring the harsh truth. You mean, a lot of adults have died? Philip's words echoed over the dark mine scene, where miners toiled tirelessly. That's right. So, there's a ton of work to be done. As a result, even shops were willing to hire children. The number of orphans was so great that street gangs couldn't manage them all. Philip revealed his strategy. In exchange for exclusive labor supply to a few gangs, he would pay them a small bribe. I'm a type of broker, Philip confidently declared, explaining that he also provided accommodation, not for free, of course. Ray couldn't hide his astonishment. All of this, created by you alone? Just as Philip was beaming with pride, a voice called out his name. Philip cheerfully greeted a boy named Jonathan. The boy excitedly reported that work at the restaurant was going well, and no one was bullying him anymore. With that, Jonathan handed Philip a small bag. Here's this month's rent, Ray quietly observed, witnessing firsthand how this hotel operated. Philip took the rent and thanked him. Jonathan cheerfully waved goodbye and ran off. Immediately after, Philip pulled out a notebook, carefully recording the income. Philip turned to Ray, explaining his meticulousness. Sorry, I have to write it down immediately. Noticing Ray's curious gaze, Philip held out the notebook. This is the hotel management ledger. Do you want to see it? Although, you probably won't understand it. Ray took the notebook, casually flipping through the pages. Inside were meticulous notes about Ray's background and habits, ending with a warning circled in red. You investigated me thoroughly. Philip froze as he realized the truth. Huh? You? You can read it? Ray simply replied coldly. A little. Immediately, Philip bowed deeply, panicked. I'm sorry. He stammered an explanation. This isn't an excuse, but I like to observe people. You are completely opposite to me. An existence I can't possibly understand. Ray indifferently interrupted, returning the notebook. No need to apologize. I don't mind. Ray's unexpected leniency stunned Philip, who then quickly smiled in relief. Yes. After a short walk, Philip stopped. We're here. In front of them stood Jonathan and another man, waiting. The older man spoke, his eyes full of surprise. Philip? His scrutinizing gaze shifted to Ray. Who is this kid? You know we can't let just anyone in here. Philip excitedly introduced him, patting Ray's shoulder. This is the hunter everyone's been talking about. I told you I'd bring a guest. The heavy door opened, revealing a completely different space. Inside was a clean and tidy room. Philip invited him in. I use this place alone. Make yourself at home and have a seat. While Ray was still observing, Philip opened a safe. The first time I heard about you, I thought you were a fraud. He turned back, holding out a full bag with a radiant smile. Come on, I'm not lying. In business, reputation is the most important thing. Philip expounded on a seasoned business philosophy. Money can always be earned back, but once reputation is lost, it's hard to regain. Ray cut him off. So what? You said you had a proposition for me. Under the table, Philip's hand clenched, sweat beading. He told himself he had to overcome this fear if he wanted to profit from the terrifying person in front of him. And then, fear gave way to determination. Philip's eyes gleamed with a brilliant golden light. He extended his hand forward, his voice clear and strong. I have a genuine proposition here. Become my business partner. Philip clarified the condition. After you defeat Kedrick and become the new leader. The bold proposition hung in the silent space of the room. Ray narrowed his eyes, his abilities sensing a change. The dark magic emanating from Philip had significantly decreased. The boy who once feared him was now strangely full of courage. Ray questioned. Don't you think I'll lose? Philip stated frankly. I can't rule out that possibility, but the probability of you winning is very high. And why is that? Ray pressed, wanting a valid reason. Philip smiled confidently. A hunch. I've said it before, haven't I? I like observing people, Philip explained. If I carefully observe their behavior and habits, I'll understand what kind of person they are. For example, when talking to others, you have a habit of looking down. You look at their chest instead of their eyes, I suppose. The unexpected analysis stunned Ray, his cold facade cracking for the first time. Philip mused, oblivious to Ray's astonished expression. I don't know why. Perhaps you have some psychological trauma related to others' eyes or faces? Philip excitedly returned to the main topic. I have a good eye for people. I can tell that you. But Ray cut him off, his voice cold and probing. Anything else? Curiosity had overcome his initial astonishment. Ray leaned closer, his gaze sharp. What other habits of mine have you noticed? How many? Under that pressure, Philip was a little flustered. There are. A few more, Ray commanded. Tell me everything. Philip quickly regained his composure, pushing up his glasses. You always step with your right foot first when turning a corner. Perhaps because you're right-handed, you're unconsciously preparing for a potential encounter with an enemy. Also, the way you fight, Philip continued, but Ray was lost in his own thoughts. This is the first time I've heard such a detailed, specific analysis. Superficial judgments from the past echoed back. You're too scary. Something's wrong. Until now, people had only seen a cold Ray, a terrifying ghost. Ray pondered the emptiness in his soul. Even now, besides anger and sadness, I have to concentrate to feel emotions. So why? Why is this boy like a ray of light, a hint of a path to help him find his lost emotion? Philip, unaware of Ray's train of thought, continued his analysis. Kedrick has a habit of getting carried away by emotions when fighting. You, on the other hand, fight while reading your opponent and calculating meticulously. Therefore, I believe your chances of winning are. Before Philip could finish, Ray made his decision. I accept. Philip was stunned. Huh? Even though I haven't finished explaining? Ray stood up, turning the tables. What about my payment? Philip interrupted. You handle it yourself. Philip clasped his hands delightedly, unable to hide his triumphant look. All right, of course. Ray only offered a warning. Don't underestimate it. But as Ray turned his back, he stopped. Also, I have one condition. Philip flinched, his eyes wide with anticipation. Ray turned back, his gaze sharp. Philip, it seems you have a lot of connections here. So, I need you to help me find something. 2 days later, at a vast junkyard, Ray knelt beside a white car amidst the desolate scrap metal. A voice echoed from under the car. Are you really from Sector 50? The mechanic named Jonathan slid out, looking at Ray. Looking at the condition of your car, I'd believe you immediately if you said you just crossed the desert. Jonathan continued, full of pride. By the way, Philip seems to value you a lot. He rarely sends someone as skilled as me. Returning to work, Jonathan called out from under the car. Ah, can you hand me the wrench? And a 6mm screw too. Instead of standing up, Ray silently raised his hand. A surge of blue energy began to gather. Without a sound, the wrench and several screws automatically flew out of the toolbox, hovering in midair. The tools gently landed right next to Jonathan, astonishing him. Huh? It was right next to me? Ray discreetly retracted his energy, pretending nothing had happened in front of the bewildered mechanic. A moment later, amidst the desolate scenery of the junkyard, Jonathan stood up, wiped his sweat, and declared, It's done. Besides the engine overheating, there wasn't much else. He leaned close to Ray's ear, whispering slyly, I secretly brought the most expensive coolant from the shop. Jonathan waved his hand, asserting it was a minor matter. This was Philip's request anyway. Philip is our benefactor. He explained that without Philip, they wouldn't have any work. Ray thought to himself, he's surprisingly popular. Suddenly remembering, Jonathan took a piece of paper from his pocket. Oh, that's right. Philip asked me to give you this, Jonathan explained. Philip said it would be hard to remember all the messages. That's why he gave me this paper. With that, he cheerfully waved goodbye and quickly left. See you later, Hunter. Left alone, Ray unfolded the paper to read it. Ray's request at the time was very clear. I need information about mages, Philip replied, appearing to have heard of them before. I'll gather information on anyone, even if they're just a little suspicious. It won't take long. The boy smiled confidently. Who do you think I am? Back in the present, Ray sat in the car, amazed by Philip's efficiency. I can't believe he gathered this much information in just 2 days. The paper listed a series of suspicious individuals, from the baker who could carry heavy bags with one hand, to the store clerk eating dry bread without any expression. Ray scanned through each name, but then a line of information made him pause. His eyes flashed. This person is worth confirming, Ray decided. On that street, a man in a chef's uniform was carrying 2 heavy baskets of goods. From behind, Ray silently observed. After investigating, Ray crossed out a name. Lennon is out. He doesn't have the ring on his chest. A red line was drawn. So, only one person remains. The last target on the list was Jonathan, a mysterious man living underground. When a metal pipe suddenly fell, a warning shout rang out. The pipe whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Jonathan's position, but he merely tilted his body slightly. A strong gust of wind blew past, and Jonathan easily avoided the deadly accident. His face remained unchanged, without a hint of surprise. This extraordinary reaction led to only one conclusion. Jonathan was highly likely a mage. Meanwhile, Ray approached another alley, where a bookstore was closed. 2 young men stood in front of the shop, whispering with delight. Nice, they're closed today too. At this rate, they won't be able to reopen. How can they stand it if we throw rocks every day? If we stop, won't it be over? The other guy snapped. Idiot! They said they'd pay double if the store was put up for sale. We can't stop here. With a sinister smile, he picked up a rock. This time, I'll throw it up to the 2nd floor, into their home. Force them to move out. Now, let me show you. He raised his hand, preparing to throw the rock. Suddenly, an angry shout echoed from the upstairs window. Hey, get lost! The red-haired girl pointed directly at them. I heard everything. You guys were the ones throwing rocks at the store. She growled, trying to sound tough. You'd better get out of here, you bastards. But inside, her manticore told a different story. The golden light of courage was enveloped by the dark magic of fear. The 2 thugs burst out laughing, realizing the truth. Hey, do you think we don't see you trembling with fear? Must be nice to have a big house. We don't even have a place to sleep. Shut up. The adults will come down. The red-haired girl's weak threat was cut short. A rock flew past, smashing into the wall right next to her head. The 2 thugs scoffed. Who doesn't know there's only kids and a sick old man in there? In despair, the girl's eyes glowed red. Shut up and get out now. From a hidden corner, Ray silently observed everything. The gray-haired thug sneered, picking up another rock. This time, I'll aim for her face. Immediately, a cold blue light flashed in Ray's eyes. Emerald magic surged from his hands. An invisible vortex of energy erupted, stopping the incoming rock. The rock hovered, then fell to the ground. The 2 thugs were stunned. What the hell was that? The red-haired girl looked down at her hands in surprise, not understanding what had just happened. She thought it was her own power, but the one truly astonished was Ray. He realized an unexpected truth. A mage? Standing in the alley, the 2 thugs were still reeling from the strange phenomenon. We must be seeing things. Try again. The thug in overalls was still stubborn, but his accomplice had turned pale with fear. No. From the shadows, Ray silently observed. Not seeing things. That was clearly magic. Cornered, the red-haired girl resisted exhaustedly. Get out. But the 2 thugs just found it amusing. The guy in the gray shirt swung his arm, intending to throw a rock. Still pretending to be tough? You can't do anything. No sooner had he spoken than not just one, but countless rocks flew straight towards her. In despair, the girl squeezed her eyes shut, knowing she couldn't dodge them all. But then, the rocks stopped midair, blocked by a hand emitting a stream of azure mana. Ray appeared, his entire body enveloped in powerful magical aura. His blue eyes glowed brightly. The thugs froze. What now? A fierce whirlwind erupted from Ray's position, sweeping everything away. Damn it, the wind is too strong. In the chaos, a rock suddenly changed direction, embedding itself directly into the eye of the thug in overalls. The other guy was speechless, unable to utter a word at the horrifying sight. What? He shouted, intending to check on his accomplice, but a devastating punch cut him off. Hey, are you saw? Ray coldly tossed the last rock in his hand. At his feet, the thug had collapsed. Without a word, Ray turned and walked away, leaving the 2 defeated thugs behind. The red-haired girl stared after his retreating back, stammering a call. Long time no see. In the alley, only the pathetic groans of the 2 thugs remained. The red-haired girl bowed deeply, her voice full of gratitude. Thank you for helping me. Ray coldly dismissed it. No need. By the way, I have something to ask. The girl also suddenly remembered. Ah, me too. Without beating around the bush, the girl got straight to the point. Are you a mage? You used magic just now, didn't you? The distance between them suddenly closed, making the girl fluster. Her face flushed, she hesitantly cleared her throat, trying to break the silence. Would you like to come inside to talk? The girl opened the wooden door, leading Ray into a space filled with books. As soon as she stepped inside, she turned back, smiling kindly. My name is Veronica. Ray replied with a single word. Ray. Veronica murmured the name. Ray. I see. Veronica bowed again, apologetically explaining her previous actions. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I thought you were one of the kids who threw rocks. She awkwardly repeated her thanks, emphasizing that without Ray, she would have been in big trouble. Ray responded indifferently, his eyes scanning the bookstore. He thought to himself, his initial purpose was just to seek knowledge, but meeting a mage was a bigger gain than expected. Ray's nonchalant attitude surprised Veronica, who secretly remarked that he was a strange child. Once they were seated, Ray wasted no time. Veronica, where did you learn magic? She began to tell him about her adoptive grandfather. Hearing that, Ray abruptly interrupted, his eyes sharp and probing. Can your grandfather also use magic? Startled by Ray's demeanor, Veronica confirmed. Without hesitation, Ray made his request. Can I meet your grandfather? Veronica happily agreed, but she needed to go upstairs to ask for permission first. While waiting, Veronica suddenly noticed something. Wait, you have a scratch on your cheek. Ray brushed it off. It just grazed me, it's fine. But Veronica was still worried. But leaving it like that will cause infection. Before Ray could object, Veronica moved closer. Just for a moment, a gentle glow suddenly emanated from her hand. The warm light enveloped the wound on Ray's cheek, astonishing him. And then, the scratch vanished without a trace. Veronica smiled contentedly. It's done. Immediately, Ray grabbed Veronica's shoulder, his eyes completely changed. How did you do that? Veronica looked bewildered. Huh? What do you mean? Ray growled, his eyes fixed on her. You just moved white mana, then used it to create light to heal me. A bitter memory flooded Ray's mind. White mana. No matter how much I focus, I can't move it. It was a type of mana that only responded to care, dedication, or sacrifice. Emotions far removed from someone as callous as Ray. Confused by Ray's attitude, Veronica could only reply simply. I just used healing magic, that's all. Ray didn't let up, suspicion rising in his eyes. But what is white mana? A color? I've never heard of that. He recalled the teachings from years ago. Mana was inherently invisible. Even the most skilled mages couldn't see it. Veronica pondered, then offered a different concept. I don't understand what white mana is. Do you mean the regenerative element? In response to Ray's question, Veronica began her explanation. Yes, the element used in that magic is called the regenerative element. She further explained that healing spells usually only use one element, but can be combined with other supporting elements. Ray asked curiously, how many elements are there in total? Veronica calmly replied, stating that natural elements alone numbered over 20 types, and if other types like amplification, disruption, and regeneration were included, there must be at least 100 types. The new knowledge overwhelmed Ray. He thought to himself, if he had learned this much just by meeting Veronica, what more would he learn if he met her grandfather? Without hesitation, Ray asked directly, is your grandfather on the second floor? Veronica confirmed, her voice tinged with sadness. Yes, my grandfather is very ill, so he's almost always confined to bed. Could you wait at the table for a moment? I'll go up and see if he's awake, Veronica said, then quickly walked up the stairs. I'll be right back. While waiting, Ray was drawn to the enormous library. He murmured the complex titles on the spines, from Kildrick's Travels to an explanation of the unconscious. He knew books were incredibly expensive items. Just as he reached out, Ray quickly pulled back his hand when he saw how dirty it was. He felt that touching them with these hands would only diminish their value. Memories of life at the bottom of society suddenly flooded back. The last time he had bathed was when it rained with clean water. He told himself he wasn't bothered by the stench, but others certainly would be. That made Ray wonder about Veronica. Was her nose not good, or was she simply enduring him? Ray's train of thought was abruptly cut off when something else caught his eye. On a nearby table was a stack of notebooks, which didn't look like ordinary books. They resembled diaries more. He curiously read the title of one, Research on the Regional Distribution of Elements, but it was the notebook underneath that stunned Ray. On the cause of the Black Rain's expansion, hasty footsteps echoed on the old wooden stairs. Veronica came down, but the floor below was empty. Huh? The girl worried. Did he leave because I took too long? A cold voice sounded from behind her. I'm still here. Veronica's startled scream echoed throughout the bookstore as she spun around. Both embarrassed and flustered, she stammered. Oh, you're looking around the store. I didn't know you were right behind me. Ray crossed his arms, getting straight to the point. Are there any books on magic? Veronica was surprised. You can read? Have you looked at the titles? Yes. Veronica's eyes gleamed with curiosity. This child was more interesting than she thought. How's your grandfather? I don't think you can talk to him right away. He's fast asleep, Veronica offered, her cheeks flushed. Could you come back tomorrow? Ray nodded. All right, I'll come back tomorrow. Ray's hand was already on the door, ready to leave. Oh, by the way, Veronica asked, her eyes full of doubt. Why do you want to meet my grandfather? It sounds like that was your goal from the start. Ray was silent for a moment, his silhouette long in the twilight. Turning towards the brightly lit doorway, he revealed his true purpose. A prism. I'm looking for a prism. Evening fell. The clock struck 4:30. Inside a cafe, people still casually passed by. Ray sat alone, reading a note. Information about a mysterious man living in an abandoned building with a strange schedule and trips to the basement for unknown reasons. Ray looked out the window. The target's building appeared. That's where he lives. I hope I can get some information related to magic. He looked at the note, the handwriting scrawled. This information is from Joni. A cheerful waiter suddenly appeared. Here's your food. Ray glanced at the name tag on the waiter's apron. Joni. An unexpected coincidence. I didn't order this. Joni enthusiastically replied. It's on the house. You must be the hunter, right? You're a hero to the kids now. Ray decided to ask directly. Ask me anything. I can even tell you the password to this cafe's storage room. Joni was so enthusiastic that Ray had to think to himself, maybe you shouldn't go that far. Ray held up the note. How accurate is this guy's schedule? Joni asserted. Almost 100%. Joni explained that for the past 3 months, that man had always entered and exited the basement at this exact time. Thanks to him, I barely need to look at a clock. A call from the bar interrupted their conversation. Joni hurried. Sorry, I have to go. If you have any more questions, just call me. Joni rushed off, leaving Ray alone with the valuable information. Ray glanced at the wall clock. The hour hand was approaching 7 p.m.? It's almost time. He decided to wait patiently. The meal was finished. Only an empty plate remained. Ray leisurely took a sip of water, his eyes fixed on the entrance. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A familiar aura, or a faded figure. The man in the long trench coat and fedora appeared, looming right at the door. That guy. In Ray's mind, fiery magic circles appeared. He has rings like the one-eyed glasses wizard. He's definitely a wizard. Ray left the cafe. From behind, Joni cheerfully saw him off. Thanks for the meal. It was my pleasure to serve you. Ray's shadow stretched long on the deserted street. He had exactly 1 hour to find clues about magic in that man's house. His footsteps echoed in the cold stone hallway. The doorknob didn't budge. As expected, the door is locked. Ray's eyes gleamed with determination. But I can't come back here. I have to find a way in. Suddenly, a brilliant surge of energy flowed from his palm. Mana. Is it reacting? The stream of mana flowed directly into the lock, as if guided by an invisible force. Magical light seeped inside, and the complex mechanism of the lock gradually disengaged. The heavy door slowly opened, revealing a room plunged in darkness. He stared at his hand, still stunned. How? Did I just do that? Ray shook his head, pushing away the astonishment. No, I have to focus. Can't think about that right now. His eyes scanned the room, stopping at a trash can full of crumpled papers. The urgent task was to find information about the wizard. Ray's gaze fell on the trash bags. This is... He opened a crumpled piece of paper. Like the fierce flame of my life. Boss, it has disintegrated. Is this a letter that man was writing? The scrawled words on the paper revealed a horrifying secret. The red bloodstone I was given. I can become stronger. To 66. The scrawled words on the paper revealed a dark secret. 66 orphans. Ray froze. He promised to take us in if we met the requirement of 66 people. Is this the Red Merc executive Kedrick talked about? He muttered, his eyes sharp. Judging by the letter's content, this guy has been kicked out of the organization. A strange energy suddenly emanated, drawing Ray's attention. This feeling. The energy originated from a small box on the table, next to some unfinished papers. Ray cautiously opened the box. Inside were brilliant red gemstones, shimmering eerily. A memory of Kedrick's ring flashed. These are gems identical to the one on Kedrick's ring. They must be the red bloodstones mentioned in the letter. It's still that type of mana. But unlike mana in the air, this gem can attract it much more smoothly. A bold thought sparked in Ray's mind. What if I use magic with this? In just a moment, a fierce, magical flame erupted in his palm. The reddest flame I've ever created. Normally, it takes much longer to cast. Hasty footsteps echoed from outside. Ray flinched, extinguishing the flame. He's back already? It hasn't even been 15 minutes. The door burst open. The shadow of the man in the long trench coat fell across the floor. The sorcerer grumbled irritably. Damn it. I can't believe I forgot my wallet. Damn it. I'm getting dumber and dumber. This is why the boss abandoned me. Ray remained hidden in the closet, listening to the sorcerer's voice. He muttered about Walter and returning to the organization. The sorcerer walked down the stairs, muttering about buying more food so he wouldn't have to go out for a while. Ray, with sharp eyes, watched the sorcerer's shadow disappear. He's gone out again. But just a moment later, the sorcerer returned, looking annoyed. Damn it, I think I forgot something. His eyes suddenly glowed red, his face filled with murderous intent. That's right. I still need rat poison. The sorcerer suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed on Ray's hiding spot. Do you think I don't know you're hiding here? Ray lunged out like a ghost, his blade cutting through the air. The sorcerer was caught off guard, in pain. He staggered, his foot stomping hard on the floor, kicking up dust. The sorcerer roared in anger, swinging his knife in retaliation. Ray deftly parried, the two blades clashing. You bastard! Blood streamed down the sorcerer's face, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Ray. Who are you? I thought you were an assassin from the organization. Turns out you're just a kid? Damn it! Blood's in my eyes. He fell to the floor, staring at the door in astonishment. How did you open the door? Ray lunged forward, his eyes resolute. He was determined to subdue the sorcerer and extract all information. I'll subdue him and make him confess everything. A flash of light gleamed in Ray's eyes as he delivered a decisive blow. The sorcerer snarled, red mana glowing around his blade as he attacked Ray. You brat. Ray faced the sorcerer, his eyes blazing with brilliant light, red mana surging. How dare you disrespect adults and point a knife at them? The sorcerer gritted his teeth, Ray's power astonishing him. And why are you so strong? The sorcerer lunged, his curved blade slicing through the air. Ray narrowly dodged, the dagger in his hand ready to counterattack. Ray's eyes coldly analyzed. Just now, that guy. He had focused mana into his hand to wield the sharp blade. A magical technique to avoid injury. The sorcerer roared, his rage erupting. I went easy on you because you're a child. The blade swung in a deadly arc. But now I'll tear your face off. Facing the attack, a thought flashed through Ray's mind. Can I do that magic too? The brutal attack descended, but the one hit was the sorcerer. Fresh blood splattered. You! Ray's hand glowed with red mana, just like his opponent's. How can you use that magic? The sorcerer exclaimed in horror. Ray had perfectly memorized his magic formula. The sorcerer couldn't believe his eyes. Metallization is a unique magic I invented. Could this kid possibly? Ray's blue eyes gleamed sharply. Blades clashed, magical powers opposing each other. Ray seized the opportunity, spinning around to launch a lightning-fast counterattack. Another cut appeared on the sorcerer's face. He gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain. Dark red blood dripped onto the cold floor. The sorcerer collapsed, covered in injuries, utterly defeated by a child. The sorcerer woke up, his eyes glowing red. He growled, realizing Ray was the assassin sent for him. You! I was right. The boss definitely sent you here. A memory flashed back, the scene of Ray's knife piercing his hand, fresh blood splattering. I heard there's someone among the assassins who can copy magic, his painful scream echoed. Ray stood over him, his knife pressed against the sorcerer's throat. He lowered his voice, concealing his identity. I have many questions for you. Answer my questions from now on, Ray commanded coldly. The sorcerer sneered. Heh. I never thought the rumored assassin would be so young. Ray swung his hand, his eyes sharp. He told himself, I know from experience that it's hard to talk sense into this kind of person. If I can't get any information from him, it might be better to eliminate him here. Suddenly, the sorcerer erupted with fire mana, his eyes burning with madness. All right, I get it. I'll leave the boss no choice but to acknowledge my power. I'll burn you to ashes, you damn assassin. A colossal pillar of fire erupted from the sorcerer, tearing through the room. Ray retreated in surprise, his eyes full of vigilance. Amidst the sea of fire, the sorcerer roared. Tell the boss, Blood-Eyed Walter will visit him soon. That is, if you can survive leaving here. He laughed maniacally, engulfed in flame. The sorcerer continued to shriek. The boss must be regretting it right now, regretting abandoning me. The furious flames spread throughout the room. Dark red mana swirled powerfully around the sorcerer, rapidly spreading through his body via every vein, making him more terrifying than ever. Ray recognized the danger. He told himself, this is dangerous. If I don't protect myself with mana, it will be very dangerous. The sorcerer, now completely engulfed in fire, roared a challenge. Assassin, you're definitely here to kill me and take the red bloodstone. He laughed maniacally. Then try to kill me. The wild flames blazed fiercely around him. Ray concentrated his mana, streams of red, blue, yellow, and purple energy converging in his palm, ready to counterattack. With a soft roar, Ray unleashed his attack. Flames erupted from him, more powerful and brilliant than his opponents. Amidst the blazing sea of fire, the sorcerer laughed maniacally, challenging Ray. Defense? If you're an assassin sent to kill me, use more fitting magic. He continued to unleash ferocious fire attacks, pressuring Ray. Are you just going to defend? For how long? Ray tried to fend him off, but the flames were too intense. He couldn't get close to the sorcerer because he was engulfed in a sea of fire. This protective layer couldn't last long either. A blue light flashed in Ray's eyes, a bold decision forming in his mind. The sorcerer roared, unleashing a colossal pillar of fire that engulfed everything. How about this? Ray realized he couldn't block this attack. Ray made up his mind. First, I'll extinguish the flames. The sorcerer was astonished to see Ray abandon his protective layer. You're abandoning your defense? Are you crazy? Drops of water began to appear, seeping into the sea of fire. Ray's water magic erupted, extinguishing the sorcerer's flames in the blink of an eye. What did you just do? The sorcerer cried in horror. Ray focused intently, his blue eyes glowing brightly. The sorcerer couldn't believe it, using two primary types of magic at the same time. Ray unleashed a powerful water magic attack, a surging vortex of water. The sorcerer was surrounded by water, realizing in horror. You're even using the water element too? Are you not an assassin after all? Ray's water magic completely engulfed the sorcerer, turning him into a block of ice or sweeping him away in the frigid current. Ray walked away, water splashing under his feet. He left the scene, his cloak drenched. Blood streamed from his nose, and Ray's hands trembled. This is the side effect of using my magic at full mental capacity. Ray clutched his chest, panting. He recalled the terrifying magical power he had just experienced. The power of that magic is truly incomparable, he thought. The mana circle moved smoothly, and the speed of color blending was significantly faster. Images of blazing fire magic and Ray's ghostly figure appeared in his mind. I can't imagine how strong that one-eyed sorcerer was, Ray thought to himself. With my current strength, I cannot achieve my revenge. Despair enveloped him, but a resolute glint suddenly appeared in Ray's eyes. He clenched his fist, the wound on his hand throbbing painfully. However, with enough time, I can still become much stronger. Ray left, his footsteps soft in the corridor. He lamented to himself, if only I had known things would turn out this way. In Ray's palm, a blood-red mana stone glowed fiercely. He regretted. I had to take all of them. The next morning, the morning sun cast a golden glow on the street, illuminating Veronica's bookstore. A new day began, bringing new beginnings. Soft footsteps echoed as Ray approached the bookstore. Veronica, the red-haired girl, holding a stack of books, smiled brightly. Ray, you're here. Welcome, she happily greeted him. Ray stepped inside, his attire completely changed. Veronica asked in surprise, Your clothes have changed? Yesterday you were still wearing a raincoat. Ray looked at her, his eyes indifferent. He replied curtly, I threw it away. Ray thought to himself about the mysterious sorcerer. Even if he didn't see my face in the dark, he mused, he might recognize me if I still wore the old clothes. The two walked together. Veronica excitedly recounted, I told Grandpa about you, about how you used magic to help us, and also that you're looking for a rainbow. Ray asked anxiously, You didn't say anything else, did you? Ray leaned against the wall, his eyes full of suspicion. Veronica reassured him, That's right. I didn't say anything other than what you told me. Two boys secretly peeked through the door, their curious eyes sparkling like stars. Ray turned his head, catching the astonished gaze of the two boys peeking from behind the door. They flinched, their faces filled with panic. Veronica sighed softly, explaining that those two boys were her younger brothers, brought home by her grandfather from the orphanage. She also mentioned that her grandfather had adopted Multa and Julfine. Ray calmly asked if her grandfather intended to teach them magic. Veronica flinched, asking back in surprise, How did you know? Ray calmly explained that there was no other reason, and Veronica had also once said that she learned magic from her grandfather. Veronica was stunned, her eyes wide, as if she had just realized something. Veronica led Ray to an old, worn door, asserting that this was where her grandfather was. The girl happily called out, Grandpa Graham, I brought Ray here. She introduced Ray as the one who had helped them. Grandpa Graham, an old man with long white hair and beard, sat on the bed, his sharp eyes looking at Ray, and softly replied, Ah, so it's him. Grandpa Graham asked Veronica to wait outside for a moment. Veronica obediently agreed, leaving the room. The room door closed, leaving Ray and Graham in private. Ray sat down on the chair opposite the bed, facing Graham. Graham looked directly at Ray, his voice warm and deep. First, I am very grateful to you. Graham explained that he heard Ray had helped Veronica chase the children away, and he couldn't do it himself due to his weak health. Ray replied that it was not difficult at all. A sharp glint appeared in Ray's eyes as he observed Graham carefully, as if evaluating something. Graham looked at Ray, and in his mind, images of 4 brilliant magic circles revolved around Ray's heart. He thought to himself, he has 4 circles. Those magic circles were vibrant with colors, each color representing an emotion: red for anger, orange for comfort, yellow for excitement, green for confusion, blue for indifference, and dark blue for sorrow. He realized it was difficult to feel all these emotions at once. Graham pondered. Those glowing circles were not mana, but the colors of emotions deeply etched in Ray's soul. Over the years, waves of emotion had left their marks. He silently concluded it was difficult to read emotions from someone like Ray. However, Graham knew Ray had many questions. Graham said he had been searching for a sorcerer for a long time. He asked if Ray was a sorcerer, because Veronica had said he used magic very skillfully. Graham admitted he didn't know many things, then asked Ray's name and where he came from. He felt that Ray was not from around here. Ray remained silent. Graham realized Ray had a long past and suggested another way for Ray to share his story. Graham suddenly glowed with magical aura, proposing a game. The winner of each round would get to ask the loser a question. Ray flinched, his eyes wide in surprise. Graham remarked that such a quick reaction proved Ray's senses were extremely sharp. Graham asked if Ray could feel the mana currently enveloping them both. Ray affirmed he could, his eyes suddenly glowing brightly. Not only could he feel it, Ray could also see mana. A wisp of white smoke rose from his palm. Graham pondered. Ray's aura had completely changed. He explained that each type of magic used a different element, and when elements met, they could create something new. Graham continued to explain. The element surrounding them was sustain, necessary for magic to maintain balance, unaffected by external factors. Graham added that precisely because of its ability to maintain balance, the sustain element was also the most difficult to control. Ray asked about the adjacent element, his eyes gleaming with intense focus, as if he was seeing something unusual. Graham was astonished, his eyes wide. Could Ray sense 2 elements, not just one? Ray affirmed he saw 2 shades of gray, clearly 2 distinct elements. Graham burst into a wild laugh, unable to believe his ears. Ray stared at the old man in bewilderment. Graham was astonished, thinking to himself how many orphanages had searched in vain. The boy recognized sustain and continuity instantly, something sorcerers often couldn't do in a lifetime. Graham lamented the irony of fate. He was about to die, yet now he had found a true talent. Ray asked the name of the other element, his eyes still full of curiosity. Graham smiled mysteriously, challenging Ray to discover it himself. Graham explained that between them was a sphere formed from 2 different elements. Graham explained the rules of the game: pull the orb towards yourself. Whoever touches it first wins. He often played this game with Veronica. To be fair, Graham allowed Ray to place the orb closer. Ray realized that even though it was hard to beat a seasoned mage, with this concession, he still had a chance. "All right, let's begin," he said. Graham extended his hand, ready for the duel. Ray leaned forward, eyes wide, mana surging. Graham held the magic orb, his gaze intensely focused. Ray was surprised, his eyes wide with astonishment. Graham smiled triumphantly as he held the orb tightly. Ray completely stunned by his speed. Graham extended his hand, a sparkling mana orb swirling in his palm. "I will ask the first question." Ray stood opposite, his gaze sharp. Graham asked, "Who taught you magic?" Ray replied, "I taught myself." Graham was surprised, his eyes wide. "You've surprised me twice in one day." Ray sat on a chair, facing Graham, who was lying on the bed. He asked, "Is a self-taught mage that rare?" Graham replied, "I will answer that question if you win this game, because that is also a question." Ray reached out, his gaze resolute. "Then, let's begin the next game." A soft chuckle echoed. Graham seemed to be greatly amused. Ray maintained his posture, awaiting the next move. Graham's hand reappeared, another mana orb swirling. "I've won this round too," Graham explained to Ray, his expression calm. "The outcome of this competition depends solely on one's ability to control mana. The number of circles doesn't matter," Ray pondered. Ray clenched his fist, frustration surging. "I'm just giving him information like this. At this rate, I won't get anything out of him." Ray's eyes blazed with determination. "I need to use a different method." Graham began again, the mana orb hovering beside him. "So, shall we continue the game?" A powerful surge of energy descended from Graham. Ray reached out to meet it, the confrontation becoming tense. Ray counterattacked, a brilliant blue mana orb appearing in his palm. Graham was astonished, sweat beading on his forehead. He hadn't expected Ray to be able to do this. Graham was astonished when Ray counterattacked with a brilliant blue mana orb. He exclaimed that Ray had changed tactics. Ray replied that there was no rule prohibiting him from obstructing his opponent. Graham regained his composure, stroked his beard, and said that Ray could ask anything he wanted. Ray looked at the old man, the mana orb still sparkling in his hand, and asked, "What is mana?" Graham closed his eyes, a cryptic smile forming, and murmured, "Mana, huh?" Images of the universe, oceans, and lightning appeared, illustrating Graham's explanation. Mana is the fundamental element that constitutes all things, invisible and intangible, but observable through natural phenomena. Graham continued to explain, pointing out that a select few are born with the ability to sense mana. An image of an illusionist appeared, showing that sensing mana does not equate to using magic, as they are two entirely different fields. Ray pondered, then asked Graham, "Do you mean the talent for manipulating mana?" Graham winked, then seriously explained, "It is the ability to separate the constituent elements of mana and combine them in precise proportion." Graham, sitting on the bed looking out the window, said that those who truly understand themselves often possess greater magical talent, for magic is a journey of self-discovery. Ray sat on the chair, listening as Graham concluded his explanation with a profound statement. Mana waves come to those who are true to themselves. Ray's eyes widened, gleaming with understanding as he repeated Graham's words. Graham suddenly glowed with an aura, sitting upright on the bed, declaring the next game had begun. Graham was sweating, his face tense. He hadn't expected Ray to be able to manipulate the sustaining element, the most difficult element to handle. Ray let out a sigh, the swirling black mana orb in his hand perfectly controlled, his gaze resolute. Graham calmly looked at the young man. "So, what is your next question?" Ray's gaze was resolute. Above him was an image of a fiery magic circle. "I want to know about the circles in mages' hearts." Graham began to explain a core concept of magic. Circles. You can think of them as mana containers. Pure mana flows from the air and converges. After a single refinement, it automatically accumulates in the circles, with elemental distribution depending on the mage's physique. Ray wondered, "Does the refinement process make mana easier to use than mana in the air?" Graham nodded. "Yes, but there's another important reason for this process." Graham's expression grew serious. He warned of a deadly danger when continuously using raw mana. It will cause mana poisoning. Distorted images appeared, illustrating Graham's explanation. The symptoms of mana poisoning are diverse: drowsiness, uncontrollable laughter, sinking into despair, or easily provoked anger. Ray was stunned. Graham's warning echoed. If these symptoms accumulate, they will develop into permanent mental illness. A dark memory flashed in Ray's mind. His eyes were bloodshot and crazed. Could it be that mana and emotions can influence each other? The scene of someone using raw mana becoming deranged came to mind. Ray suddenly understood. So this is why I haven't suffered from mana poisoning. The lone figure of young Ray amidst the ruins. A chilling truth was revealed. Because, until recently, I couldn't feel emotion. Ray gritted his teeth, a bold speculation forming in his mind. He looked directly at Graham, presenting his hypothesis. If someone could use mana from the air and be immune to poisoning, they would have a huge advantage. Graham replied, "That's a unique idea," Graham mused, stroking his beard. "However, I have never seen such a person. If such a person existed, they would be incomparable to mages who only dare to use refined mana for safety." Ray was immersed in an endless, vibrant sea of mana. A boundless source of power awaited him, for mana in the air is infinite. Graham looked at Ray, asking about his dream, not dreams while sleeping, but what he wanted to become in the future. Ray raised his deep blue eyes, gleaming with resolve, and answered the old man. "There's something I want to do," Graham asked again. "What is it?" An image flashed in Ray's mind. A black-haired young man with a sneer. "There's someone I want to kill," his voice echoed coldly. Then the image shifted to a small, solitary Ray amidst a fleeing crowd. "And there's someone I want to save." Graham looked out the window, where it was raining heavily. He mused, "I've heard many speak of the first. However, this is the first time I've heard of the second." He turned back to look directly at Ray, making a surprising offer. "Ray, would you like to learn magic from me?" Ray was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to believe his ears. The orphan boy wondered why a four-ringed mage would want to teach a street kid like him. Did the old man have other motives? As if reading Ray's thoughts, Graham affirmed, "I want nothing from you." Ray lowered his head, lost in thought. He considered the offer, his deepest desires stirring. Finally, Ray looked up, his eyes resolute. "All right. I want to." Graham smiled with satisfaction, his hands clasped, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Suddenly, he called out, "Veronica, come in." A red-haired girl opened the door slightly, looking a bit flustered. Veronica quickly explained, "I wasn't trying to eavesdrop." Graham gently replied, "I know, I understand you. Sit down." Veronica and Ray sat down. Graham asked Veronica why he brought her, Malta, and Julfine from the orphanage, reminding her that this was part of his legacy of knowledge. Graham began, revealing a 1,000-year-old secret. This is about the rainbow. He turned to Ray, his eyes scrutinizing. Ray, I heard you're looking for the rainbow, aren't you? Ray and Veronica listened intently, their faces full of curiosity. Graham continued, his voice rising and falling like a fairy tale. The rainbow is a story passed down from ancient times. He extended his hand, as if touching the flow of time. Even now, there are certainly many people wandering the world in search of it. Amidst the mystical space, a brilliant crystal appeared, symbolizing the rainbow. Graham explained, there are hundreds of theories about the rainbow, but they all converge at one point. The one who finds the rainbow. A powerful hand emerged, summoning brilliant elements. Graham's words echoed, can become a godlike entity. The boundless power of the rainbow was revealed, promising an extraordinary destiny. Veronica asked blankly, Grandpa, what is a god? Graham smiled, explaining, simply put, they are an omnipotent entity who can do anything they wish in this world. Ray listened, his eyes deep in thought. Ray placed his hand on his chin, lost in contemplation. His eyes revealed a new connection. So that's why the one-eyed mage is also looking for the rainbow. The mystery slowly unfolded, the pieces beginning to fit together. Veronica eagerly raised her hand, wanting to ask more. Grandpa, so that rainbow. But her words were cut short, an ominous sign of what was to come. A terrifying sound ripped through the air. The window shattered, sharp shards of glass flying in all directions. Graham, Veronica, and Ray flinched, looking in horror towards the danger. Veronica's eyes widened in terror, reflecting the shattered glass shards flying towards her. Danger was imminent. She could only feel the coldness of death. Graham reacted instantly, pulling Veronica into his arms while unleashing a powerful magical surge. The shattered glass was blocked, forming an invisible shield to protect the girl. Ray didn't hesitate, rushing to shield Veronica. A sharp shard of glass pierced his arm, blood dripping. He held her tightly, his eyes resolute as he faced the danger. Veronica's eyes were still wide with shock, reflecting the shattered glass. She hadn't yet understood what had just happened, only knowing she had just escaped the scythe of death. The broken glass shards hovered in the air, swirling with an invisible force. Veronica asked in astonishment, the glass shards, is this wind magic? Ray watched silently, saying nothing. Ray stood there, his gaze distant and pensive. He didn't answer Veronica, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, a violent past suddenly rushing back. In his memory, a younger Ray, clad in a black cloak, with glowing red eyes. He coldly declared, I clearly warned him by rendering one of his arms useless. Violence and decisiveness, that was his true nature. The violence continued, the attackers relentlessly harassing the bookstore. Two figures in black cloaks darted across the shattered glass roof, leaving chaos in their wake. Ray and Graham looked out through the ruined window frame. Graham bowed his head, his voice full of gratitude. You saved us again. Thank you. Graham helplessly watched the blue magic emanating from his hand. He sighed, I should have done this, but I'm too weak. Veronica, please heal Ray's wound. Veronica's hand glowed golden, gently placed on Ray's wound, healing magic flowing forth. Veronica focused on healing the wound on Ray's cheek. She said, it'll be done in a moment. This is just a small wound to others. Yet, Veronica, with teary eyes, asked, is this really something to cry about? It will leave a scar on your skin if not treated. In Ray's thoughts, the image of a young Ray with a scar on his face appeared. He casually replied, honestly, I think scars would be useful. They're marks of honor from past enemies. Doesn't sound too bad. Graham sternly reminded Veronica. Veronica, don't use magic before forming a circle. It seems you've used too much mana in the air. Veronica was surprised, then replied, I understand, Grandpa. Veronica diligently swept up the broken glass while Ray and Graham chatted. Graham mused. I heard they've been throwing stones for a long time. It's been over a month now. I think someone requested this. Graham clutched his head in distress, adding, someone keeps making offers to buy this bookstore, so it's very likely they're doing. Ray looked at Graham, his eyes firm. You're not going to sell this bookstore, are you? Graham sighed, resting his chin on his hand. That was my intention until now. But truly, things are becoming unbearable. Half a year ago, Graham stood in front of Veronica's bookstore, where he had poured his entire life. In his memory, little Veronica's hand grasped Graham's, her voice ringing out, Grandpa. Little Veronica, along with Neshu and a boy in a red cap, smilingly presented a vibrant bouquet to Graham. Congratulations on opening your bookstore. In his memory, a younger Graham knelt, happily receiving a vibrant bouquet from little Veronica, with Neshu and the boy in a red cap smiling beside them. The current Graham, his face melancholic, reminisced about the fulfilling days of meeting children and helping souls in need of books. Ray thoughtfully looked outside, listening to Graham explain. If I die, everything will only get worse. Veronica bowed her head, holding a broom, thin and tired. Graham's words echoed. There will be no easier prey than a store with only children. Graham painfully made a harsh decision. I'll have to sell this place and find a suitable home for the children. A heartbreaking scream cut him off. Veronica stood in the middle of the bookstore, her eyes blazing in protest. You can't sell the store. Veronica gripped Graham's hand tightly, tears welling up, her voice choked. This is your dream place, Grandpa. You said you wanted to run a bookstore since you were little, didn't you? Graham tried to explain. However, not everything in this world goes as you wish. Veronica remained firm. Even so, I don't want to. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Veronica bowed her head. Her heart shattered. I don't want to close the store. She looked up, her face tear-stained, in utter agony. I don't want to see you disappear. Graham looked at Veronica with pained eyes, realizing the burden he had placed on her. Memories of Veronica caring for him when he was sick resurfaced. Ray stared intently, a fierce glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Outside the bookstore, the sky was gray, rain pouring heavily, casting a gloomy veil over the scene. Graham lay weakly in bed. A rare disease, eternal sleep sickness, was slowly draining his life force. Ray stood on the stairs, Veronica huddled on the ground. Graham would fall into a deep sleep, the duration of which would last forever, until he never opened his eyes again. Ray leaned against the wall, his face pensive as Graham couldn't move and was only conscious for a few hours each day. Veronica smiled sadly, hoping Ray would return tomorrow morning as Graham usually woke up then. Veronica handed Ray the hooded raincoat, delighted that it fit him. She smiled gently, bidding Ray farewell, promising to see him tomorrow. Ray opened the door, and in his mind, the image of a crying boy appeared, his expression full of contemplation. Donning the raincoat, Ray mused to himself that he couldn't truly understand the sorrow of others. Yet, he knew the comforting words. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Veronica was surprised. Then her eyes welled up with tears at Ray's words. Ray walked away, Veronica wiped her tears, and softly said thank you. Stepping out into the rain, Ray looked around, wondering where the children had gone. He recalled the Jeffer gang on Street 8, where the bookstore was located, and realized the children from earlier also belonged there. Ray surmised the children had returned to their hideout because of the black rain, forcing him to change his plans. Ray's feet strode decisively on the wet ground, a faint light surrounding him. Ray ran faster, deciding to find Philip first, as he could help Ray meet Jeffer. Ray raised his head, his determined gaze piercing through the rain, ready to face what was coming. Ray silently entered a desolate area, where hooded figures lurked, waiting. The two hooded figures whispered, "That's Kedrick's gang. What are they doing here? Hey, when will he be done? You know the boss. He'll keep at it until morning." Ray's gaze was sharp and cold, piercing through the darkness, tension rising. Inside a container, Kedrick was violently beating Philip. Philip lay slumped, in pain. The brutal scene stunned Ray, his eyes wide with horror. Kedrick stood upright, looking down at the gasping Philip. "You arrogant bastard!" He angrily clenched his ring, a surge of energy erupting. "Looking at scum like you makes me." A painful roar tore through the air. Kedrick clutched his head, staggering back. He looked around blankly, as if he had just emerged from a fit of madness. Ray kicked open the container door, rushing in like a whirlwind, taking down a subordinate. He stood among the defeated, his gaze locked on Kedrick. Kedrick. Ray's eyes glowed brightly, full of killing intent. Kedrick recognized him. "Ray?" Kedrick, with a blood-stained face and a crazed smile, asked Ray, "What's wrong? Do you also have business with this kid?" Philip lay curled up on the floor, his body covered in bruises and blood. Philip's face was disfigured from the beating, his eyes tightly shut in extreme pain. Philip lay on the floor, covered in blood, unconscious. A bloody hand reached out, and a voice echoed, "What's this? Do you also have business with this guy?" Ray appeared, his eyes filled with worry as he looked at Philip. He wondered, "Philip, is he unconscious?" In Ray's mind, a smiling image of Philip appeared. "I'm not obligated to be loyal to him as a business partner, but he has helped me many times." Ray's hand reached out, gently touching Philip's shoulder, like a promise of protection. Ray stood in front of Philip, his gaze firm. "I always repay my debts. That's my rule." Kedrick flashed a sinister smile, provoking, "You're too impatient. Our match is tomorrow." Kedrick growled, crimson mana flaring around his hand. "But you want to fight now?" Ray's eyes flashed red, a mysterious energy surging within him. Kedrick sensed the change. He's changed. Both his body and the mana from the ring are stronger, more distinct than before. Ray stood facing Kedrick, Philip still lying unconscious behind him. I didn't come here to fight. I just heard some things. Kedrick sneered, asking, why did you do that to Philip? What, you know him? Kedrick scoffed, his eyes contemptuously on Philip. He. So this kid came looking for you too? Talking about those weird business proposals, right? He continued to mock. In the end, this bastard can only do so much. Kedrick was furious, crimson mana enveloping him, his eyes filled with madness. Leeching off the strong, his rage erupted. Kedrick lunged at Philip with a crazed look. Just looking at him makes me sick. Philip lay there, still bleeding, his face bruised, deeply unconscious. Ray suddenly grabbed Kedrick's shirt, stopping him from further attacking Philip. A powerful kick from Ray sent Kedrick flying into the air, creating dazzling streaks of light. Kedrick's eyes suddenly glowed crimson, his gaze filled with madness and intense killing intent. He landed with powerful force, his feet creating cracks and streaks of red energy on the ground. Kedrick roared, unleashing a punch enveloped in crimson energy towards Ray, his face contorted with rage. Ray calmly blocked Kedrick's punch, the red energy from his fist colliding with Ray's arm. The two fists collided violently, creating an explosion of crimson energy, sparks flying everywhere. After the collision, Ray and Kedrick stood facing each other, Kedrick still full of rage, while Ray remained calm. Ray gripped Kedrick's hand, who growled with a crazed look. Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. Ray looked directly at Kedrick, his gaze firm. Tell me why you did that. Kedrick gritted his teeth, his face pained and angry. He repeated, why? Kedrick threw another punch, full of rage, but Ray still blocked it, unfazed. Kedrick screamed, red electrical energy flaring around him. Just seeing the weak makes me so sick I can't stand it. Outside the window, heavy rain fell. Ray asked Kedrick, you hate the weak? Kedrick covered his eyes with his hand, his crimson gaze full of contempt. I despise them. They make me want to vomit. Ray punched the ground hard, cracking it, asserting, but that's no reason to harm others. Kedrick angrily punched the wall, cracking it, then growled at the figure opposite him. Get out, right now. He pointed at Philip, who lay slumped and bloody, as a warning. Unless you want to end up like him. Kedrick's eyes glowed with crazed, crimson, dark energy surging around him. I'll show you what happens when someone invades my territory. I'll make that bastard an example. Ray stood there, his gaze calmly observing Kedrick's madness, without a word in response. In Ray's mind, a red gem flashed. He thought about its power, but feared its side effects, painful memories of two figures appearing. Kedrick frowned in confusion, asking Ray in return, I don't understand. If you're talking about making an example, there's a much better way. What? Ray crossed his arms, calmly replying to Kedrick. I already said, there's a much better method if you want to make someone an example. Kedrick angrily, don't mess with me. Ray replied in a cold tone. From what you said, it seems you intend to kill Philip. If no one witnesses it, then what's the point? Ray raised a finger to his lips, his eyes sharp. If it were me, I'd do it in front of everyone, whether I kill him or beat him to a pulp. Kedrick fell silent, his eyes showing a hint of contemplation as he heard Ray's cruel suggestion. Wouldn't that be much more effective? Kedrick laughed maniacally, standing over Philip's bloody body, surrounded by cheering subordinates. That would certainly be more effective. Kedrick turned his head, his eyes flashing with calculation as Ray said, That's not a bad idea. Kedrick pondered, his eyes glowing crimson. If you're going to execute him, doing it on the day of our duel is best. All the strongest in District 49 will witness it. That's a useful idea. Kedrick looked at the unconscious Philip, asking Ray, But what if he escapes? Ray calmly looked at Kedrick, Philip still lying motionless behind him. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for him. Kedrick flashed a sinister smile, accepting Ray's offer. All right, you don't seem like the type to go back on your word. Kedrick left, but didn't forget to turn back and warn Ray. Ray, I'm sure you wouldn't do it, but if you free Philip or he escapes, then… He flashed a sinister smile, his crimson eyes glinting in the darkness. You'll have to take his place. The door slammed shut, leaving Ray and Philip in the cold room. Philip slumped beside Ray, still weak. Ray walked closer to Philip, checking the boy's condition. Ray asked worriedly, Philip, are you all right? Can you speak? Philip could only groan in pain, his face covered in blood. Ray looked at Philip with a firm gaze. He's more severely injured than I thought. Outside, night fell, and black raindrops began to fall heavily, tearing through the silence. There was a frantic knocking at the door. A young man with black hair opened it with a surprised look. What? At this hour? He grumbled irritably. Don't you know we're not open for business on black rain days? But then, his eyes widened, his face filled with extreme horror as he saw the scene before him. Ray appeared, carrying a bloody Philip on his back, exhausted, standing at the doorstep. The young man exclaimed, Philip, Ray gasped, sweat and blood mixed on his face, pleading, "Help." Outside, the black rain continued to pour relentlessly, engulfing everything in gloomy darkness. Afterward, Ray sat alone on a long bench in the empty room, seemingly having brought Philip to safety. Ray's gaze was distant, his expression pensive, heavy thoughts weighing on his mind. The short-haired man announced in surprise, "Philip is awake." Ray stood nearby, his gaze still pensive. In the sick room, Philip sat up, looking much better. Ray sat beside him, saying, "You look much better than I thought." Philip replied, "Thanks to you. The others said you carried me." "Thank you." Philip smiled, the wound on his head still visible. Ray looked at him and said, "If you're alive, that's enough." Philip nodded. "That's right." Philip wondered, "Why did Kedrick attack you there?" Ray replied, his voice lowering, "It was an unexpected situation." Philip recounted in a flashback. "To take the children from the hotel to the shops after you controlled that area, I had planned to investigate first. Unexpectedly, I ran into Kedrick." Ray remarked, "You're really brave. I thought you were a coward." Philip admitted, "That's true, but there are times when you need to overcome fear." Ray asked, "When?" Philip flashed a bright smile, confidently saying, "Obviously, when there's a chance to make a profit." Ray looked at the pink gold energy orb in his hand, pondering. He said it's for profit, but his energy leans more towards pink than gold. Ray's eyes flashed pink gold, and he wondered, is there a reason why he's so obsessed with making money? Philip looked at Ray and said, "It seems you've known Kedrick for a long time." Ray replied, "You finally figured it out. I wasn't intentionally hiding anything." Philip smiled, beginning to recount. "Kedrick and I." Philip turned his face away, his gaze distant. "We've been friends since we were very young." In a distant memory, young Philip and Kedrick held hands, looking frail and lost. Philip recounted, "We were always the weak ones on the streets." The memory showed the two boys fleeing from a chasing chef. Philip continued, "But the day we gained a firm foothold was the day I established this hotel." The image of the two boys standing in the empty hotel lobby appeared. Young Philip's face radiated hope. "Finally, we can open the hotel." Little Philip excitedly asked Kedrick, who had his back turned. "Kedrick, what do you think? Do you like it?" Kedrick turned his head, his crimson eyes clearly showing anger, startling little Philip. Kedrick's eyes blazed with fury, his voice filled with hatred. "Are we rats? How long do we have to keep hiding?" Little Philip was surprised, his eyes wide, realizing that Kedrick had never been satisfied with their current life. Philip recounted that Kedrick was always angry and obsessed with physical training after each workday, as a way to vent. Little Philip silently watched Kedrick train, his heart filled with thoughts about his friend. Half a year ago, Kedrick left the hotel, leaving little Philip watching his receding figure under the sunset. The current Philip continued the story, saying that Kedrick then plunged into street fights like a madman. Philip said, "I don't think he won battles just by training his body. Kedrick always lost. His physique was far inferior to the street vagrant." Ray was surprised. "Huh? Yeah, you're right." Philip added that the situation then suddenly changed. Kedrick in the flashback, with crimson eyes, suddenly became extremely skilled in combat, attacking a man and sending blood splattering. More precisely, Kedrick suddenly became stronger, his crimson eyes and the ring on his hand glowing ominously. Ray mused, asking, "Did Kedrick always have something like a ring?" Philip was surprised. "A ring? Oh, you mean the thing he's been wearing lately? I thought he got it somewhere to show off after becoming a gang leader. He wasn't interested in such things before." Ray said, "Kedrick wasn't always this violent, was he?" Philip affirmed that Ray was frighteningly accurate. Ray pondered, looking down at the ground, muttering, "That's right. After leaving the hotel, he suddenly changed. Could it be?" Ray asked if Kedrick, wandering the streets, might have met the mysterious figure in the basement. Kedrick's face was covered in scratches, his eyes bewildered. The mysterious figure in the black cloak, eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. A sinister smile twisted on his lips, his eyes crimson, a knife blade glinting. The mysterious figure's hand offered a glowing red ring. Kedrick stared, terrified. Ray thought to himself, if the ring came from him. Kedrick's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, gleaming with madness. Philip recounted that Kedrick kept his distance after going out. Even when Philip called, he ignored him. Ray looked down, sensing a faint pink energy. Philip said Kedrick used to look at him with contempt. This energy is... Philip embraced his sorrow and pain. He recounted that Kedrick even tried to kill him. The pink glow around his hand was his sadness and pain. Ray asked if Philip wanted to talk to Kedrick. Philip was surprised, wondering if it was possible. Ray sat beside Philip, gently asking, "You said he's an old friend. Don't you want to reconcile with him?" Philip fell silent, his gaze thoughtful, torn internally. Philip was determined, a brilliant golden light flaring around him. "Of course, if I can." Ray's eyes also shone with a brilliant golden hue, full of hope. Ray stood up, turned to Philip, and said solemnly, "Then come to battle with me. Once it's done, I'll give you a chance to talk to him." Philip beamed, full of hope, calling Ray's name. Philip was stunned, unable to believe his ears when Ray made the offer. "That's impossible." The boy bowed his head, his voice full of hesitation. "I can't go in there." Philip explained that only those connected to the 3 major gangs were allowed into that territory, and an unknown person like him couldn't. Ray casually dismissed Philip's worries, declaring that he had told Kedrick he would bring him along. Philip asked again in surprise. A radiant smile returned to Philip's lips, grateful for Ray's help. "I can't believe you'd do so much for me. Thank you." Ray withdrew his hand, his gaze cold. "Don't thank me." A bloody scene appeared in Philip's mind. Ray revealed the harsh condition that if he lost, Kedrick would publicly execute Philip in front of all the gangs. Philip turned pale, cold sweat breaking out, stammering, "What? Publicly execute me?" Ray nodded in confirmation, his gaze unwavering. "That's right. If Kedrick defeats me, you will die." Ray continued to speak of the painful death awaiting Philip. Philip tried to deny it, but Ray decisively cut him off. Philip trembled, his body seemingly dissolving in fear, yet he still sensed Ray's terrifying presence beside him. "I don't know what fear is, but I'm sure my executioner is right beside me." Ray placed a hand on Philip's shoulder, his tone reassuring. "Don't worry, there's no way you'll die." Ray looked directly at Philip, his gaze firm and full of confidence. "There's no way I'll lose to Kedrick, right?" Philip looked at Ray, his eyes a mix of worry and trust, and called his name. Deep down, Ray had calculated. If Philip owed him for this, he would have no choice but to help him later. Philip finally made up his mind, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "All right, I'll go with you." Ray secretly thought he had convinced Philip, then stated firmly, "Good decision." Ray continued, holding a feather, his eyes sharp. "And there's something I need you to do when we get there." Philip looked bewildered. Ray explained that it was the second condition. Philip looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. An industrial building appeared in the rain. Philip couldn't believe his ears. "Are you serious?" Philip forced a laugh, trying to deny it. "Oh my God, Ray, what a cruel joke." "There's no way I would." Ray just sneered. Ray reminded Philip of what he had once said. "Didn't you say that if there was a chance to profit, you would overcome your fear?" Ray looked directly at Philip, making an offer. "Philip, I'm making a business proposal. This is an opportunity to make a huge profit." Philip pondered, admitting that Ray wasn't wrong, but still had many concerns. The narration revealed that the audience for the match consisted of 3 major gangs, and other leaders like Jeffer and Lotson would surely be present. Mountains of gold coins poured down, symbolizing the enormous capital that would be gathered in one place. Philip worried, wondering if they would make it out alive or be beaten to death by the angry crowd. Ray calmly said, "We just need to defeat Kedrick." Philip was still trembling with fear. Ray confidently declared that even if there were 100 others, they wouldn't be a problem. Ray's eyes were sharp and cold, contrasting with Philip's panicked gaze. He could only remain silent. Philip reached out and took the pen, a decision made in an instant. Philip looked at Ray, holding the signed paper, his expression still a bit stunned and uncertain. Philip flashed a radiant smile, holding the pen and the signed paper, full of enthusiasm for the new beginning. "It's an honor to work with you. Chairman Ray, why don't we start by drafting the contract?" 2 days later, gloomy skies covered the dilapidated district, signaling an important event about to unfold. District 49, the southern dump, Kedrick's lair. On the fated day, Ray would confront Kedrick. The arena blazed with fire, cheers echoing throughout the stands. In the crowd, Kale and another boy excitedly called Kedrick's name. In the stands, 2 men, one thin and one large, watched with expectant expression. Amidst the flames, Ray and Kedrick faced each other, their eyes meeting like electric sparks, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The crowd murmured about Ray, the outsider from District 50, the one who dared to challenge the leader. Kedrick stretched, a smug smile on his face. The crowd had absolute faith in his victory. No one thought Ray stood a chance. Bettors poured money on Kedrick, tens of thousands of shillings placed on his name. Joni, the betting manager, noticed everyone was betting on Kedrick. One spectator worried they wouldn't earn anything. Smug leader, sitting next to a friend, sneered that they weren't here for the money. He laughed loudly, his eyes full of contempt, declaring his sole purpose was to witness that arrogant fool's destruction. Ray's eyes flashed brilliant red and gold, reflecting deep excitement and ambition. Kedrick broke the silence, questioning Ray about a past promise, making the atmosphere intensely tense. Kedrick glared, his entire body radiating a fiery red aura, growling, "Are you ignoring my warning?" Ray calmly looked at Kedrick in the blazing arena, replying, "Don't worry, he'll be here on time." A door creaked open, light streamed in, and a young man pushed Philip in a wheelchair into the arena. Murmurs arose as everyone recognized Philip, clutching a black briefcase tightly on his lap. Philip looked up with surprised eyes behind his glasses, as if he had just heard something. The dark-haired young man pushed Philip further in, the boy's eyes clearly showing confusion. "It's Philip." The crowd began to buzz, wondering if someone was trying to interfere with the match. Kedrick couldn't stand the noise, roaring, "Shut up. Stop making so much noise." He smirked, declaring Philip his guest, and promised a show after the battle. Kedrick reached out, his eyes sharp and coercive. "Right, Philip." Philip reluctantly replied. "That's right." Ray stood there, silently watching Philip being pushed in, his eyes full of contemplation. Philip's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, gleamed with extreme worry and fear. Ray's gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing through everything, full of calculation. Kedrick was about to begin, but suddenly stopped. "Since everyone is here, let's wait." Philip, with a surprisingly resolute expression, declared, "I will also place a bet." A black briefcase was unlocked, revealing its contents. Kedrick and his subordinates' eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the amount, a total of 2,040,000 shillings. Philip, sitting in his wheelchair, opened the briefcase filled with money, declaring decisively, "I will bet all my assets on Ray." In a flashback, Philip asked Ray about betting all his assets. Ray replied, "That's right. All bets will be placed on Kedrick instead of an outsider like me." Philip pondered, realizing, "If I bet everything on you, everyone will start betting out of greed." Back in the present, the surrounding crowd cheered excitedly, scrambling to place bets on Kedrick. The entire arena plunged into chaos as everyone rushed to place their bets, creating a frenzied spectacle. Ray questioned Kedrick, "Did you tell him to do that?" Kedrick smirked and replied, "You're half right." Kedrick flashed a sinister smile, his eyes glowing red. "Go ahead, I'll gladly welcome you if you bring money to me too." Kedrick urged the match organizer. "What are you doing? Ring the bell now." The man replied in a panic. I'll ring it right away." Kedrick lunged like a whirlwind, unleashing a fierce punch at Ray, his shout echoing, "Die!" Kedrick's punch carried explosive power, aimed directly at Ray's face. Ray, with sharp eyes, observed. "He's much faster than before." Ray blocked the punch, his eyes thoughtful. However, his movements are still clumsy compared to Humphrey's. Ray grabbed Kedrick's arm, energy erupting. "I'll break his arm with just one move." Kedrick's eyes glowed red, filled with madness and bloodlust, signaling a merciless battle. He lunged to attack, delivering a powerful kick, but Ray dodged in time, maintaining his defensive stance. Kedrick stood above, flashing a sinister smile, while Ray quickly got up, ready to counter. Kedrick extended his hand forward, the ring on his finger emitting a brilliant light, his face wild amidst the blazing fire. He laughed loudly, his eyes full of fervor. "Ha ha ha! You fight well. Ray, you truly are an interesting one. If it's you, I can fight with the intent to kill." Ray stood amidst the sea of fire, his eyes sharp and cold, calmly facing Kedrick's madness, completely unfazed. In the blazing arena, two figures clashed, creating a chaotic vortex amidst the cheers of the crowd. Kedrick threw a powerful punch, but Ray blocked it in time, creating a fierce shockwave. Ray counterattacked, unleashing a powerful punch, his eyes firm and full of determination. Kedrick blocked Ray's punch, the ring on his hand glowing brightly, his face a mix of surprise and excitement. The two thugs were astonished, exclaiming, "Whoa, both of them are crazy. Damn, they're really good fighters." Philip watched the match from afar, his eyes filled with worry. Neither of them is backing down. Amidst the blazing fire, Ray and Kedrick continued to clash, their consecutive blows tearing through the air. Kedrick roared, his eyes, bloodshot, energy exploding around him. "Die!" Kedrick delivered a powerful kick, purple energy erupting, creating a formidable attack. Kedrick's powerful kick shot forward, purple energy exploding, seemingly capable of tearing through anything. Ray's eyes were sharp and cold, he told himself. A direct confrontation is just a waste of energy. For now, I'll just take him down. With an incredibly fast kick to the ground, Ray created a powerful shockwave, changing the tide of the match. In an instant, Ray turned the tables, lifting Kedrick onto his shoulder, his face eerily calm. Kedrick was horrified, his eyes wide with disbelief at what was happening. Ray looked down, his gaze still calm, unwavering in the face of his opponent's fury. Kedrick roared, trying to cling to Ray from behind. "Bastard, do you think I'll just let you do whatever you want?" He exerted all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, Kedrick's face contorted with rage. Ray spun around, using Kedrick's own strength to slam him to the ground. Flames erupted around them. The crowd watched in astonishment as Kedrick fell. A spectator exclaimed, That kind of power could break someone's bones. Philip sat in his wheelchair, his eyes full of worry, muttering Kedrick's name. Another spectator wondered, how is that kid so strong? Ray stood there, unperturbed amidst the flames, his eyes cold. Another spectator was astonished. The hunter is stronger than I thought. Kedrick lay motionless on the scorched ground. Spectators began to murmur. More importantly, Kedrick is down. Kedrick's eyes were bloodshot, anger and resentment burning within him, unable to accept defeat. Kedrick struggled to get up, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You bastards." Ray's eyes flashed with a cold sharpness, reflecting the brilliant red light like a fire burning in the night. Kedrick collapsed, clutching his chest, the intense pain making him writhe amidst the surging red energy. Kedrick's face contorted with rage and pain. He screamed, "There's no way I'll lose." Kedrick charged wildly, blood splattering in the air. He roared his opponent's name. "Ray Yi!" Kedrick threw a punch with explosive power, but Ray calmly blocked it, his eyes sharp as razors. Kedrick continued his relentless assault, each blow carrying terrifying weight. Every one of his blows is heavy. Ray dodged the torrential punches, his eyes highly focused, searching for an opening. Kedrick delivered a powerful spinning kick. Ray deftly evaded it, realizing the battle wouldn't end easily. Things won't end this way. Ray's eyes flashed with determination, a brilliant blue light erupting, signaling an impending counterattack. Niles smiled sinisterly, casually remarking, "Normally, body weight is the decisive factor in a hand-to-hand fight." Ray unexpectedly counterattacked, delivering a critical blow that sent Kedrick flying, blood splattering amidst the surging red energy. Ray pondered, realizing, I can't completely block the impact force with a protective layer, but he remained calm. However, Niles continued to explain, his eyes full of hidden meaning. There's a way to overcome the weight difference. Ray looked up and asked, "What is it?" Niles smirked, pointing a finger up, revealing the secret, a joint lock. Ray unexpectedly applied a joint lock, gripping Kedrick tightly, causing him extreme pain and rendering him unable to resist. Kedrick could only exclaim. Ray spun around, using Kedrick's own strength to throw him down. A brilliant red streak flashed, signaling a dangerous blow. He was pinned tightly to the arena floor in a dangerous chokehold. Ray maintained the upper hand, his face eerily cold. Kedrick gritted his teeth, filled with extreme resentment. "You bastard," he struggled wildly. "Let go. Let me go, you dog," Ray calmly replied. "Give up and accept defeat." Refusing to lose, Kedrick channeled all his strength into the ring. A surge of dark magic erupted violently. The unleashed power threw Ray far away. Kedrick let out a wild roar, but his body was also writhing from the overload. Ray noticed something unusual. He's going to destroy his own body. The ring glowed fiercely red, draining Kedrick's life force. His eyes were wide with pain and panic. Ray lunged forward without hesitation. He grabbed Kedrick's glowing hand, aiming directly for the source of that wild power. The power vanished. Kedrick collapsed, unconscious. The ring on his hand was cracked, with only a faint light remaining. Ray gently removed the ring from Kedrick's finger. The crowd buzzed. What? He passed out? Only the victor and the vanquished remained on the arena floor. So Kedrick lost? He can't get up. It's over. Damn it. I bet a ton of money on Kedrick. Ray glanced at the defeated opponent, calculating silently. He won't be able to move for at least a few weeks. Amidst the noisy crowd, a familiar voice rang out. Ray! Philip was there, in his wheelchair. Ray snatched the betting box from the organizer's hand. I'll hold on to this until the match is completely over. Who knows what tricks you people might pull? Philip could only sigh. So his priority is money. Kedrick gritted his teeth, his body trembling from exhaustion and rage. He couldn't accept this defeat. Ray calmly watched Kedrick stumble back, his body shaking. Despite being defeated, Kedrick still roared. It's not over yet. Kedrick's breath came in ragged gasps, his bloodshot eyes filled with panic. He told himself, as if to deny the truth. I didn't lose the match. I'm not weak. A powerful blow from Ray landed directly on Kedrick's head, making him stagger. Ray coldly declared, You lost. Kedrick collapsed in the arena, surrounded by the curses and insults of the crowd who had lost their bets. You useless bastard. I lost money because of you. In a daze, Kedrick still tried to resist, his red eyes burning like fire. He mumbled, No, I'm not weak. Kedrick seemed to drift into another space, where countless glowing red eyes stared at him. He desperately pleaded, Don't. Look at me like that. Kedrick's hand clenched, the ring on his finger cracked, erupting in fierce flames. Philip cried out in horror, Kedrick! Kedrick completely lost control. Fire erupted from his body, spreading rapidly. He screamed maniacally, Get out! I'll kill all of you. The ferocious flames engulfed the entire arena, burning everything. The panicked crowd screamed, "Damn it! The seats are on fire!" Kedrick stood amidst the sea of fire, his eyes bloodshot and a crazed smile on his face. He waved his hand, gloating as he watched the crowd flee. "That's right, I'll burn all of you to ashes." The flames continued to spread rapidly, engulfing the entire space, creating a chaotic and terrifying scene. The panicked crowd scattered, pushing and shoving to find an escape. Screams and cries for help echoed everywhere. Kedrick stood in the ring of fire he had created, surrounded by those trying to escape the living hell. Kedrick threw his head back, letting out a maniacal laugh, like a demon just freed from its chains. Kedrick laughed maniacally, fierce flames erupting from his body, engulfing everything, as if he were declaring a new empire. One person was thrown into the air by the flames, falling amidst the scattered rubble. Philip and Ray watched the chaotic scene in horror. Kedrick's power swirled, but Ray's eyes flashed red, sensing something unusual. He couldn't move anymore. Ray turned his back and walked away, the flames still blazing behind him. He told himself, "If we try to save him, Philip and I will be in danger." Despite his decision, Ray couldn't bring himself to leave. He turned his head back, his eyes filled with conflict as he looked towards Kedrick. Ray's face showed clear horror, his eyes wide as he watched the sea of fire consume everything. Ray walked on, but his gaze followed Philip, who was trying to pull Kedrick out of the ring of fire, despite the imminent danger. Philip put all his strength into it, carrying Kedrick on his back, his voice full of determination. "Let's get out of here together, Kedrick." Philip struggled in the sea of fire, trying to wake Kedrick, his voice echoing in the blazing space. Philip gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, trying to take heavy steps, urging himself to hurry. Ray stopped, looking down at Philip's legs as he tried to drag Kedrick. He asked, "Are you planning to drag him to the wheelchair?" Philip turned around, a relieved smile on his face, and asked Ray, "I thought you'd leave right away. You're still here, Ray?" Ray turned his face away, his gaze complex. He recalled Kedrick almost killing Philip 2 days ago, wondering why Philip was helping him. Philip struggled to push Kedrick towards the wheelchair, his voice trembling as he pleaded for Ray's help. Ray let out a sigh, his gaze darkening, as if he had accepted his fate to get involved in this trouble. Amidst the crumbling ruins, Philip silently pushed Kedrick, who was slumped in the wheelchair. The flames had died down, but the heat and despair still lingered everywhere, engulfing them both in a gloomy atmosphere. Philip faced Ray, his gaze firm amidst the dying flames. He ordered, "Now what? Take Kedrick and get out of here." Philip continued, trying to persuade Ray. "It's fine if you take my winnings too." Ray looked at him, his eyes full of doubt. "What about you then?" Ray's eyes flashed, and he questioned Philip. "Even for you, getting 2 people out of this fire is too much, don't you think?" Philip smiled gently, a warm glow surrounding him. He reassured Ray. "I'm fine." Ray tightened his grip on the wheelchair handle, a question rising in his heart. "Even though your own life should be the most important thing." Kedrick's face was covered in wounds, blood still clinging to it. A voice echoed in Ray's mind. "Let's go to a better place." Ray still couldn't understand. He asked Philip, "What do you gain by doing this?" Philip was surprised. "Gain?" Ray continued to question, his gaze sharp as he looked at Philip. "I'm asking what you'll get by putting your life in danger to save Kedrick. You're good at calculations." Philip turned his face away, a hint of sadness on his expression. "It's not like that. I didn't think that far when I acted." Ray still didn't understand. "Then why?" "It's just," Philip smiled brightly, pointing to Kedrick and himself. "Kedrick and I are friends. I just want to protect him." Ray looked at Philip, his eyes wide with astonishment. Philip's simple words struck a powerful blow to his complex thoughts. A flood of memories rushed back, a scene of young Philip standing opposite Ray. A voice echoed, "Strange." In the memory, little Philip stood among his friends, offering a cake to Ray. A nagging question echoed, "What are friends that you would risk so much for them?" The innocent children offered cake to Ray. "I'm just giving it to you because we're friends." "Ray, eat this too. We're friends, aren't we?" In the memory, other children excitedly told Ray they had fixed his raincoat. A humble brown-haired girl said she only offered advice. A man with a scar on his face smirked, uttering a loaded remark. "I'm helping you because you look like my younger brother. It's good to have an older brother, isn't it?" A green-eyed boy explained why he helped Ray. "Because someone was freezing to death right in front of me. I just thought I should save you." "Huh?" The green-eyed boy smiled brightly, affirming, "Of course I'll save you again. Because we're friends." The image of the boy sitting amidst a golden light, the words "because we're friends" echoing, etched themselves into Ray's mind. Ray's hand reached out, as if trying to grasp something that had slipped away. A nagging question echoed in Ray's mind. If I reached out further, could I touch the true meaning of? The harsh reality struck, Ray's face smeared with blood, eyes wide with horror, as if he had just witnessed a terrible sight. Ray knelt in the rain, his reflection and the spreading pool of red blood on the ground creating a tragic scene. Ray's eyes welled up with tears, holding immense pain, the teardrops mixing with the rainwater streaming down his face. Philip was astonished to see Ray return, pushing Kedrick through the ring of fire. Philip said the fire hadn't spread inside yet, but Ray had already decided to help. Philip was stunned as Ray took off his white jacket, revealing a black tank top, preparing for action. The boy exclaimed in surprise. Philip worriedly asked Ray if he had inhaled too much smoke to the point of losing his mind, but Ray coldly replied, "That's not it." Philip was startled, watching the surge of blue energy erupt from Ray's hand, enveloping the space. Ray stood upright, blue energy swirling around his hands, his gaze resolute. Philip looked up in astonishment, hope flickering amidst the sea of fire. Philip exclaimed in surprise at Ray's magic, but Ray calmly confirmed it and handed Philip a piece of cloth. More importantly, cover your mouth with this, so you don't inhale the smoke. In a flashback, Philip recalled when Ray asked him to investigate the sorcerer. He had thought it was meaningless, not believing magic existed in the world. Hope suddenly sparked in Philip. He thought if they could create water, they could extinguish the fire to escape. Ray explained that the amount of magic he could use was limited, and the more he used, the more exhausted he would become. He promised to answer all questions later. Amidst the raging inferno, Philip looked resolutely at Ray, demanding he answer his question immediately. Ray looked to the side, his gaze pensive, and asked Philip, "What do you think friends are?" Philip was confused, not understanding why Ray would ask that now. But Ray asserted that it was very important. Philip coughed from the smoke, replying that everyone knows what friends are. Ray looked at the sparks erupting from Kedrick, saying their notions of friends were different. Philip asked again, "So what do you think friends are?" Ray's eyes glowed brightly, and he coldly defined, "Someone you've known for a certain period of time." Philip was surprised, pondering Ray's words. Philip mused, realizing the strange feeling he'd had working with Ray all this time. Philip looked directly at Ray, asserting, "You're not wrong, but you're missing something." Philip explained that friends are people who help unconditionally, and also people whom we will help in return. Philip looked at Ray with passionate eyes, affirming that this was the true meaning of friendship. Amidst the raging inferno, Philip pushed Kedrick's wheelchair, asking Ray if he regretted it, now that they were all about to die here. Ray coldly replied, "I don't." He believed Philip was merely reacting to his anxious feelings for Kedrick. Philip looked down at the unconscious Kedrick, explaining, "The desire to protect someone, that's what I meant." Philip smiled at Ray, continuing, "Just because they are who they are." Ray repeated Philip's words, his gaze thoughtful, seemingly trying to grasp its deeper meaning. Burning debris from the ceiling collapsed. Philip panicked, but Ray stood firm, facing the danger. Fierce flames engulfed everything. Philip was terrified, while Ray steadfastly protected the unconscious Kedrick. Ray thought to himself, "It's too late. This time, it seems I'm really going to die." In his memory, Ray recalled a rainy night when he only wanted to destroy the giant golem. He wondered if he saved the children because he couldn't repay them if they died. A mystical circle of light appeared, embracing Ray and the sleeping children, raising a lingering question. Ray decisively rejected that thought, looking up at the falling debris. He finally realized something, a light flashing in his mind. Light magic erupted from Ray's hands, brilliant and powerful. Ray, surrounded by light, declared, "I want to keep living." He wanted to live his life with them. A massive surge of energy erupted from Ray, pushing back the flames and debris, protecting Philip and Kedrick. Philip stared in horror at Ray, his eyes filled with panic amidst the inferno. Ray raised his hand, white light flared, declaring his desire to protect his loved ones, shielding them from the flames. A magic shield enveloped Philip and Kedrick. Philip exclaimed in astonishment, "You just raised your hand and suddenly..." Philip asked Ray, "Is that your magic again?" Ray replied, "I didn't think this would work." Ray placed a hand on Philip's shoulder, instructing, "Don't move, just stay there." Philip was confused. "Huh? Why?" Ray's hand glowed, touching Philip's leg, where the wound was bandaged. Philip was stunned to see the wound on his leg healing, even though it had been broken before. The magical light continued to cover Philip's hands, healing other wounds. Philip looked at Ray with deep gratitude. "Thank you. Really thank you so much, Ray." Philip smiled brightly, vowing that he would never forget Ray's kindness in helping him and Kedrick. Ray replied indifferently, "It's nothing." Ray looked into the distance, saying that he would need them for many things in the future, and that he also wanted to test the limits of his white mana. Philip looked at the unconscious Kedrick and the surrounding fire, asking Ray, "So, what do we do now?" Ray looked at Philip, stating decisively, "Let's leave." Philip asked Ray, "Ray, are you going to use magic again?" Ray extended his hand into the inferno, saying, "No, all we have to do is wait." Ray still stood amidst the inferno, his gaze fixed forward, waiting for the right moment. Kedrick was unconscious, carefully shielded. Amidst the fiery scene, the ferocious flames devoured everything. Black smoke billowed, covering the sky, like a prophecy of destruction. Amidst the panicked crowd, two men cried out in despair. "Our base! Our home! It's all burned down." A man clutched his head, his face contorted in fear. "What do we do now? Where do we go?" Two strangers appeared. A black-haired man smirked sinisterly. The bald man crossed his arms smugly. "It's all Kedrick's fault. He's the one who set everything on fire." The bald man waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "We have nothing to do with it, so you're on your own." The man from before gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and furiously called out names. "Jeffer, Lotson, damn them." Another man covered his face, sobbing uncontrollably, filled with extreme regret. "I left Philip behind. Even though his leg was injured. I. Tears and snot streamed down his distressed face. He knelt amidst the rubble, despair engulfing him. Thick smoke and dust continued to spread, obscuring everything. The man's face was drenched in tears, regret and fear clearly visible. A pair of steady feet walked on the charred ground, amidst the debris. The astonished crowd pointed forward. "Look, over there!" Ray appeared amidst the smoke, a faint light surrounding him, walking steadily like a deity. The terrified crowd stared. A black-haired man exclaimed, "No, it can't be." Astonished gazes converged. "The hunter, he's alive." Ray appeared, Philip and Kedrick following him, without a single scratch. Ray turned to face the crowd, his voice echoing, "If you want to fight." Ray's eyes blazed, mana surged. He declared defiantly, "Go ahead, I'll take you all on by myself." Ray stood tall, his majestic figure silhouetted against the sunset, striking fear into the crowd. The pressure from Ray made a black-haired man drop to his knees, in panic. Many in the crowd also collapsed, terrified by Ray's overwhelming aura. Ray walked amidst the rubble, brilliant light surrounding him, creating a magnificent sight. Ray's gaze was sharp and powerful, sweeping across the devastated scene. The sky above the district gradually cleared, sunlight shining down on the rooftops. A group of curious children looked out the window. "Why is everyone gathered there? Is that Philip? Isn't that Kedrick's gang?" Ray continued to walk, Philip and Kedrick protected by him, the crowd behind still stunned. Ray turned back, his gaze fixed on the crowd. "Everyone, wait here. Don't move until you receive orders." Philip called out to Ray, stopping him. "Wait, Ray. Can you wait a moment?" Ray turned his head to look at him. Philip looked at Ray with a worried expression, his eyes holding many unspoken words. A man in a blue shirt asked, "Chris, aren't you going inside?" Chris flinched, his face panicked. Chris was tormented by pain, tears streaming down as he recalled the moment he abandoned Philip. "I abandoned you. How can I go back?" Philip offered a warm smile, reassuring Chris that everything was fine. "It's okay. I would have done the same thing." Chris burst into sobs, his red-rimmed eyes welling up with tears as Philip forgave him. "I don't blame you. Come here. This is our home." Chris hugged Philip tightly, apologizing amid sobs. Philip reassured the boy, then turned to Ray, asking if Chris could come inside. Ray thought to himself that the hotel originally belonged to Philip, so why was the boy asking him? Finally, he reluctantly agreed. "Do as you wish." Philip happily thanked Ray, then entered with Chris and Kedrick. The surrounding crowd murmured, while Ray was puzzled. Three young men in the crowd discussed, wondering if the hunter had taken over the hotel and was even sheltering the one who abandoned Philip. Philip gave a knowing smile, his eyes glinting with calculation. "If we do well, then." The hotel door swung open, blinding light flooding the dark room, signaling a new beginning. Inside, the crowd buzzed, asking Philip about the match, but their eyes were drawn to Kedrick, unconscious in a wheelchair. Everyone was astonished by Kedrick's condition, the boy beaten and bruised. Philip asked them to step aside, promising to explain later. Philip was worried about moving Kedrick to the second floor, where the infirmary was. Ray decisively ordered everyone to clear the way. Without another word, Ray carried Kedrick in his arms, walking steadily. Philip pushed the empty wheelchair behind him. The ghost of Street 17 carried his injured friend, passing through the murmuring crowd, heading straight for the infirmary. The infirmary door closed, cutting off all curious gazes, creating a private space for those inside. In the infirmary, Kedrick lay on the bed. Philip sat opposite Ray, asking about what he had witnessed in the arena. Ray looked straight ahead, his tone firm. "Just as you saw, I can use magic." Philip pondered, his glasses reflecting the light. He nodded as if he had understood something. Ray placed a box on the table, interrupting Philip's thoughts. "More importantly, I want us to settle the money." Stacks of large denomination bills were piled on the table. Ray quickly counted, the total winnings amounting to 4,240,000 shillings. Ray pushed a portion of the money towards Philip. "This is your share." Philip was astonished. Ray continued. I also have a request. Philip watched as Ray placed the stack of money on the table, waiting. Ray's voice was low, his gaze distant as if looking at the burnt-down base. The base has been completely destroyed. I want you to find another place for us to move to. Philip pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of thought. Ray. Philip nodded, his expression serious. If it's about arranging a base, of course I can do that for you. I can also find furniture and everything else. But Philip unexpectedly pushed the money back. But I can't accept this money. Ray asked in surprise. Why not? Philip firmly explained. This division isn't right. You deserve much more than me. Everything that happened today was thanks to you. Ray frowned, his expression bewildered, not understanding Philip's meaning. Philip persisted, pushing the money back towards Ray. Just take it. Ray pushed it back again, his eyes puzzled. I can't. Ray frowned, his voice clearly showing confusion. I don't quite understand. Philip worried, wondering if Ray was angry. Philip looked deeply at Ray. Ray's yellow mana was diminishing, while his white mana was increasing. He noticed both fear and worry in Ray. Ray frowned, his voice clearly showing confusion. Are you perhaps worried about me? Philip was surprised, looking at Ray with a puzzled expression. Worried? About whom? You? He believed Ray was the strongest in Sector 49. Philip stepped back, sweat pouring down, the image of Ray in his mind appearing terrifying. Besides, if you were an enemy, then I'd have to worry about casualty. Philip smiled, explaining that he wasn't worried about Ray, but simply thought this division was fair. Ray remained confused. I don't understand. What do you gain by doing this? Philip confidently explained. Think of it this way. I want to invest in you. I expect future returns. If investing in you helps me maintain stability, my hotel will be safer and I can focus on business. Ray nodded, finally understanding. Philip happily extended his hand, saying, All right. In that case, Jonathan rushed in, his voice urgent. We're in big trouble. Jeffer and Lotson have arrived, along with all their subordinates. Philip looked at Ray worriedly, while Ray maintained a terrifying calm, his eyes sharp. Both rushed through the hallway. Philip explained that Jeffer and Lotson had heard they brought all the betting money back to the hotel, so they didn't bring all their men. Ray calmly said, I know. Philip was surprised, about to ask why Ray didn't deal with them immediately. But Ray brushed his hand away. Ray said, We'll have to confront those two gangs anyway. Philip was confused. But you just got out of a fight? Ray turned back and asked Philip about the word he had said earlier, about earning returns from investment. Philip was surprised. Dividends? Why are you bringing that up now? Ray pushed open the large door, blinding light flooding the room. You'll receive your dividends soon enough. Outside, a building was fiercely burning. A crowd gathered, and voices rang out. So you finally crawled out. Turns out you're still alive. Jeffer sneered. Lotson angrily looked at Ray and Philip. I thought you had died miserably in that fire. Lotson wondered. Absurd. How did you escape? Philip angrily pointed, accusing. Dozens of people were injured because of the fire. You definitely did that on purpose, didn't you? To steal all the betting money. Ray turned his back to Philip, his voice full of disappointment. Philip, we're not going to stab each other in the back, are we? Damn it. I'm really disappointed right now. Jeffer, with a smug smile, laid down his condition. I'll be brief. Hand over all the betting money you have. If you do that, I'll leave tonight without another word. Philip was stunned, unable to believe his ears. How dare he say that? That's... Ray stood next to Philip, his gaze firm. All right, I'll hand it over. A flash of light emanated from Ray's hand as he snapped his fingers, mana beginning to flow. Gold coins rained down from Ray's hand onto the ground. Before the astonished eyes of Jeffer and Lotson, a sparkling coin hit the ground, rolled gently, then lay still, like a challenge. Ray looked directly at his opponents, his tone full of provocation. If you want the money, then take it by force. That's the law of the streets. Jeffer roared in rage, clenching his fists. You bastard! Ray ordered Philip to go ahead, then turned to face the enemy. Jeffer pointed, commanding his subordinates to pursue. Lotson swung his weapon. Jeffer and Lotson charged forward, weapons gleaming. An outsider like you shouldn't cause trouble. Ray bowed his head, lost in thought. As Philip said, my body isn't in its best condition right now. However, a ring on Ray's finger suddenly emitted a brilliant red light, mana surging. Ray's eyes blazed red, a strip of tape on his finger. But that's nothing, because I have this. Ray threw a powerful punch at Jeffer, while Lotson swung his club to attack. Lotson watched in astonishment as his club shattered, splinters flying everywhere. Jeffer, the burly bald man, stared wide-eyed in horror. A twisted metal pipe lay right in front of him, indicating he had just taken an unexpected blow. Ray delivered a thunderous kick to Jeffer's face, sending the bald man flying. The force of the kick created dazzling streaks of light. Ray knelt, hands on the ground, red energy flaring around him. His eyes glowed, signaling an impending attack. Amidst the swirling dust, Ray stood firm, Jeffer and Lotson along with many others thrown far back, collapsing on the ground. Two thugs watched from a distance, their faces pale with fright. The sight before them made them disbelieve their own eyes. Ray knelt, his red eyes fixed on the remaining foes. He provoked, "What are you doing? Come here and fight me." Provoked, the thugs simultaneously charged at Ray. One yelled, "Shut up, you bastard. Everyone, attack. He's exhausted." The thugs swung clubs and hammers, rushing at Ray like moths to a flame. A fierce brawl erupted, dust flying everywhere. Ray spun, unleashing powerful sweeping attacks, sending many surrounding thugs flying. Cries of pain echoed everywhere. Ray's eyes blazed red, the ring on his finger glowing intensely, magical energy surging around his body. Ray delivered an incredibly fast punch, knocking out two thugs at once. They fell to the ground, unable to react. A powerful kick from Ray sent another thug flying, sending him far away to collapse. Another thug stood watching, his face pale with fear. He muttered, "Damn it, that's insane." Two other thugs hid behind the rubble, exclaiming in astonishment, "How many people is he fighting alone? And even by himself, he's not being pushed back at all." A young man watched, his face flushed with excitement. He whispered, "That's so cool." Two other young men were discussing. One reassured, "What? Snap out of it. Our leader is Kedrick." The other replied in panic, but Kedrick lost to the hunter. The young man with black hair and a dark blue shirt angrily questioned, "Be honest, all of you hate Kedrick. You always badmouth him because he does whatever he wants." The young man with brown hair and a brown vest hesitantly admitted, That's true." A voice rang out, full of schadenfreude. "Honestly, it's incredibly satisfying that he got beaten by the hunter. He always throws tantrums and causes chaos. It's so annoying. I'd rather have the hunter as our leader." Suddenly, a fierce bald man appeared, ordering, "Split up, storm the hotel." Three young men froze, their faces horrified by the sudden command. Ray was unexpectedly hit by a critical blow, fresh blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with surprise. Amidst the chaos, Ray continued to fight, but the other thugs fled in panic. Blood poured profusely from Ray's mouth, his face contorted in pain. A surge of brilliant red energy erupted, signaling a powerful attack had just landed. Ray roared, trying to push a thug away. "Stop them!" Two thugs continued to fight, while Ray stood amidst the rubble, surrounded by fallen foes. The young man with brown hair and a brown vest looked on in confusion, muttering, "Stop them?" The bald man led the thugs, yelling, "That's the hunter's order. Let's go." "What? Get those bastards!" Another thug suddenly grabbed the bald man, questioning, "What's wrong with these guys? Our enemy is the hunter. He defeated your leader, Kedrick." The young man with brown hair and a dark shirt angrily retorted, throwing a punch. "Shut up. Our leader is the hunter now." The bald man clutched his face, his expression pained and disbelieving. Why choose an outsider as leader? Philip on the balcony, his eyes wide with shock, looked down at where the loud noises echoed. Down in the hall, Philip stood amidst the buzzing crowd, listening to the chatter about Kedrick's gang providing assistance. Philip's eyes widened, pupils constricted, cold sweat streaming down his face, showing extreme horror. A giant battering ram was pushed forward by the aggressive crowd, shouts echoing, ready to smash everything. Three thugs stood behind, their faces panicked, unable to believe the scene unfolding. The battering ram charged forward. One person screamed in pain upon impact, but Ray stood directly in front of it. A terrifying impact force erupted, tearing through space with streaks of white energy. Philip and the crowd watched in shock as the battering ram was stopped dead, unable to believe their eyes. A thug's mouth hung open, his eyes vacant, utterly terrified by the power he had just witnessed. Ray's foot stomped heavily on the ground, creating small cracks, asserting his steadfastness. Ray, eyes blazing red, single-handedly stopped the giant battering ram, red energy surrounding him like an impenetrable shield. Ray's face was tense, dotted with sweat, but his red eyes remained resolute, unwavering. Two thugs looked at each other in confusion, not understanding when Ray had appeared. He was just behind them, wasn't he? The crowd of thugs still pushed frantically forward, shouting to crush Ray, believing that sheer numbers would bring victory. Ray's eyes flared with fire, dark red energy surging, signaling an impending counterattack. Two thugs panicked, their bodies pushed back. They tried to hold on to the battering ram, but it was futile. Ray swung the giant wooden ram, dark red energy exploding, sweeping away the frantically screaming attackers. Three men stood from a distance, their eyes filled with horror and astonishment at the unbelievable scene that had just unfolded. Philip, with glowing yellow eyes, looked through the glass window with a radiant smile full of excitement. How can that be? Ray stood firm amidst the rubble, red energy still lingering around him in the wooden ram, his gaze sharp and direct. Two of the attackers collapsed to the ground, their faces pale with fear, unable to believe their eyes. Ray stood tall, his eyes blazing blood red, energy surging around him, creating an overwhelming aura. The attackers panicked and scattered, their screams echoing. Ah, run, we can't defeat him. Ray lowered his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The ring on his finger glowed red. He gasped, I've reached my limit. Ray lifted his head, his blue eyes returned, his face tired and bewildered as he looked around. A brilliant golden light enveloped Ray, his eyes glowing yellow. Cheers erupted. The hunter is amazing. The crowd surrounded Ray, cheering excitedly. Let's call him the Hunter Lord. That's right, he's our leader now. We won. Ray! Ray! 3 men cheered, their chests glowing orange gold. Ray wondered. This is the first time I've seen this color. What is this feeling? Ray looked down at his chest, which was also glowing brightly. He whispered, I don't know, but… Philip was pulled away by a man, but the boy still tried to turn his head to look at Ray, uttering, Wait! Philip looked at Ray with extreme surprise, his eyes wide. The boy sensed something special. Ray collapsed to the ground, his body completely exhausted after the battle, unconscious amidst the cheers of the crowd. Ray lay there, his eyes half closed, a vague thought crossing his mind. Not bad at all. Amidst the chaos, Philip was pulled away but still turned his head to look back at Ray, the boy's call echoing. Ray. In a strange black and white space, a younger Ray wondered in bewilderment. Where? He stood alone in the endless void, with only specks of light and feathers floating around. Where am I? Ray walked, trying to grasp reality. Is this a dream? But I usually don't dream. His gaze stopped at a gigantic mountain made of trash, sparkling as if by magic. Ray's hand slammed onto the ground, a violent reaction erupting. He knelt, staring at the spot his hand had just touched, white smoke rising. Ray lifted his face, his eyes full of contemplation, as if trying to decipher what had just happened. He stood tall, looking up at the sky, where a dazzling beam of light was erupting. Ray thought to himself, a white light in a black and white world. It gives me a strange sense of certainty. He reached out his hand towards the light, his face astonished, as if a smaller version of himself was also reaching out. Ray's hand touched the beam of light, a strange feeling washing over him, that this light was white from the very beginning. The white light suddenly burst apart, transforming into countless vibrant colored fragments, like a multifaceted crystal. Ray was drawn into a vortex of rainbow light, his body suspended in mid-air. He flew higher, merging into the vibrant, colorful space, a new world opening up. Ray's wide eyes, full of wonder and confusion, reflect a swirling vortex of green and gold light. What is this? Ray's pupils glowed with rainbow colors, reflecting the mystical light, like a gateway to another world. Ray woke up with a start, cold sweat pouring out. He gasped, his eyes still holding the horror from the recent dream. He sat up abruptly on the hospital bed. Everything around him felt strangely familiar. Is this Philip's hotel infirmary? Ray brought a hand to his forehead, trying to piece together fragmented memories. I feel like I just dreamed something. The door burst open, and Jonathan and Jeffer cheerfully entered. Ah, Mr. Ray, you're awake. Did you sleep well? The 2 men smiled brightly, their faces full of anticipation. Mr. Ray, are you hungry? If you wish, we will prepare a meal immediately. Ray looked at them, his face still hazy. I don't need food. More importantly, can you tell me what day and time it is? Jonathan and Jeffer answered in unison, their voices full of excitement. Today is July 11th, 6:23 p.m. Ray thought to himself, did I sleep for a whole day? Ray stood up and got out of bed. I'll go out for a bit. Jonathan and Jeffer immediately replied, Understood. Ray stood on the balcony, looking down at the hotel lobby. Below, Lotson and a brown-haired young man were chatting. Starting tomorrow, Cobson and Nepper will go to Street 6, right? That's right, excellent. They haven't had any work recently, so they're just resting. Ray looked down thoughtfully, pondering the situation. It seems Philip has been assigning tasks and deploying members of Kedrick's gang while I was asleep. He's really busy. He saw a group of people transporting goods. A black-haired young man looked up and asked, Excuse me, do you need any help? The others were surprised. Huh? The black-haired young man flexed his muscles, confidently saying, You can work me to exhaustion if you want. We're quite strong anyway. 2 young men stood next to each other, one holding a box, the other looking a bit awkward. It's not like I'm bragging or anything. The brown-haired young man in a gray shirt smiled brightly, asking Ray, So, do you think we can move the equipment shelves into the warehouse? Of course. The crowd enthusiastically helped Lotson move the goods. A dark blue-shirted, black-haired young man said. We'll help too. The light blue-shirted man added. We don't have anything to do right now anyway. Lotson gratefully said. Ah, thank you very much. In Ray's subconscious, a surge of blue energy erupted from his chest, like a reminder of the past. Ray's eyes snapped open, reflecting bewilderment as a word echoed in his mind. Guilt. Ray came to, walking down the stairs. Cheers erupted. Huh? The hunter is awake. Jonathan, Jeffer, and a black-shirted young man surrounded Ray, enthusiastically greeting him. Mr. Ray, are you well? Jonathan asked. Jeffer excitedly said, You were so cool fighting. We won thanks to you. Ray, you are our leader. Ray was surrounded by a barrage of questions. Mr. Ray, if you need anything, please tell me. I'll steal it for you, Jonathan said. A black-shirted young man asked, What's your underwear size? Ray thought to himself, How am I supposed to answer this? Ray's eyes flashed with horror. He thought to himself, I'm going to scream and chase them away. Suddenly, a strange sound caught Ray's attention. He looked down at the crowd, wondering, Huh? This voice could be. At the foot of the stairs, a chase was underway. A white-shirted young man shouted, Hey, stop right there, block him. The pursued, a white-shirted young man, suddenly pulled out a sharp scalpel from his pants pocket. He spun around, his eyes wild, looking directly at Ray, growling. Rai! The crowd panicked upon realizing the weapon in the attacker's hand. His hand! That's a scalpel. A dark-shirted man was about to rush forward, but Ray calmly signaled, It's fine, stand back. The attacker roared in anger, lunging straight towards Ray. Rai! He swung the scalpel, leaping up the stairs, aiming directly at Ray. Ray stood still, his gaze unwavering. Ray's eyes were sharp, looking directly at the incoming blade, ready to face the danger. The cold, sharp blade reflected the light, lunging straight for Ray's deep blue eyes. He stood still, his gaze unwavering. The brown-haired young man in the white shirt swung the scalpel, leaping onto the steps. Those around him exclaimed in surprise. Huh? His hand gripped the scalpel tightly, veins bulging. He snarled, You bastard, I'll kill you. The brown-haired young man in the white shirt's face was contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Someone in the crowd asked, What's going on? In a decisive moment, Ray reached out, blocking the attacker's wrist, stopping the blade mid-air. Ray stared coldly at the attacker. The scalpel now pointed back at his own neck. You weren't planning to slit my throat with this, were you? The attacker trembled, his bloodshot eyes filled with panic. He could only stammer, You. Ray tilted his head, analyzing. He whispered, His mana channels don't have a single drop of red mana. He simply has no will to kill me. Ray decisively flicked his hand, and the scalpel flew out of the attacker's grasp, landing far away. The attacker grimaced, his eyes filled with pain as the knife left his hand. The three men standing below the steps, including the dark blue-shirted black-haired young man, the light blue-shirted brown-haired young man, and the gray-shirted brown-haired young man, all gaped in astonishment. Ray sighed softly, his eyes suddenly turning fiery red, and brilliant red mana flared around his neck. Red mana surged from Ray's hand, gripping the attacker's wrist tightly, making him unable to resist. Ray pushed hard, and the brown-haired young man in the white shirt was thrown backward, tumbling down the steps. The attacker was stunned, his eyes wide with fear, not understanding what was happening. Ray coldly ordered, That's enough. Follow me. Ray looked directly at the attacker, his gaze resolute. He said, We have something to talk about. Philip bowed his head, his face remorseful, hand on his forehead. He blamed himself for leaving the weapon in the infirmary. I'm sorry, I messed things up. Ray crossed his arms, his gaze calmly on Philip. He reassured the boy, saying everything was fine since no one was hurt. It's okay, no one got hurt. In the cozy room, Ray, Kedrick, and Philip sat facing each other. Kedrick kept his head down, not saying a word. The atmosphere was heavy. Philip looked at Kedrick with a worried expression, asking directly, I heard what happened. Kedrick? Were you really planning to die? Kedrick raised his head, his eyes full of despair. He confirmed his intention, surprising Philip. Yes, I was very serious. But why? Kedrick lowered his head, his voice trembling. He explained that he had lost the fight, and now everyone would look down on him. Because I lost the fight. Now everyone thinks I'm weak. They'll despise and mock me. Ray clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. He strongly disagreed, asserting that Kedrick could overcome it. That's not true. Even if it were, you can overcome it. Kedrick slammed his fist on the table, his anger flaring. He growled, refusing the comfort. What the hell do you know? Kedrick shot up, his face filled with extreme rage. He yelled, asserting that Ray and Philip knew nothing about him. You know nothing about me. A brilliant red light flared from Kedrick's chest. His mana was escaping abnormally. He clutched his chest, his face in pain. Ray stared at Kedrick, his sharp eyes noticing the abnormality. Kedrick's mana was depleting at an alarming rate. His mana is depleting at an abnormal rate. The red-haired girl appeared, explaining to Ray about the charge stone. It was a tool that automatically refined and stored unused mana, but it had limits and a risk of addiction. Kedrick clutched his head, his face filled with extreme regret and pain. He asked why he was saved, saying he'd rather die. Why? Why did you save me? I'd rather have burned to death, Philip yelled, his gaze resolute on Kedrick. The boy asserted that Kedrick was his friend, no matter what. Of course I had to save you. You're my friend. Kedrick's eyes widened, his bloodshot eyes showing extreme surprise at Philip's words. Friend? Kedrick stood up, his face fierce, yelling. He reminded Philip that he had tried to kill him and beaten up the hotel's people. Have you forgotten, Philip? I tried to kill you. And that's not all. I beat up any of your hotel's guys I saw, Kedrick screamed, his bloodshot eyes filled with despair. And you still call me your friend? How dare you say such things? Philip reassured him, believing Kedrick had his own reasons. I think you have your own circumstances. You wouldn't do that without a good reason. Kedrick angrily retorted. Don't talk nonsense to me. Ray observed with crossed arms, noticing purple mana escaping from Kedrick. His body has no red mana. Is he faking his anger? Philip tried to sway Kedrick. Don't forget, we've spent half our lives together. But Kedrick still yelled. I told you to stop talking nonsense, Philip patiently asked. Then tell me, why did you do all those things? Kedrick lowered his face, painfully pleading. Please, stop. Philip gently took Kedrick's hand, imploring. Kedrick, I'm begging you. Philip, with tear-filled eyes, said, If you consider me a friend, please tell me. Kedrick bowed his head, tears streaming down, only uttering, Why? Memories flooded back, of the days Kedrick lived carelessly, forgetting Philip. Then, again, the image of Philip being beaten, covered in blood, a heartbreaking sight. But then, a brighter memory appeared, the two boys Kedrick and Philip smiling brightly together, two small hands clasped tightly, a promise, an eternal friendship. Kedrick bowed his head, tears streaming, painfully uttering, Why do you still call me your friend? Kedrick covered his face with his hands, sobbing uncontrollably, choked with emotion. I'm sorry. Kedrick hugged Philip tightly, sobbing. I'm sorry, Philip. I'm truly sorry. Philip hugged him back, comforting him. It's okay. Stop crying. Ray watched, thinking to himself. So Kedrick is a crybaby. Kedrick continued to cry, explaining, I'm truly sorry for everything I've done to you guys. I hated my weakness, so I got angry when I saw you, who were just like my old self. Kedrick continued his story, recounting his days working for gangs, being oppressed and exploited by them. I worked on the streets for various gangs as a hotel affiliate, but eventually, they would force me to my knees and take my money, and I hated that. Kedrick's eyes were filled with resentment. The boy recalled his helplessness. That's why I thought I had to become stronger on my own. The boy trained to exhaustion, the image of a small Philip flashing through his mind. I thought about fighting back against other gangs countless times in my head, and I would train myself to the bone every day. Then one day, a mysterious man appeared, standing before Kedrick, who had his arms crossed. Would you mind talking for a bit? Kedrick, with a confident expression and fiery red eyes, accepted the offer. Talk? All right, let's go. But that opportunity turned out to be a fatal mistake. Kedrick was beaten black and blue, lying there with a face full of blood and wounds. I thought I finally had a chance, but it was my own misunderstanding. He had to return to the hotel afterward. But he couldn't bear his pride being crushed like that. Kedrick turned to Philip, explaining why he hated them. That's why I hated you guys and rationalized my actions. I told myself that I was different from you, that I would never submit to the strong and be content with the present. Kedrick's eyes gleamed with malice again as he mentioned the fateful moment. That's when I met him. Back in the past, the long-coated man stood over Kedrick, who was huddled in a dark alley. You carry great anger within you. You look like gunpowder about to explode. What makes you so angry? Kedrick, with a bruised face, looked up, uttering a bitter answer. Myself. The long-coated man looked at Kedrick, his face thoughtful. I hate myself so much I can't stand it. His face suddenly transformed, his eyes glowing red and a gruesome smile appearing, a gleaming knife in his hand. Oh, is that so? He offered a glowing red ring to Kedrick, who was still dazed from his injuries. Take this ring. The man in the long coat explained the ring. Kedrick's eyes wide with astonishment. You have a disease and cannot properly use the strength your muscles provide. This ring will alleviate that disease, and his words were true. Young Kedrick, with newfound strength, easily lifted a large crate, while the man in the long coat smiled with satisfaction. His words are true. The man in the long coat instructed Kedrick never to remove the ring, or his condition would relapse. Kedrick, with radiant eyes, eagerly responded. He then ordered Kedrick to form a gang of 60 strong men, promising greater rewards if successful. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. Kedrick recounted the past, when he happily accepted the offer, as it had long been his dream to become a leader. Philip sat beside him, listening with a worried expression. Ray suddenly spoke, breaking the atmosphere. First, there's something you need to know. The reason you're stronger isn't because you were cured of a disease, Kedrick asked back in surprise. An image of the glowing red ring appeared, and Ray explained. That's magic. This ring contains magic to enhance physical strength. Kedrick was horrified, shouting in anger. What are you saying? That's my ring, give it back. He reached out as if to reclaim what was lost. Kedrick's face changed color, his red eyes wide with despair and indignation, as if the whole world was collapsing before him. Ray calmly created a mana flame in his palm. This world has something called mana. Mana can create fire or increase strength. You were deceived by this very magic. Kedrick was stunned, staring at the mana flame before him. He could barely believe his ears, muttering the word magic in shock. Kedrick bowed his head, clutching his distressed face. Philip sat beside him, silently watching his friend. I understand. So it was all magic. Despair enveloped Kedrick. He wondered if he would return to being as weak as before, no matter how hard he had tried. Ray looked at Kedrick, his eyes resolute. There's no need to go back, he said, his tone full of hidden meaning. Kedrick looked at Ray in surprise, as he held out the magic ring before him. What? He asked, not understanding Ray's intention. Ray reaffirmed that Kedrick didn't need to return to the past. He just needed him to follow what he was about to say. Ray's eyes shone brightly, and he declared that if Kedrick followed his words, he would receive far greater benefits than before. Kedrick looked at Ray, his eyes still full of confusion and surprise, unsure of what awaited him. Kedrick bowed deeply, his heart filled with gratitude as Philip and Ray stood there, witnessing his moment of salvation. The door closed, marking a new beginning for Kedrick, but also opening up unanswered questions. Philip anxiously asked Ray about the decision to make Kedrick the vice leader, wondering if it was too risky to entrust the entire gang to him. Ray calmly confirmed, stating that his work here was almost done, and he would leave shortly after. Kedrick surprisingly asked Ray if he would truly teach him to fight the way he did, and Ray affirmed that his body was ready. Ray emphasized that with the right techniques, Kedrick could overcome any differences in strength and physique. Philip smiled, sincerely thanking Ray for helping his friend, a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Ray placed a hand on Philip's shoulder, praising his wisdom in reconciling with Kedrick, which surprised Philip. A violent image appeared, the strong using blood-stained fists to suppress, but Ray warned that it wasn't the best way, because violence only sows resentment, leading to endless cycles of revenge. Philip pondered. Ray wondered if past incidents were due to him not instilling enough fear. Philip thought suppression by force was best, but Ray countered that mere strength couldn't buy loyalty. So what should be used? Philip suggested appropriate rewards, like Ray teaching Kedrick to fight. Ray mused. He couldn't fully empathize, but he couldn't ignore it either. Philip truly knew how to handle people. Ray stood before the crowd, ordering them to stay at the hotel until a new hideout was found. He warned of punishment if they caused trouble. Ray placed a hand on Kedrick's shoulder, declaring him the gang's vice leader, and that Kedrick's every command would also be his own. The crowd buzzed with chatter, relieved that yesterday's incident had settled down. They assumed Kedrick, with his hot temper, had been dragged away and taught a lesson. Ray stood with his back turned, thoughtfully recalling his advice about giving worthy rewards to gain loyalty. He still had something to say. Ray turned back, holding a box full of money. He announced that he would return all the money people had bet on the match, as he had earned enough from other gangs. The gang members were stunned, unable to believe their ears. One exclaimed, "You're giving us our money back?" They hailed Ray as an angel and swore absolute loyalty. Philip anxiously approached Ray, reminding him of the issue that needed to be resolved with Jeffer and Lotson. Ray listened, his gaze resolute. In a cell, Jeffer and Lotson were tightly bound, their mouths gagged. They struggled, emitting muffled, desperate cries. Ray entered, his sharp gaze fixed on the two bound men. He went straight to the point, asking about Veronica's shop, as if they already knew. Jeffer bowed his head, shaking it vigorously, denying any involvement. Fear was evident on his face. A sound echoed. Jeffer's face contorted from a powerful blow. He collapsed, in extreme pain. Ray looked coldly at Jeffer, saying, "It seems you still don't understand your situation." Jeffer frantically asked what Ray wanted, money or something else. Ray said little, delivering a powerful punch to Jeffer's face. The burly man fell backward, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Ray stood up straight, looked at the unconscious Jeffer, then turned to Lotson. He coldly said, "That's not what I asked." Ray approached Lotson, forcefully tearing the tape from his mouth. Lotson trembled, preparing to face his fate. Lotson trembled, stammering if Ray was talking about the shop on 8th Street. He confessed that someone had hired them to intimidate the shop owner. Ray directly asked who made the request. Lotson didn't hesitate, revealing that Fred, the owner of the grocery store on 3rd Street, was the mastermind. Ray closed his eyes, deep in thought. The information had been revealed. Now it was time to act. Ray violently pulled Jeffer's hair, causing him extreme pain, his face contorted with fear. Ray delivered a brutal punch to the bound man, blood splattering. His eyes were cold, full of murderous intent. Jeffer groaned in pain, blood gushing from his mouth. Ray still held his hair tightly, without an ounce of mercy. Ray roared in fury, his face splattered with blood. His eyes glowed red, displaying uncontrollable brutality. Philip stood amidst the crowd, thinking to himself, "Yes, that's the real Ray." The boy seemed worried, but also full of awe. Philip's eyes flashed with contemplation, and he continued to ponder Ray's actions. Philip understood Ray's intention, to punish the two traitors to appease resentment and deter Kedrick's gang. It's best not to mess with the hunter, he thought to himself. Philip wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking, "If this is a calculated move, it's quite cold and effective." Ray stood towering over the two battered men, ordering, "I will give you another task. Use every means possible to make that grocery store go bankrupt." Ray leaned down, his voice full of menace. "Do it carefully. If you cause even the slightest harm to us." Ray's eyes glowed red, his words like sharp blades. "I will hunt you to the ends of the district and kill you." Jeffer lay sprawled on the ground, his face drenched in blood, utterly terrified, only able to utter a horrified scream. Under the moonlight, two members carried the unconscious Jeffer and Lotson away, leaving behind a bloody scene. In the cozy room, everyone was celebrating their victory, laughter and chatter filling the air. They happily enjoyed the lavish feast. One person asked, "Where's the hunter?" Another replied in surprise, "He was just here." Ray sat alone on the balcony, quietly gazing at the night. His eyes were distant, harboring deep thoughts. Ray sat alone on the balcony, his gaze distant as he looked into the night, deep thoughts surfacing. He reminisced about the definition of friendship, about someone willing to help without asking for anything in return. Ray questioned himself, wondering if he could call an acquaintance a friend. He remembered the children from the tunnels, the only ones he had ever truly cared for, sheltered by large hands. And Niles, the man 20 years his senior. Could he consider him a friend? Ray closed his eyes, a question echoing in his mind. Can I find friends again? He realized it would be difficult because he was different, lacking emotions like those around him. Only Niles and the children from the tunnels treated him without prejudice. He didn't think he would meet anyone else who understood him. A hand offered a hot drink. "It's nice to get away from the noise and relax in peace, isn't it?" Philip appeared, holding 2 cups of cocoa, saying he thought Ray liked sweets. Ray and Philip sat next to each other. Ray secretly thought he only ate sweets for energy, not because he liked them. Philip asked, "Can I sit next to you?" Ray replied, "Sure." Ray took a sip of cocoa, his eyes still holding a hint of melancholy. A glint flashed in Ray's eyes as he looked in surprise at the steaming cup of cocoa. Philip smiled warmly, watching Ray enjoy his drink. The cup of cocoa steamed profusely, unusually warm. "It's warm. So warm that I can forget this emptiness, even if just for a moment." Ray and Philip stood before a dilapidated building. Ray said, "Then I'll head north. I heard there are many abandoned factories there." Philip replied, "All right." Ray walked down the bustling street, blending into the crowd of mysterious cloaked figures. Amidst the crowd, 2 young men hastily hid themselves, their urgent whispers filled with anxiety. Ray continued walking, his gaze unwavering. Ray stopped in front of an old bookstore, the sign "Veronica's Bookstore" clearly visible. The door gently opened, and a warm stream of light spilled out. Ray stepped inside, a joyful voice calling out, "Ray, you're finally here." Veronica expressed her worry. "I was so worried because you haven't come for days. Both Grandpa and I have been waiting." Veronica's eyes widened, reflecting surprise and unease. Veronica noticed something unusual about Ray. "So something happened. Did you get into a fight? You're injured." Ray gently closed his eyes and calmly replied, "These minor injuries are nothing." Veronica looked at Ray with a pained expression, a warm glow emanating from her chest. "How can you say you're fine with injuries like this? It's beautiful." Pure energy swirled, like a gentle miniature sun, illuminating the dark space. Ray pondered, wondering if this concern would help him see things he had never seen before. Veronica quickly reached out, mana flowing to heal. "Wait a moment, I'll heal you." "Oh, my mana." Ray stopped her, mana swirling around his hand. "I've already given myself first aid, I'm fine. Besides, didn't you say using atmospheric mana is addictive?" Veronica blushed, realizing Ray was also worried about her. Ray called Veronica. Veronica. The girl looked up and softly replied. Ray turned, his deep gaze fixed on Veronica, and probed, "Do you consider me a friend?" Veronica was surprised, stammering a question back. Ray calmly confirmed. Yes, a friend. A metaphorical image of friendship appeared in Ray's mind as he pondered its definition. He asked Veronica, "Is there anyone you worry about like a friend?" Ray looked directly at Veronica, his deep blue eyes unwavering, awaiting her answer. Veronica's face flushed, her orange eyes welled up, emotions overflowing indescribably. Finally, the girl broke into a radiant smile, firmly asserting, "Yes, you are my friend." Ray nodded, accepting the answer, then turned and walked up the stairs, saying, "I understand. Let's go meet your grandpa." Veronica flinched. The girl hastily followed, her footsteps urgent on the stone steps. She called out to Ray, asking anxiously, "Wait, Ray, what about you?" Ray turned back, his gaze still calm. Veronica suppressed her emotions and asked, "Do you also consider me a friend?" Their eyes met, Veronica's face flushed, her heart pounding, while Ray maintained a composed expression. A monochrome image of Veronica appeared, her eyes wide with astonishment as she heard the cold reply. "No." Veronica's face flushed, feelings of shame and anger erupting, causing her to clench her teeth. A piercing scream tore through the air, echoing throughout the street. Ray turned back, instructing Veronica, "You go in first. I'll be back after feeding the younger ones." The girl was still walking down the stairs. Ray stood before the door, his hand on the knob, a puzzled expression on his face. He wondered, why did she suddenly scream like that? Ray's hand gripped the doorknob tightly, ready to open it, ending the unexpected conversation. Ray opened the door and stepped into the quiet room. A silver-haired, long-bearded old man lay on the bed. The old man looked towards him, his deep, warm voice resonating. "It's been a long time, Ray." Ray sat down on the chair beside the bed. The old man sighed, his gaze distant. "They say the older you get, the less you sleep. But I sleep more and more. At this rate, I'll be sleeping all day." Ray looked at the old man, his eyes full of worry. "I heard you were sick." The old man slightly frowned. "So Veronica told you." Ray didn't hesitate to ask directly. The old man coughed, then calmly replied, "That's right. I probably only have half a year left at most." Even though time was short, the old man looked at Ray with a firm, determined gaze. "Then, I will begin teaching you magic starting today." Ray said nothing, simply replying. He sat up straight, ready for new lessons. "Excellent." But before they began, Ray held out a sparkling ring with a fiery red stone. His eyes were full of inquiry. "But before that, please tell me what this item is." The ring was clearly visible, its reddish-pink gemstone glowing, emitting a mysterious aura. It rested in Ray's palm, awaiting an explanation. The old man squinted, his face thoughtful as he looked at the ring. He immediately recognized its nature, a type of energy-storing stone. "I see." The old man took the ring, turning it gently in his hand. Ray watched intently. It seems to have both amplification and enhancement magic blended into it. Light from the ring reflected on the old man's face as he examined it thoroughly. A complex spell had been cast upon it. "Oh, there's a spell cast on it," the old man continued to explain. The ring not only enhanced muscular strength and reflexes, but also contained a terrifying type of magic. There's also exploitative magic blended into it. Ray was surprised. He didn't understand the meaning of exploitative in this context. Exploitative? The old man nodded in confirmation. "That's right." An illustrative image appeared, showing how ordinary energy stones would deplete and become empty husks after use. But this ring was different. It was designed to consume the user's life force, transforming life into energy for self-restoration. A man with fiery red eyes was screaming, red energy blazing around his hands. Ray was astonished by such a terrifying ability. "Is something like that even possible?" The old man calmly replied. "Of course. Human life force itself is a type of mana, just in a different form." The silver-haired old man pondered, his hand touching the ring. He explained that not everyone could engrave such magic. "Where did you find something so dangerous?" Ray recounted that the ring belonged to the gang's former leader. According to him, he received it from a man who claimed to be an officer of the Merc Red organization. The silver-haired old man's eyes widened. A name echoed in his mind, bringing with it astonishment and a hint of fear. "Merc Red?" Ray asked. "Do you know them?" The silver-haired old man turned his face away, his expression heavy. "There's no way I wouldn't know." The silver-haired old man revealed that Merc Red was the most dangerous underground organization, dealing in weapons, drugs, and even human trafficking. There's nothing they don't get their hands on. Images of guns, bullets, and drugs appeared, evidence of their dark activities. The silver-haired old man added that they had fewer members but were more secretive than any large organization. But what truly made them dangerous was something else. The silver-haired old man revealed a horrifying secret. All of their members are mages. Ray was surprised. Are mages that common? The silver-haired old man definitively replied. Of course not. The crimson stone is the symbol of merc-red members. The silver-haired old man explained that this stone shows their disdain for mana addiction. Ray looked thoughtfully at the silver-haired old man. You know an astonishing amount about them. I wonder if you've ever investigated them directly. The silver-haired old man replied, Of course. Do you remember? I once said that my youth was spent searching for rainbows. Ray nodded. The silver-haired old man looked out the window, saying that this story is very well known among rainbow seekers. The silver-haired old man revealed a shocking piece of information. They say Merc Red is holding a piece of the rainbow. Ray was completely stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment at the old man's words. Ray wondered, isn't a rainbow a band of colors that appears in the sky? And you're saying Merc Red possesses it? The silver-haired old man held out his hand, on which was a glowing red stone. He recounted that while researching the rainbow, he once acquired a red stone like those possessed by Merc Red members. The silver-haired old man explained that Merc Red's red stones were of superior quality. He used to wonder how they could provide a continuous supply, until he remembered the legend of the rainbow. Continuing, the old man revealed that the rainbow was not a natural phenomenon, but a precious gem. It inherently emitted endless light and mana, a mystical source of energy. Ray was astonished, his eyes wide. Inherently? Please explain in more detail, he urged, eager to learn more about this mystery. The silver-haired old man closed his eyes, his expression pensive. An ancient story began to unfold, taking Ray back to a legendary past. Once upon a time, the sky was strangely clear, and the land was infinitely fertile. A golden age of the world once existed. At the center of the first human city, a brilliant gem radiated rainbow light. It contained abundant vitality, the origin of all life. The light from that rainbow gem blessed all things, making the land fertile and healing all ailments. It was a symbol of prosperity. However, a shadow gradually enveloped them. The sky glowed blood red, signaling an ill omen. Many forces coveted exclusive control of the rainbow, igniting a brutal war. After a prolonged battle, the rainbow gem, shattered into 7 pieces, scattered across the world. The magical light was now just fragment. Ray immediately understood. So, that means Merc Red is holding one of those 7 fragments? The silver-haired old man confirmed. That's right. The red stones they carry are small pieces of the rainbow. The old man continued, saying he had found many people who shared his thoughts. He wanted to research further, but the danger posed by the Merc Red organization prevented him. Ray was pensive, his gaze thoughtful. He recalled the mysterious man in the basement. An important piece of the puzzle had just been revealed. After this conversation, Ray was certain that man was a Merc Red member, though it was unclear if he was high-ranking. The man's image appeared full of malice. Ray clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. From now on, he would have to investigate Merc Red thoroughly. Ray's eyes blazed with determination. There would surely be clues about the rainbow hidden within, and he would find them. The silver-haired old man looked at Ray meaningfully. It seems you're about to dive headfirst into something very dangerous, but I don't think trying to stop you would work. Am I right? Ray faced the old man, his gaze unwavering. That's right. I will respect your will. The old man gave Ray a small stone, concluding the story about Merc Red. That's all I know about Merc Red. Ray was pensive, his gaze distant, thinking about what he had just heard. Is there anything else you wish to know? Ray held up the redstone ring, its shimmering light reflecting its mystery. The enhancement and extraction spells cast on this ring, can they be undone? Veronica unexpectedly pushed the door open and stepped in, her eyes surprised at the scene in the room. Grandpa, I'm coming in. Veronica and Ray sat opposite the old man, ready for the magic lesson. Since we have a new student today, I'll have to start explaining from the basics. Veronica, are you okay with that? Yes, I'm okay with that. The old man closed his eyes, beginning his lecture on the origin of magic. Good. First, all magic begins with the formation of a circle. Ray and Veronica listened, while 2 mana silhouettes illustrated the risk of mana addiction. Although you can cast spells using atmospheric mana or mana from a charged stone, as you know, because of the risk of mana addiction, circles become a necessity. The old man explained the process of refining mana through a circle. When atmospheric mana is channeled through a circle, it undergoes a refining process. At this point, there will be differences in the elements of the circle depending on each individual's characteristic. The old man's gaze was sharp, emphasizing the importance of forming a circle. Therefore, there is a limitation on the spells available to each person. Ray pondered, recalling the mages he had met. 3 multicolored mana circles appeared in his mind. If I think back, The rings of all the mages I've met so far were filled with mana of different colors. The old man turned to Veronica, asking her to explain the method of forming a circle. The method of forming a circle is very simple. Veronica, could you try to explain? Yes. Ray concentrated, blue mana beginning to gather around his hand. First, gather mana into your hand. A purple-haired girl illustrated how blue mana flared around her hand. If possible, use mana of a type you are familiar with. Veronica continued to instruct. Blue mana spreading from her hand to her heart. Send this mana through your arm and into your heart, and circulate it around your heart. Blue mana swirled around a dark heart, creating a brilliant circle of light in the gloomy space. Veronica closed her eyes, sweat beading on her forehead, exerting all her strength. Keep accelerating without stopping. The blue mana circle around the heart spun faster and faster, its light more brilliant than ever, like a magical dance. But then, the mana vortex shattered into countless glittering fragments, an unexpected failure. Veronica was stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment as the blue mana flow around her hand flickered out. Ah, the silver-haired old man gently explained, Veronica's face full of remorse. If you do this, you won't be able to create a circle. You must maintain control of the mana until the very end. The silver-haired old man smiled reassuringly at Veronica, who was still sad. Don't be too disappointed. You're still showing clear improvements every day. Veronica bowed her head, a tear welling up, regret evident in her eyes. Yet, this time I wanted to show you a complete circle. It's such a pity. The silver-haired old man turned to Ray, inviting him to try. How about it? Would you like to try, Ray? Ray replied decisively, yes. Ray closed his eyes, a mysterious energy radiating from him, and his reflection appeared with glowing, powerful eyes. In Ray's mindscape, vibrant, multicolored mana streams swirled, creating a mystical spectacle. He began to concentrate, the instructions echoing in his mind. First, draw in mana. A type I'm familiar with. Ray's hand appeared, drawing in a vibrant red mana, disregarding its color. The color doesn't matter. Red mana swirled intensely around a dark heart, forming a fiery, powerful circle. Ray sat there, sweat beading, his entire body glowing with the vibrant red light of mana, concentrating all his mind to control it. Ray's face was tense, his eyes tightly shut, sweat streaming down, as he battled his own mana to create the magic circle. Veronica was startled, her orange eyes wide with horror as she witnessed the scene before her. The silver-haired old man also couldn't hide his surprise and worry as Veronica exclaimed, "Grandpa, what's happening to him?" Ray felt mana surging within him, as if his body was about to explode, but he endured steadfastly. In his mind, past images resurfaced, urging him, "But I must endure. I need to endure at all costs." For a noble goal, for the tunnel kids, Ray poured all his will into pushing past his limits. Ray's eyes were wide open, extremely tense, sweat pouring down like rain, as he fought against physical pain. Suddenly, the mana within Ray abruptly vanished, leaving him stunned as he wondered, did the mana I just channeled disappear? But then, a heart of light flared up from the depths, powerful and mysterious. Fiery red mana began to swirl, forming an intense current of energy. The mana stream continued to swirl, growing stronger, like a firestorm taking shape. Finally, a complete mana circle enveloped the heart of light, radiating earth-shattering power. The brilliant mana heart became visible in Ray's chest, its fiery red light piercing through his clothes. Ray stood there, his entire body glowing, as Veronica and the old man with silver hair witnessed the unbelievable sight with extreme astonishment. Ray was still bewildered, his eyes wide as if disbelieving what had just happened. A relieved smile spread across Ray's lips as he murmured, "I succeeded." Veronica exclaimed, "That's amazing. You're incredible." Ray gently took Veronica's hand, sharing the sweet moment of victory, the light sparkling like stars. Veronica, with radiant eyes, held Ray's hand tightly, joy overflowing on her face. The red-haired girl kept shaking Ray, as if to confirm the unbelievable. "You're truly a genius. Amazing. Absolutely amazing." Ray thought to himself, a genius. The old man with silver hair, with a pensive expression, recalled the past. "Even I, once called a prodigy, took 3 months to create a circle." The old man exclaimed, "It's unbelievable he did it on his first try." Ray held Veronica's hand tightly, his gaze calm, as if to reassure her. "Calm down." Sparkling light enveloped him, proving he was more than just a genius. In the cozy room, the old man with silver hair explained Ray's mana circle. The old man said, "The main elements of your circle are enhancement, weakening, and regeneration. However, there are other elements beyond those." Ray placed his hand on his chest, listening to the explanation. The old man with silver hair continued, "Although the probability is very low, it can be said that every type of mana exists within you." A vibrant spectrum of colors appeared, symbolizing countless types of mana, the red mana of rage, the pale pink mana of sorrow, the white mana of anxiety, and all other mana in the world. Ray was surprised, his eyes wide. Huh, so this can actually happen? Can you see the mana in my circle? The old man with silver hair smiled kindly, gesturing with his hand. I cannot see it, but I can feel it. If you don't want your circle to be detected by others, you just need to stop your mana flow. Ray concentrated. A fiery red mana circle lit up on his chest, then gradually faded. He murmured, "Stop the flow." The fiery red mana circle vanished into thin air, leaving only tiny sparkling specks of light. The old man with silver hair continued to instruct Ray and Veronica. The old man said, "You can do that. It's best to hide your circle in your daily life. There's no need to go around announcing to this harsh world that you are a mage." Ray listened intently, his gaze fixed on the old man with silver hair. The old man explained, "You must reveal your circle when casting magic using mana from it. But whether others can detect it will depend on the distance between you two." The old man with silver hair closed his eyes, his face pensive, contemplating Ray. The old man thought to himself, he just created his circle, but he doesn't seem tired at all. The old man with silver hair stood up, mana beginning to gather around his hands. "Well then, how about a test? I'll use a bit of magic, so try to follow along." The old man with silver hair's hands glowed with magical light, ready to cast a powerful spell. A polyhedron floated between the old man with silver hair's hands, radiating pure energy. "How about it? Do you think you can do it?" Veronica was stunned. "Grandpa?" Veronica was alarmed. That was complex magic, requiring both proportion and formula. Making Ray follow along without any explanation, but Ray simply took the mana construct silently, his eyes unperturbed. Immediately, an identical construct appeared in his hand. Veronica was speechless, her mouth agape. Even the old man with silver hair couldn't hide his extreme astonishment. He cleared his throat, continuously creating more complex shapes. "Ahem. Well then, try this. What about this one? And this one too?" The old man with silver hair mused. "I thought after completing the circle, the boy would show exceptional ability. But you truly are a genius. This far exceeds all expectation." The test concluded. The old man with silver hair returned to his room to rest. Outside, the room door closed. Veronica grabbed Ray, her face full of excitement. "You were amazing just now. How did you do that?" Ray briefly thought, unable to tell her he could see mana. "I just tried, and it worked." Veronica pouted. "You don't want to tell me?" "No, that's really how it was." But she quickly cheered up. "Never mind. You're still amazing anyway. Truly, truly amazing. You're probably the most talented mage I've ever seen," Veronica said as she walked away. "Veronica." Ray's voice suddenly rang out, making her stop. Ray stood at the top of the stairs, looking down at Veronica, who had stumbled. "Are you jealous of me?" Ray asked, his tone cold. Veronica looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. She thought to herself, "Huh? Did he really ask me that straight to my face?" Ray stepped down. Behind him were envious figures from the past. "Don't you hate me? Aren't you annoyed? Or angry?" Ray questioned. Ray looked straight ahead, his eyes empty. "Or perhaps you think you're the one who should have completed that circle instead of me. Everyone I've met has been like that." Veronica and Ray stood facing each other. "Are you asking if I'm jealous of you?" Veronica asked back. Ray replied, "Yes, jealous." Veronica frowned, lost in thought. Veronica looked at Ray, her expression serious. "I admire you, but I'm not jealous," she said. Ray asked, "Why?" Veronica smiled gently. "I wonder. Perhaps because you're my friend?" Ray's eyes widened, his expression stunned. Veronica crossed her arms, looking at Ray. Ray asked, "Don't friends get jealous of each other?" Veronica replied, "Not always, but I guess usually not." Veronica gave a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Well then, hurry up and tell me I'm your friend," she said. "I'm not the only one who thinks we're friends, right?" A brown-haired boy smiled, offering Ray half a piece of cake. "Don't starve yourself just because you fed the older kids. Here, I'll give you half." Ray looked at Veronica, his expression pensive. "I see. Roughly speaking, that's it." Veronica looked at Ray, her heart full of concern. She thought to herself, he shows no emotion, but why does he look so sad? Veronica turned and walked away, looking back at Ray. "You really are a strange kid," she said. Ray pondered, suddenly realizing Veronica's words were not wrong at all. Veronica turned her head, surprised when Ray called her name. "What is it now?" she asked. "In the vast library," Ray spoke. "Can you teach me how to read?" Veronica was surprised, placing a hand on her chin, wondering if she could do it. She pondered, having never taught anyone or helped children with homework. Was she capable enough? Veronica's eyes suddenly blazed with determination. "All right, I'll teach you," Ray smiled. "Thank you, I'll try my best to learn." Veronica raised a finger, setting a condition. Just one thing. There's something we absolutely must do before we start learning. Ray frowned, thinking to himself that this valuable knowledge certainly wouldn't be free. He worried, even thinking Veronica would ask him to kill Jeffer's gang. Veronica smiled, pointing, "Go take a bath. There's a bathroom on the second floor." Ray stood stunned, his mind reeling from the unexpected request. A voice called out from outside the building. "Veronica." Veronica turned, smiling as she asked, "Oh, Ray, are you done?" Ray appeared in a white bath towel, running a hand through his hair, asking, "Where can I put the towel?" Veronica blushed, flustered by the sight of Ray. Veronica secretly thought about Ray's beauty. Ray looked at her, his clear blue eyes asking, "Why are you staring at me?" Veronica flinched, her face bright red, quickly looking away. She snapped, "It's nothing. Hurry up and get dressed." In the bookstore, Veronica and Ray sat facing each other. The red-haired girl asked, "By the way, why do you want to learn to read?" Ray looked into the distance thoughtfully, his tone resolute. "I want to read books." An old map appeared. Ray told himself that to continue his journey up the Elton River, he needed more knowledge. He recalled Niles, who had taught him how to read, but it wasn't a formal way of learning. Veronica smiled brightly, full of enthusiasm. She said, "I understand. Since we can't open the bookstore anyway, you can come whenever you want. I'll teach you." Ray suddenly blurted out, "The bookstore?" Veronica asked in surprise, "Huh?" Ray, with a cold, mysterious expression, clasped his hands together. He asserted, "It's probably fine to open it. Those guys probably won't come anymore." Veronica was horrified, sweat pouring down her face. She suddenly realized she hadn't seen the stone-throwing children for several days. "Don't tell me, Ray. You killed them?" Ray bent down, his face annoyed, denying, "I wouldn't kill anyone just for throwing stones at a store." Veronica slumped her head onto the table, sighing in relief. "Oh my God. You scared me to death." The red-haired girl smiled with determination. "Then I'll open the store after I finish this lesson." Ray replied simply, "All right." Veronica pointed to a towering stack of books on the table. "These are the textbooks I used when I studied languages. These are my systematic notes." Ray thought in surprise. "How much did you study?" Veronica said awkwardly, It took about a month." Ray remained silent, his face expressionless. But inwardly he was certainly astonished. Ray accepted the challenge, promising to do his best to learn. Veronica also responded enthusiastically, vowing to teach with all her heart. In the brightly lit room, Veronica stood before a blackboard, engrossed in explaining complex grammatical structures. Ray sat opposite her, listening intently. Veronica asked worriedly, "This is quite difficult. Do you want me to explain it again?" Ray calmly replied, "No, I understand. Please continue." Ray offered to try some exercises. He picked up a pen, his sharp eyes scanning the words, and began to write. Ray's hand moved swiftly across the page, each stroke appearing quickly and decisively. Ray suddenly declared, "I'm done." Veronica was astonished, unable to believe her ears. "What? It hasn't even been a minute." On the page, a glaring red mark indicated the single error in Ray's otherwise perfect work. Veronica stared at the test, her face filled with astonishment. She uttered his name. Veronica burst with joy, holding up the paper. "You only got one question wrong," she exclaimed. Veronica said gleefully, "At this rate, we'll finish all the material quickly." Ray let out a soft sigh. What a relief. Ray suggested ending the lesson for today. Veronica agreed, secretly thinking about preparing more materials. Ray looked at Veronica, his eyes deep, then slowly began. "Also, there's something I want to ask you." Veronica blushed, asking awkwardly, "Can you watch me while I draw a circle?" Ray hesitated, looking away. "I don't think I'll be of much help. I'm also not as good at teaching as you are." Veronica insisted, "It's fine. I just want you to watch me. If you think of anything, it would be great if you could tell me." Ray finally nodded in agreement, seeing this as a way to repay Veronica for teaching him. Veronica burst with joy, clutching her chest, a radiant smile on her face. In the store, Veronica was busy arranging stacks of books from cardboard boxes onto shelves, while Ray quietly stood behind, observing. "It's been a long time since I opened the store. There's so much to organize," Veronica sighed. Ray asked, "Veronica, can I read books here?" Veronica happily agreed. "Of course, just don't make a mess." She then asked worriedly, "But can you actually read?" Ray replied, "I'll try." Veronica instructed, "Then, find the dictionary on that bookshelf first." Ray was surprised. "A dictionary?" He reached out to search the shelf. Veronica explained while carrying a stack of books. "It's a book that contains the definitions of every word that exists. It's very useful when you encounter a word you don't know." Ray looked up, his eyes full of curiosity. "So, Does it have the definition of rainbow? Veronica hesitated. I've never checked. She speculated. That's related to magic, so I don't think it would be in there. Ray held the yellow dictionary, softly saying, I see. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. A strange light suddenly emanated from a book on the shelf, drawing everyone's attention. The book suddenly floated in mid-air, surrounded by an ethereal stream of azure mana. Ray's hand reached out, gently grasping the glowing book. Ray stood in the middle of the library. Around him, other books also floated in streams of blue mana. He thought to himself, before, I could barely lift a single book. Now, thanks to the ring's mana, everything is much easier. Ray looked at the floating book. When I get back to the car, I need to experiment with other types of magic too. The mana in Ray's ring surged, glowing brilliantly in red, light pink, and white. He realized that the strongest energy was red, then light pink, and finally white. Ray gazed thoughtfully at the light pink mana swirling in his hand. He had once struggled with it because it was rigid and difficult to control, no different from white mana. But now, the pale pink mana in the ring was completely soft, easily obeying his will. A surprising change. Sitting in the library, Ray turned the pages of ancient books. He thought that if he continued to explore, he might discover new, more powerful spells. However, an indescribable feeling made him hesitate. Ray sat quietly, his back turned, as if avoiding something deep within. He decided to temporarily use only red and white mana. At that time, Ray didn't know that the pale pink mana was linked to an emotion, sadness. A painful memory flooded back, an image of Ray in the past, embracing a fallen loved one. His tears streamed down, and a self-preservation instinct surged. He looked up at the sky, a heart-wrenching scream echoing in the night. Ray hated sadness, detested everything that reminded him of it. Back in reality, Ray was still sitting on the floor reading. He thought to himself, just as Veronica had said, there was no rainbow magic in this book. Suddenly, Ray's finger touched a strange object stuck between the pages. A small metal object, hidden among the ancient script. Ray's eyes widened in surprise. He stared at the object, a feeling of astonishment welling up. This is, he uttered. Without hesitation, Ray stood up abruptly. He turned his back, facing Veronica, who was busy. I'm going out for a bit, he said. Veronica asked in surprise where he was going, but Ray only replied, I'll read these books when I return. Just leave them there. Quickly donning his black cloak, Ray rushed out of the library. He seemed to be in a great hurry, as if he had just discovered an important secret. In another scene, a mysterious man with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile appeared. I finally understand, he said. That man's true goal is. A hand rested on the old book page. The words sacrificial offering appeared hauntingly. Then, the image of a severed goat's head, blood splattered on the plate, illustrated a brutal ritual. Ray, with a pensive expression, turned each page, trying to piece together fragmented memories. He deduced that the culprit intended to sacrifice the street children to achieve some dark purpose. A glowing red ring appeared, the exploitative magic on it likely related to enhancing the precious gem. He was waiting, amidst the blurry figures, for a report from Kedrick. Ray focused intently, awaiting news from Kedrick, his face showing a serious expression. Afterward, Ray sat in a luxurious restaurant, a table full of food unexpectedly appearing before him. He looked at the lavish meal in surprise, then exclaimed, I only ordered a drink. A smiling brown-haired boy brought a tray, explaining, Many children gave me money to buy you this meal, in case you stopped by. Ray asked about a mysterious man. The boy replied, He arrived 3 hours later than usual. Ray continued, Anything else strange? The boy whispered, I saw him smile and mumble something about the time being near. Ray pondered, picking at his food with a fork, his gaze distant. The city sky was gloomy, heavy clouds signaling an ill omen. Ray ascended the dark stairs, contemplating clues related to Merc Red. He couldn't risk investigating without knowing when he would return. Standing in the alley, Ray looked up, his eyes full of worry, wondering what to do next. Amidst the bustling street, 3 vagrants chatted carelessly, unaware of a black-cloaked figure watching them from behind. Ray, with cold blue eyes, silently observed the boisterously laughing group. From the dark stairs, Ray clearly overheard the conversation. One of them was boasting about his punch. Suddenly, a hand touched the shoulder of the incessant talker, and a low voice rang out, Can you look this way for a moment? The man spun around, his face full of aggression, raising his fist. What the hell? Who's interfering with our business? The aggressive fist was stopped mid-air, astonishing all 3 vagrants. Ray stood there, his gaze sharp. One of them exclaimed, his voice trembling, Is that the hunter? They all trembled, bowing their heads in apology. They whispered worriedly about Ray's anger, then stammered to ask what he wanted. Ray mused, recalling Philip's advice about using both the carrot and the stick. A vagrant asked again, his voice full of apprehension. So, when the man you're talking about appears, you want us to report it to you immediately? Ray replied. That's right. If you do well, I'll reward you. A smiling brown-haired boy brought out a lavish meal, beautifully arranged as a reward. The three vagrants stared at the meal, mouths watering, forgetting all their fear. They promised in unison, "We'll do our best." Ray softly replied, "Mm-hmm." Ray walked away, his footsteps echoing on the cobblestone path, leaving behind the vagrants engrossed in their meal. He stopped before an old wooden door, his gaze sweeping over it. A large padlock hung, sealing the door, like a reminder of the mysteries awaiting. Ray stared at the padlock on the old door, white mana radiating from his hand. "This wasn't here before," he mumbled. The round padlock with a glowing blue X symbol was surrounded by ethereal mana currents. When Ray touched it, the door suddenly flared with dazzling red light, and blue mana lightning bolts shot out, surprising him. Ray pondered, his eyes sharp. Did he place some kind of protective magic on it? Standing before the door, Ray hesitated. If I break the door, he'll know I was here. Or should I remove the hinges and… Suddenly, a brown-haired young man rushed up the stairs, his footsteps hurried. "Hunter! He's here!" The brown-haired young man frantically pointed, warning. Ray turned his face away, trying to avoid the scrutinizing gaze. Ray stepped back, his footsteps hurried. He wondered if the other person recognized him, as the tunnel was dark then and he had disguised his voice. Ray stood with his arms crossed, calmly observing Niles, the mysterious man with a fedora and long coat, approaching. Niles looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp and suspicious, scanning the surroundings. Ray lowered his face, his expression devoid of emotion, maintaining a terrifying composure. Ray leaned against the wall, sighing in relief as Niles passed by. Niles disappeared from view. Ray straightened up, his eyes satisfied. I knew it. He didn't recognize me. I've gathered some useful information. The next afternoon, dazzling sunlight enveloped a deserted industrial district. Ray and Jonathan stood leaning against the wall, their expressions calm. Jonathan looked at Ray with a worried expression. I guess it's fine. Don't worry about it. You just need to do what I told you, Ray replied. Jonathan flinched in horror, his bloodshot eyes wide at an unexpected sight. A majestic figure appeared, the man in the fedora striding with an air of charisma, enveloping the space with his mysterious presence. The man's face became clear, his sharp eyes hidden beneath the brim of his hat, exuding unpredictable danger. Jonathan bowed respectfully, his voice trembling. Long time no see, master. The mysterious man, Niles, asked Jonathan to drop the formalities and reveal himself. Jonathan responded, his face tense. Jonathan was about to report, but Niles raised a hand to stop him, his eyes scrutinizing. Wait. Before that, Niles stared at Ray, his gaze piercing. Who is this? Jonathan hastily explained. He's just been appointed as the deputy leader. I thought it would be good to introduce him to you, so I brought him along, Niles commanded. Look up. Ray looked up, his gaze calmly meeting his. Niles leaned down, his glowing red eyes and eerie smile clearly visible. What's your name? Ray remained silent, his gaze unwavering under the pressure. After a moment of silence, Ray spoke, his tone firm. My name is Niles. Niles subtly smirked, a mysterious smile fleeting across his face. Niles said, I understand. Work hard, okay? Ray secretly wondered if he remembered their meeting yesterday, and Jonathan confirmed he didn't. As the three walked, Niles asked, So, how many people do you have now? Jonathan replied, Currently, there are exactly 63 members. Niles reminded him about the missing number. Jonathan smiled brightly, affirming, Yes, of course. I only choose the strongest. Niles flashed a sinister smile, his eyes holding something obscure. He burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing like a triumphant declaration. Niles placed his hands on Jonathan's and Ray's shoulders, promising to bring them to the organization once they had enough people. Jonathan was astonished at the prospect of joining, while Niles smiled, explaining that his organization was looking for an independent unit. Jonathan was overjoyed, calling Niles master, but Ray, deep down, was skeptical, unable to believe he would lie so brazenly. Ray pondered silently, looking down at Niles' worn-out shoes, wondering how such a shabbily dressed person could be the leader of an organization. He thought he was losing his mind. Ray raised his hand, politely asking a question, while Jonathan stood behind him, sighing wearily. Niles nodded, giving permission. Ray asked about the headquarters, and Niles replied that Merc Red had no branches. Members simply moved around to carry out missions. Ray observed intently, noticing that the mana in Niles' body remained stable, with no unusual signs. Niles smiled confidently, revealing that their headquarters was in Sector 43, where all activities were planned. A dark mana vortex appeared, and Ray realized it was a lie, as Niles' mana was violently fluctuating. Ray stared at Niles, his eyes full of suspicion. He continued to question, asking about the appearance and personality of the organization's boss. Niles paused, his expression pensive, making Ray even more curious. Niles' face contorted, his eyes glowing red, repeating the word boss with an eerie tone. Niles stood there, arms crossed, his entire body radiating a dark, mysterious energy, evoking the terrifying presence of the boss. Niles looked up at the colossal shadow, the boss's glowing red eyes appearing and disappearing in the darkness, uttering an eerie call. Niles' face became clear. He smirked, his voice full of reverence. The boss is an extraordinary person. He laughed eerily, tears streaming down his bloodshot eyes. A wretch like me cannot even look directly at him. That's how great he is. In that moment, Ray's eyes flashed purple, as if pondering that mysterious admiration. But beneath that facade, Niles bowed his head, his entire body enveloped by dark energy, an extreme fear pressing down on him. The scene shifted to an empty corridor, where a voice echoed, "More importantly, Kedrick, when will you move here?" "In 2 days." Jonathan stood opposite Niles, the mysterious man ordered. "Then I will drop by in 3 days. I also need to carefully examine the children who will join our organization." "Yes." Ray's eyes suddenly turned crimson. He focused intensely, seemingly having detected something unusual. From Ray's hand, a stream of fresh red mana flowed, drawing a strange streak of light in the air. Niles walked away, leaving behind a trail of crimson mana, like a mysterious mark on the desolate gray ground. Ray watched him, explaining to Jonathan. "It's a small amount, but he deliberately let his mana flow out." From above, the entire abandoned factory appeared, a gigantic magic circle drawn by Niles with crimson mana, turning the place into his canvas. Niles stepped down, completing the fresh red magic circle. A mysterious ritual had been performed. He reached into his jacket, a decisive and meaningful gesture. From his pocket, Niles took out 3 crimson mana crystals, sparkling in his palm. Jonathan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming skeptically, "What? What is that?" Niles flashed a sinister smile, his sharp teeth clearly visible. He manipulated the crimson mana, forming a heart shape in mid-air. Ray and Jonathan watched, their eyes filled with amazement. Jonathan turned pale, sweat dripping down. "It looks too dangerous. Is it okay?" Ray calmly replied, "It's fine." Red mana shot out from the crystal in 5 brilliant rays, drawing a star shape on the ground. Niles stood in the center of the fiery magic circle, mana surging from his hands, flowing down to the ground. The red mana crystal sank deep into the center of the circle, swirling mana lines enveloping it. Niles sneered, looking at Jonathan. "Haha, no need to be so scared. Kedrick, it's a gemstone just like the one on your ring." Jonathan bowed his head, his voice trembling. "It heals and enhances vitality. Thank you for your concern, Master." Niles stepped closer, his gaze sharp. "Good. Keep it safe. Don't you dare touch that gemstone." Jonathan quickly replied, "Yes, I understand." Niles gripped Jonathan's shoulder tightly, making the boy flinch. "By the way," he leaned close to Jonathan, his red eyes full of menace. "The ring I gave you. Treat it as your life. Don't lose it." Jonathan trembled, clenching his hand, the red ring sparkling. "Is that clear?" "Yes, I will remember." Niles turned his back, stepped into the dazzling doorway, and vanished from sight. A blinding flash of light erupted, marking his complete disappearance. Jonathan knelt on the ground, sighing in relief. "He's finally gone." Jonathan knelt, looking at Ray with worry. "He's finally gone. What do we do now? What is he plotting?" Ray looked at Jonathan, his blue eyes calm. "We'll find out," Ray ordered Jonathan. "For now, return to the hotel. I still have work to do here." Jonathan looked at Ray with concern. Ray stood on the balcony, his gaze piercing through the space, looking down at a crimson magic circle on the floor below. The crimson magic circle, swirling with mysterious energy. Ray pondered, "What the hell is that? It's clearly related to magic." Ray mused, writing in his notebook. He needed to decipher this mystery. Ray looked down at the magic circle, a thought suddenly striking him. "I know someone who might have a clue." Daylight shone upon the ancient architecture of the building, a peaceful beauty contrasting with the unfolding mystery. Ray's notebook page opened, revealing a complex magic circle, full of ancient symbols. Ray stared at the drawing, deep in thought. Could it be? The silver-haired old man, with a profound expression, looked at Ray. "Is what you've drawn here related to the guy who calls himself the director of Merc Red?" Ray was surprised, not expecting the old man to know. "That's right." The old man closed his eyes, a heavy sigh escaping him. The old man looked at Ray, his hand on the notebook. "You've gotten involved in something dangerous. This is a magic circle. Ray asked in surprise. A magic circle? The old man confirmed. That's right. The old man explained, pointing at the drawing. This is a technique that can significantly increase the power and range of a spell. Magic circles are very difficult to use. Not everyone can use them. The silver-haired old man gazed thoughtfully at Ray's drawing, his voice full of contemplation. At least, what you've drawn here. A glowing red magic circle appeared, radiating mysterious energy. The silver-haired old man continued. Is a perfect magic circle. The silver-haired old man's eyes widened, a cold drop of sweat running down his face. More importantly, what's truly astonishing here is, Ray calmly took notes, his deep blue eyes focused. The silver-haired old man continued. You can perfectly reproduce a high-level magic circle without any formal training. The magic circle condensed a large amount of mana into a small space. The silver-haired old man explained that detecting and recreating the mana within it was like sorting extremely fine threads. The image of skillful hands appeared, as if feeling each invisible thread, distinguishing each strand by touch alone. The silver-haired old man pointed at Ray's complex drawing. No matter how talented a mage is at sensing magical energy, this is impossible without knowledge of that magic circle. The silver-haired old man's eyes were full of contemplation, staring at the drawing. This form is too perfect. It's as if he can see the magic circle with his bare eyes. Ray looked up, pointing at the drawing, his eyes curious. What is the function of this magic circle? The silver-haired old man looked at Ray and slowly replied, Ah, this is extraction magic. A sparkling ring appeared in the silver-haired old man's eyes. He explained, It's similar to the magic enchanted onto the ring you showed me before. Ray was surprised, silently pondering the idea of seeing mana with his bare eyes. He asked the old man, Are you saying that the same type of magic is being constructed to be stronger and have a larger range, right? The silver-haired old man nodded in confirmation. That's right. It's very likely that when the magic is activated, a figure stood amidst a stream of glowing red energy, surrounded by exploding magical symbols. The air was filled with menace. A man's bare face, glowing red, with wild white eyes and sharp fangs, appeared, expressing extreme pain and rage. A gigantic red energy vortex erupted, engulfing everything. The terrifying power of the extraction magic was being unleashed. Black smoke billowed up, carrying the breath of death from the recently erupted red energy vortex. All living beings here will die, and their life force will transform into magical power. A brutal ritual was taking place. Ray mused, his blue eyes sparkling with understanding. Now I'm certain. Sacrifices, 66 children, and a magic circle. The horrifying secret was gradually being revealed. The mastermind behind the plot intended to use Kedrick's gang as sacrifices for his magic circle. Ray remained pensive, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. But the silver-haired old man spoke up. Humans cannot use such concentrated mana. Ray wondered, why not? The silver-haired old man explained. Mana from life force is extremely toxic. Careless use will cause mana poisoning. It cannot be refined through a ring. The old man continued, further explaining magical power. It's usually used as fuel for creatures, or to enhance magical artifact. Ray asked, Can charging stones be enhanced? The silver-haired old man replied, Charging stones are limitless, so enhancing them wouldn't make sense, but the silver-haired old man looked at Ray, a glowing red stone ring appearing in mid-air. If it's the ring you once showed me, things would be different. Ray was astonished. The silver-haired old man called out, Ray. The silver-haired old man looked at Ray and asked, What do you plan to do now? Ray sat in contemplation, his eyes half closed, planning. Ray's eyes opened wide, gleaming with determination. A new resolve had been forged. 3 days later, the desolate scene of a ruined structure appeared, signaling a new beginning. The appointed day, 2 p.m. Amidst the desolate warehouse district, Ray quietly waited. A tall figure approached, his steps full of arrogance. The man in the fedora, with a scar etched on his face, sneered. Huh? What are you doing here? And where's Kedrick? Ray replied with a calm expression. He's inside the warehouse giving orders to the others, so I came out to greet you. The man scoffed. Greet me? I see. Very well. Let's go inside. I trust you've gathered enough people. Well done. He stepped through the door, without a shred of suspicion. Ray's gaze turned cold, sharp as a dagger. It's all thanks to you, sir. The door creaked open, swallowing the light. Niles curiously peered into the deep darkness within. He stepped inside. Within was only an empty, cold space. He was stunned, turning back with a bewildered expression. What? Why is no one here? His words were cut short by a sharp knife held to the back of his neck. His pupils contracted in extreme horror. Ray acted without warning, a fatal stab lunging forward. Niles's blade swung up, narrowly blocking Ray's knife. Metal clashed, sparking. He spun around, growling in rage. You bastard. What the hell do you think you're doing? Flames erupted from Niles's palm, pure and destructive magic. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Magic? In a flash, Ray retreated towards the door, leaving Niles sprawled on the floor. Niles sprang up, his rage blazing. His curved blade swung up. Who do you think you're messing with? The iron door behind Ray slammed shut, trapping the prey. Niles was horrified. The door! He narrowed his eyes, panic giving way to scrutiny. Who are you? Ray pulled down his hood, revealing his white hair and cold blue eyes. Walter, I'm here on the boss's orders to deal with you. His voice rang out, devoid of emotion. Niles burst into maniacal laughter, his fangs bared. An assassin. He turned his back, full of self-satisfaction. An assassin? Huh? Now I get it. Ha ha ha. You must have already deciphered the magic circle here, right? As well as the fact that the magic will activate in exactly 3 hours. Niles smirked, having cornered his opponent. Ray glanced at his watch. There was still time. 2:15. Magic flames swirled around Niles's feet. This is actually a stroke of luck for me. Instead of those useless brats, his body transformed into a blazing phantom. I'll use you as a sacrifice. Niles lunged forward, bringing terrifying heat. Die, assassin. Facing the deadly flames, Ray's gaze remained unusually sharp and calm. In a hidden corner, Philip strained his eyes through binoculars, trying to grasp the situation. In the makeshift room, silence reigned. How is it, Philip? Do you see anything? I can't see anything from here. Anyway, I've already blocked all the windows and doors. Jonathan couldn't hide his panic. There's no way the hunter would lose. It must be. Someone's hand quickly covered his mouth. Philip signaled for silence. Behind him, the red-haired girl sat huddled, her face heavy with worry. The two boys whispered, "She's a mage too, right?" "Yeah. Ray brought her here." Are they? Your name is Veronica, right?" Philip started the conversation. "That's right. You're Philip, and next to me is Kedrick. Right?" Veronica nodded. "That's right. Are you worried about Ray?" Philip shook his head decisively. "No. Why not?" Back on the battlefield, blades clashed, sparking fire. Ray faced the blazing shadow monster head-on. Philip's voice rang out with conviction. "Ray's the most talented mage I've ever seen, and he's formidable even without using magic." Ray's eyes were sharp, unwavering. "That's why I'm not worried about him." Meanwhile, Niles roared in anger. "You rat!" The furious shadow plunged down from above, bringing destructive heat. Ray looked up, ready to fight. Veronica looked up, her eyes shining with unwavering belief. "I believe Ray will win," but Philip noticed something. Even so, her hands are shaking so much. Despite trying to appear strong, Veronica's hands were clasped tightly together, trembling incessantly. Jonathan noticed the girl's worry. He turned to Philip, trying to reassure him. "You're right. Let's trust Ray." In the dark alley, the battle began. Ray took a stance, his dagger gleaming with a cold light. Facing him, Niles transformed into an entity of darkness and hellfire. A savage smile appeared on his demonic face. "Give up, assassin." A blazing sword strike grazed Ray's face. He barely dodged the blow in the nick of time. Ray's eyes didn't waver. He analyzed every movement of his enemy. Blue mana enveloped the blade, ready for a counterattack. Two opposing streams of power collided violently, creating a storm of energy. Ray unleashed a lightning strike, astonishing Niles. Maintenance element? How can he use multiple elements? But Ray was also stunned. His attack seemed to have no effect on his opponent. An extremely powerful force threw Ray backward. Niles clutched his neck, roaring in anger. "You damn rat." Ray looked at his chipped blade, realizing physical strength was useless. He muttered, "Metallization. Perhaps using a magic circle to deal with him is best." Niles narrowed his eyes, seemingly having read Ray's thoughts. "Are you stalling to activate the magic circle?" Niles roared, his body transforming into a blazing shadow. The fiery red magic circle on his chest spun, releasing terrifying pressure. "Do you think I'll let you do that?" Niles's ghostly voice echoed, a stark contrast to Ray's cold, calm gaze. From the sea of flames, a colossal fire serpent rose, roaring and then plunging down, determined to devour Ray. Ray deftly dodged. The fire python slammed into the ground, making the entire alley shake violently. "It's useless," Niles sneered. "It won't disappear until it completely devours its prey." Ray landed steadily, residual flames from the previous attack flaring around his feet. He didn't flinch. He dashed away, running along the wall. The fire serpent pursued him frantically. Ray's hand lightly brushed the brick surface, its target unchanged. The monster continued to charge at terrifying speed. Ray remained unusually calm. In his mind, calculations raced at dizzying speed. "I need to find a way to end this." He realized his opponent's weakness. His movements are restricted because he has to focus on controlling the flames. If that's the case. Ray stomped his foot hard on the ground, the pavement cracking under the pressure. The plan was set. He charged straight towards the fire serpent, facing its blazing fangs ready to devour him. Niles sneered. You're trying to trick the serpent into missing and then hitting me. Do you think that childish trick will work, assassin? I know, Ray replied, blue mana beginning to gather at his fingertips. My opponent is a second-tier mage, not someone a first-tier mage can defeat. A memory flashed. Ray was pointing at a complex magic circle on paper, in front of a worried Veronica. That's why, I asked Veronica, to teach me how to draw this magic circle. Ray's words still echoed as a colossal magic array erupted, engulfing the space in a cold blue light. The mana current swirled into a ferocious flood, ready to crush everything in its path. Submerged in the sea of magic water, Niles roared. Damn it! This isn't first-tier magic. The furious flames in his eyes clashed with the overwhelming power of the water current. Ray's gaze was icy, his finger pointed straight ahead, controlling the fury of the magic. A wave of magic swept through, extinguishing the dark flames. Niles's scream was lost in the storm. Assassin! The magic formation dissipated, leaving only Ray standing there, his expression calm as if the recent battle was just a passing breeze. In the depths of a gaping hole, Niles lay motionless. The battle was over, but another appeared. The man in the gray cloak collapsed, exhausted. Ray glanced at his wrist. There wasn't much time left. 10 more minutes until 3 o'clock. The plan had to be executed on time. The man staggered to his feet. I have to go. I have to go back. To the boss. Walter. Ray's voice rang out, cold and decisive. Stop. His hand, just touching the doorknob, froze. Stay away from that door. Ray raised the bloodstone ring, his eyes icy. Otherwise, I will destroy this ring. Walter turned his back, his voice scornful. It's useless. What the managers receive is different from ordinary goods. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but Ray maintained a deadly calm. Who said that? Walter flinched. Ray's words were like a dagger aimed straight at his weakness. Do you think the bloodstones given to managers are indestructible? Ray calmly explained, as if teaching a child. Bloodstones can crack when a special elemental combination is introduced. Its surface will become extremely weak. The bloodstone on the ring flashed, and then it can be destroyed. Walter gritted his teeth, rage beginning to surge in his chest. Veins bulged on his face, and he snarled, I'll tear you apart before I leave. Ray merely shrugged, a challenge that couldn't be more arrogant. Go ahead and try. Suddenly, Ray threw a glowing object towards Walter. A streak of brilliant red light shot forward. Walter was stunned for a moment. It was the ring! Walter instinctively lunged after it, cursing. Damn it, you assassin. He slid across the ground, trying to snatch the life-saving item. His hand reached the ring. The light from the stone suddenly became dazzling. The moment his hand clenched, a blinding white energy burst forth. Walter realized with horror that he had fallen into a trap. The destructive force from the ring flung Walter backward, his body crashing hard onto the cold ground. Ray calmly turned away, his eyes unperturbed. The curtain was about to fall on the act. Rage erupted, and Walter let out a gut-wrenching roar. Assassin! The white-haired young man had reached the door, his hand on the knob, ready to leave. Walter reassured himself as he lunged forward. It's okay, Walter. There are still 5 minutes left. He scrambled to his feet, determined not to let his prey escape. I have to catch that assassin now and… Suddenly, a blazing red magic circle erupted from the ground, ancient symbols binding him tightly. Walter was stunned, utterly horrified. How can this be? It should have activated a while later. From the doorway, Ray's cold voice echoed back. You probably don't know, Walter. For a moment, Veronica's image appeared, explaining the magic circle's limitations. That's the fastest activation time possible. I tampered with the magic circle beforehand. Ray's explanation rang out as Walter was engulfed in a sea of magical flames. In despair, he could only utter a name. Boss. The door opened. Dark shadows were waiting for Ray outside. Walter collapsed, his body motionless amidst the fading magical symbols. Ray coldly bent down, picking up the bloodstone ring from the pool of blood. Ray put the ring back on, dark magical power swirling around his hand. His crimson eyes glowed with a deadly chill. Meanwhile, the children were still anxiously waiting. It's late. Will he? He'll definitely win. Just wait. That's right. He's so strong, there's no way he could lose. Suddenly, Veronica froze, her eyes wide with horror. A surge of wild mana suddenly struck. Veronica sprang to her feet, her intuition telling her something was wrong. This mana, it's out of control. Wait, what does that mean? For now, just follow her. The two boys hastily ran after Veronica, their hearts filled with confusion. All three rushed out of their hiding place, searching for the source of the chaos. Veronica, what's wrong? They were stunned by the sight before them. What is that? The ground cracked open beneath a heel, and then hellfire erupted fiercely. From within the sea of flames, Ray emerged, his entire body enveloped by furious fire. Ray! Veronica trembled, realizing the horrifying truth. It's mana poisoning. Ray is in danger. The two boys stood frozen, fear clearly visible on their faces. Jonathan suddenly clenched his fist. Philip stared in astonishment at his friend. Kedrick? She said, the leader is in danger. Jonathan grabbed a metal plate, his eyes gleaming with determination. We have to do everything we can. Without hesitation, Jonathan roared, charging straight into the sea of flames, raising his makeshift shield in front of him. But Ray's flames were even more ferocious. The terrifying heat flung Jonathan back, the metal plate in his hand melting. Jonathan fell sprawling on the ground, helpless against the furious flames. Ray's eyes burned with madness. Amidst the sea of flames, he was no longer himself. Jonathan struggled to his feet, yelling in despair. Ray, wake up. Philip huddled behind Jonathan, his voice faltering. It's me, Philip. In the chaos, a flicker of recognition appeared. Pa, Philip? But that consciousness was quickly submerged. A fireball formed in Ray's hand, its terrifying heat distorting the air. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward, blocking the two boys. The fireball from Ray's hand exploded, creating a fierce wall of fire. It was Veronica. Pure white mana enveloped her. Veronica! Her voice sharpened. There are two ways to stop Ray. Either force him to put out the fire himself, or we have to extinguish it. Philip panicked. I'll call the fire department. Can you hold him off for 5 minutes? Philip yelled as he ran off. Jonathan gritted his teeth and replied, Yes. Ray raised his hand again, and an even more terrifying surge of energy gathered. He unleashed his full power. A colossal wave of fire roared, devouring everything in its path. Philip and Jonathan froze in horror at the destructive sight. Veronica raised both hands forward, channeling all her mana to erect a fragile shield. Jonathan screamed in horror. Veronica! Facing absolute power, she knew she couldn't withstand it. I can't stop it. But a serene smile bloomed on her lips. I'm fine. What I want is for you to be safe. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she accepted everything. Immediately after the battle with Walter, Ray silently looked at the ring. A dark red, resentful, evil aura was seeping from the gem. The dark mana surged violently. Ray realized its abnormal growth, a power not to be underestimated. Even if it's not as strong as the mana in my own ring, with this much, I can. Ray calculated silently, still not fully grasping the danger. But then, a tremor struck. His eyes widened, pupils stained a fiery blood red, reflecting the flames of hell. Unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. A man, engulfed in a sea of flames, frantically pleaded. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Tears of fear streamed down his face. I didn't steal anything. His desperate plea drowned in the sea of flames. The man's eyes trembled, brimming with tears, reflecting extreme horror, before being consumed by the flame. Ray was stunned by the brutal images. Is this a man's memory? The stranger's pain seeped into his flesh. The man's body fell freely amidst the fiery vortex, a tormented soul with no escape. Another fragment of memory appeared. A boy with fiery eyes, his voice hoarse with determination born from despair. I have to become stronger. Only then will I be able to avenge all of them. The boy's smile was twisted, full of hatred and malice. The two words revenge were etched deep into Ray's mind. The flames of another's hatred were burning his soul. Ghostly whispers echoed, urging him to surrender to rage, flatten everything, and kill. Ray threw his head back and let out a silent scream. Pain and madness consumed him. The command kill echoed relentlessly. A dark phantom appeared behind him, controlling Ray like a puppet. Destructive energy gathered in his hands. Kill them all. The demon had awakened. Its sharp fangs bared just behind Ray's neck, and the final command was given. Kill. Possessed, Ray unleashed a destructive flame. A deadly aura enveloped him. Philip watched in horror as the impending tragedy unfolded, but the demon's true target was the red-haired girl. Veronica faced the storm of fire alone. A savage roar echoed, calling out its praise name. Veronica! Facing death, Veronica merely offered a sorrowful smile. Ray's fiery red eyes were devoid of emotion, holding only the command to kill. The hellfire suddenly transformed, condensing into a brilliant orb of light. A white Sunday? That pure light stunned the demon within Ray. So beautiful. The destructive energy vanished, leaving only a gentle light in his palm. The red receded. Ray's blue eyes returned, staring blankly at the scene before him. They looked at each other, stunned. Veronica? Ray! 3 days later, at Philip's hotel. Inside the infirmary, Veronica had woken up. "Hey Ray, could you get me a glass of water?" He silently brought her the water. "Here you go." "Thanks." But Ray's gaze was now unusually distant and cold. Veronica had paid the price with 2 days bedridden. Because she helped him, now it was his turn to take care of her. "Oh, could you get me the second volume of Light and Roses and 2 more soft pillows? You can take the glass. Thanks for the water." Ray just listened in silence. He quietly turned away. "My principle is to repay debts. So, are you suffering from mana poisoning?" "Yeah," Ray replied curtly, his gaze distant. "Let's just say that. That's because you keep using unpurified mana." But Ray knew the real reason wasn't that. In his palm, a dark energy surged. It was the energy stone of that man. "I sense an unpleasant mana from it. My grandfather said mana from others is extremely toxic. Are you planning to use it?" "I won't use it," he thought to himself. If not for Veronica, he might have incinerated himself. "Right, you shouldn't use it." Veronica breathed a sigh of relief. But Ray thought differently. At least not now. The girl hesitated. "Also, thank you for helping me." Ray's sincere thanks surprised Veronica. Her eyes lit up with surprise. "What's wrong with you? Are you still suffering from mana poisoning?" Veronica was confused by Ray's strange attitude. The infirmary door suddenly opened. "Ray, is this a good time?" A boy wearing glasses walked in, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "These are the things from that guy you asked for. I told the children to break into the basement and take everything they found." Ray picked up the old photo. A gloomy orphanage. Among the children, a familiar figure appeared. An orphanage? Is this Walter? The children's faces blurred in memory. It's hard to tell them apart. I'll have to look closely later. Philip pointed to a notebook. "I think this is his notebook. It looks important, so I set it aside." Inside was a list of bloody missions. Assassinations, robberies. "Are these orders from the Red Mercenaries?" Ray flipped through the pages. Cold words appearing. A failed mission caught his attention. Investigating a green gem. "This is blue, yellow, orange." All were failed gem hunts. All the pieces began to fit. The theory of the rainbow shattered into 7 fragments. Are the Red Mercenaries looking for the rainbow fragments? Ray's eyes sharpened. A decision had been made. Enough reason to investigate further. Philip noticed the change. "You said you'd be leaving this area soon, right?" The boy placed a large bag on the table. "This is payment for everything you've done. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to reconcile with Kedrick." Philip continued to clearly present the payment terms, but Ray just listened in silence. "And let me know the day you leave. I'll see you off." Philip's smile was a little awkward. The boy thought to himself, perhaps this was the last time. Because once he leaves, I'll never see him again. Ray's hand reached out, interrupting the boy's thoughts. "Philip," an unexpected offer was made. Ray's hand extended towards Philip. "When I leave this area, do you want to come with me?" Philip froze, Ray's question like a shooting star streaking across his empty mind. The boy cried out, shock erupting on his face. Ray remained calm, his gaze steady. "Are you serious?" "Yes, I am." Philip waved his hand in protest, trying to explain the suddenness. "Isn't this too sudden? I've never left Sector 49. If I go, I'll have to leave everything I've built here." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Philip's mind. "The real reason you're making money is to leave this place, isn't it?" Memories flooded back. Philip suddenly realized. So he remembered. One night, under dim lights, he had idly spoken of his dream to leave. Memories of his mother, and the promise to leave this slum. What I said that night. Ray had remembered. Even though it was just a fleeting remark. Philip bowed his head, lips pressed tightly, a momentous decision forming. The boy looked up, his gaze firm. "All right, I'll go with you." Philip stood up, stating his condition. "In return, give me some time. I need to hand over the hotel management." "How long?" He held up 2 fingers, decisively. 2 weeks. 2 weeks is enough. Ray nodded in agreement. "All right." The countdown began. Philip waved goodbye to his friends. A new chapter about to open. 2 weeks passed. Philip carefully noted down the essentials, preparing for a new journey. Meanwhile, Ray sat in the car, driving through the city at night. Time waits for no one. He met an elder, who gave him a stone filled with mysterious magic. Finally, he arrived. Veronica was waiting, and the training began. Veronica looked at the paper in astonishment. "I have nothing left to teach you. You truly are a genius. It's just because the teacher is good." Ray replied to the familiar compliment, without any expression. His gaze was sharp, concealing a cold calculation. 2 children hid behind the bookshelf, looking at Ray in fear. They quickly ran away. Veronica apologetically explained. "Sorry, the children are a bit shy." But soon, fear turned into curiosity. They surrounded Veronica, eagerly asking about the life of a hunter. Ray just quietly observed. "Shall we switch places?" Ray suggested. Veronica nodded. "Okay, Break time was over. Veronica sat down on the chair. Ray stood behind her. The atmosphere became serious. She closed her eyes, and a stream of pure blue mana began to surge, enveloping her body. Ray observed the energy flow. She's definitely gotten better at controlling mana. Even though I didn't teach her anything special, in Veronica's recollection, Ray's voice echoed like a cruel command. Faster. Even faster? Faster. Her heart, now a mana core, beat powerfully in her chest, radiating, surging energy. Veronica squeezed her eyes shut, sweat beading on her forehead. I'm still not enough. The image of her grandfather lying in a hospital bed appeared, cold and lonely. He didn't have much time left, but now, she wasn't alone. Ray's gaze, stern and steady, followed her every movement. Her hands clenched, a powerful urge rising. Faster, even faster. Memories flooded back, the image of her kind grandfather reading to the children, a warm and precious moment. That was why she had to try. I want to live up to their expectations. Energy erupted from deep within. Her heart, the mana core, emitted a dazzling glow. Veronica's eyes flew open, astonished by the power surging from her own body. Ray couldn't hide his astonishment either. Her empty circle is being filled with mana. Her body swayed from exhaustion, but a satisfied smile bloomed on Veronica's lips. I did it. Ray gently placed his hand on her head, a silent gesture of comfort. Veronica. His voice rang out. The red-haired girl looked up, trying to reassure him. I'm fine. It's just that all the tension has vanished, and… Ray's eyes showed extreme confusion. Veronica's hand trembled as she clutched his shirt. Thank you. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she sobbed. I was able to create my circle because you were by my side. Ray stood frozen, completely bewildered. What did I even do? Why is she crying? More importantly, if you've created your circle, you should show it to Grandpa. Veronica suddenly realized. That's right. Hasty footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs. Ray, do you want to come with me? Ray coldly replied from downstairs. Why should I go? With a radiant smile, she asserted. I did it because of you. Let's go tell Grandpa together. Without waiting for an answer, Veronica pulled Ray along, in a moment filled with the light of hope. Her smile was as radiant as morning sunlight, full of pride and happiness. Ray just followed blankly, not understanding what was happening. Both stopped in front of a silent wooden door at the end of the hallway. Veronica's hand gently tapped on the door. She cheerfully pushed the door open and stepped inside, Ray following closely behind. Grandpa, I'm coming in. Grandpa. Just now, her footsteps suddenly halted, her words catching in her throat. Ray noticed the unusual silence. Veronica? Ray's pupils contracted. A horrifying sight met his eyes. In the dark room, the old man lay slumped dead on the table, amidst unfinished book pages. Veronica's eyes were lifeless, a gaping, empty black hole in her chest. Grandpa. The faint light of dawn crept over the city, signaling a new day, but also the beginning of an end. The heavy, aged eyes slowly opened, holding the serenity of one who already knew their fate. Ray was awake. By the bed, the old man faintly called his name. You're finally awake, Ray. How long have I been asleep? Ray's voice echoed in the quiet room. About 2.5 days. The old man smiled faintly, a smile of acceptance for his fate. It seems I truly don't have much time left. Veronica. Ray just sat there, his hands neatly placed on his lap, listening silently. I see. The child didn't have the courage to witness my final moments. The old man sighed. She is a gentle soul, somewhat fragile. The old man expressed his gratitude that Ray had accepted the sudden offer to learn magic from a dying man. Thank you for agreeing. But Ray merely saw it as a fair exchange. I simply consider it mutually beneficial. You need an heir, and I need a teacher. The old man smiled at the boy's strange frankness. This will be our last lesson. Do you have any questions for me? Ray fell into thought. A question he had never dared to face. If it's now, then, I can't feel emotions. The cold confession echoed, breaking the silence. Ray was surprised by the old man's composure. I understand. You already knew? I had my own suspicions. He explained his empty inner world, where emotions were something he had to struggle to find, yet they were never complete. Is this a sickness? The old man replied with a cryptic answer. A condition of the heart can also be called a sickness. He explained that some hearts close themselves off after enduring extreme pain and abuse. You, who can choose to feel emotions, might be a different case from those people. The old man's words made Ray ponder. I can't think of anything special. Then I want to know what kind of magic you're using. Ray got straight to the point. The old man, lying on the bed, only gently asked back. What do you mean? Ray explained, his voice resolute. You always understand my intentions even when I don't speak them. You know what situation I'm facing and what I'm thinking. The old man burst into hearty laughter. Magic, you say? Ray maintained his cold expression. Do you mean it's not magic? It's not magic. I'm simply reading your expressions. The old man smiled, but Ray remained skeptical. But I don't have any expressions? The old man pointed out the unconscious changes on Ray's face. Even now, I can see that you don't fully understand what I'm saying. Although those signs were extremely subtle and hard to notice, the old man affirmed that all of them could be considered expressions. Try practicing reading others' expressions. If you feel what I do is magic, and you want to learn it yourself. Ray confessed a harsh truth. But I can't distinguish people's faces. They all look the same. The confession stunned the old man. The room door gently opened. The conversation had ended. Ray quietly walked down the stairs, silence enveloping the space. From above, he saw a familiar figure huddled alone in the empty study. The girl startled and looked up, her red-rimmed eyes filled with tears. Veronica. Ray stood on the stairs, his voice devoid of emotion. I don't think he has much time left. Veronica buried her face in her hands, sobbing in despair. I don't want to see him go. Ray's voice rang out, cold yet an inescapable truth. This is your last chance to speak with your grandfather. Veronica's eyes widened, brimming with tears. Veronica rushed up the stairs, leaving Ray behind. Each step was a hurried, desperate beat. Grandpa, please don't be too late. The door burst open. Veronica rushed in, her face panicked. Grandpa! By the sickbed, her two younger brothers were sobbing. Sister! The old man lay there, his breath weak but his eyes filled with tenderness. Veronica, a contented smile appeared on his aged face. My grandchild. You've come. Veronica was stunned, her words caught in her throat, a radiant smile through her tears. Grandpa, I did it. I created a magic circle. A frail, trembling hand reached out. I knew you could do it. She quickly grasped that hand, the last warmth. Grandpa, memories flooded back with the hand clasp. That day, you also held my hand like this, and told me not to worry. You said I wouldn't be cold anymore, wouldn't be hungry, wouldn't have to wait alone for someone who would never return. Tears of happiness and sorrow mingled. How happy I was when you told me to come with you. Her two younger brothers also held his hand, trying to suppress their grief. Don't worry, we'll be fine. The old man's eyes closed, peacefully. I won't worry. I know how strong you all are. His final words faded into the quiet space. Ray stood hidden behind the door, silently thinking to himself. I was also very happy to have met you all. Night fell, heavy rain pouring down on the desolate cemetery. Veronica spared no expense to arrange the funeral. Graham was buried in the largest central cemetery in Sector 49. After the funeral, the two children fell asleep from exhaustion. From outside the door, Veronica quietly watched them. The room door gently opened. Ray and Veronica, both in black mourning attire, stood silently in the hallway. Thank you for helping me. It would be hard for me to move it alone. Veronica didn't cry, even though the mana within her seemed like it could erupt at any moment. Ray's eyes were full of confusion. What kind of expression is that? Memories of his grandfather's teachings suddenly flooded back. Can't you recognize people's faces? Then how about this? Instead of looking at the whole, focus on each feature of their face. The old teaching illuminated Veronica's tear-filled eyes. In that moment, the resilient wall crumbled. Veronica's tears streamed down endlessly. Ray was stunned. A tear rolled down his cheek, beyond his control. Wait, not like this. I didn't mean to feel sad. An unfamiliar emotion choked his chest. Exhausted, Veronica collapsed onto the cold ground. She clutched the wooden floor, trying to suppress her choked sobs. Ugh. Ray stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her trembling body. An awkward but comforting embrace. No. Ray thought to himself, his gaze unwavering. In that moment, he realized something. This might actually be good. Ray's hand gently stroked her red hair. The girl's tears still fell silently, because for the first time, I can truly comfort someone of my own volition. Memories of a farewell suddenly resurfaced. Philip and Jonathan's promise echoed amidst the crowded train station. You must come back, I promise. Back in the present, Ray and Philip sat in the car. The road ahead was deserted. Ray glanced in the rearview mirror. Looks like they're not coming. Did you tell them the time? I told them clearly. They know. We're departing at 10 this morning. Veronica was startled when Ray suddenly appeared in the bookstore. Leave? Together? Yes. With me and Philip. Ray explained. He needed her knowledge of magic circles. Furthermore, Ray had always been curious about the white sun, the power that had saved him from danger. Wait, that's too sudden. I still have to take care of the kids. Ray had already planned everything. Philip's hotel would take care of the children. They said they'd follow your decision. What about the shop? Ray reassured her. Kedrick and his subordinates would guard it daily. No one would dare touch it. Veronica was flustered by Ray's thorough arrangements. He looked directly at her and spoke. Don't you want to leave? The question hit home. Is it that obvious? Ray replied with a single word. Yes. Veronica stood motionless, her words a whisper. Give me some time. I need to think. In the car, Philip reminded him. Ray, it's 10 o'clock. Ray remained silent, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Ray's hand decisively pushed the gear stick. Let's go. The car sped off, leaving two boys standing dumbfounded, watching it go. They really left. Suddenly, Veronica, in travel attire, rushed out from the alley, her shout echoing. Wait for me. The red-haired girl put all her strength into chasing the car, her face clearly urgent. Take me with you. Philip spotted her in the rearview mirror, his face beaming. Looks like she was hiding behind the rock. Stop. But Veronica's shout drowned out his words. Don't stop. Just go. Just leave the door open. Philip was stunned. Ray gave a brief order. Is she planning to get in the car like this? Take the wheel for a bit. Veronica gritted her teeth and ran, the distance between her and the car gradually closing. Ray leaned out of the door, his eyes resolute, extending his hand towards her. Take my hand. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Veronica reached out her hand, her face overwhelmed with relief, a radiant but tear-filled smile. In that moment, she had found hope. Two hands clasped tightly together, a connection formed. Veronica fell into the car, landing not so gently on the back seat. Philip adjusted his glasses, smiling meaningfully. Looks like you finally decided to come with us. Veronica leaned back in the seat, wondering why Ray hadn't stopped the car. The red-haired girl gave a wry smile. I felt like I wouldn't be able to leave if we stopped for even a second. Ray and Philip were silent, their eyes meeting in the rearview mirror, where Veronica was smiling. Ray casually teased Veronica about being weaker than him. The red-haired girl immediately retorted, I had to gather all my courage to do this. In the desolate wilderness, Ray checked the car. Philip and Veronica knelt, exhausted, rainbow mana radiating from them. Ray confirmed, there's nothing wrong with the car. Philip and Veronica lamented the 7-hour non-stop journey. The red-haired girl clutched her stomach. My stomach still feels so nauseous. Ray decided to camp overnight. Philip and Veronica, though tired, agreed. All right. The fire blazed, dispelling the cold darkness of the night. Ray sat by the fire, his gaze resolute. My goal is to find the rainbow. Philip and Veronica stared at Ray in astonishment, the bowls of food in their hands seemingly frozen. Veronica recalled what Ray had once said, then curiously asked, May I ask what this rainbow is? Ray placed his bowl on the ground, his tone calm and steady. Let me explain. Philip began to explain. The rainbow is a gem that generates infinite mana, split into 7 fragments and scattered across the world. Veronica asked again, And by gathering the rainbow, you'll be able to make wishes come true? Philip replied concisely, That's right. Veronica pondered. So, through that battle, you learned that the red-cloaked mercenary guild is also looking for the rainbow? Philip explained. There are rumors that the guild's boss holds a fragment, Philip concluded. So from now on, I suppose you'll be investigating the rainbow, focusing on the red-cloaked mercenary guild. Ray's gaze was sharp, scrutinizing. If you're scared, we can still go back. But he was met with a radiant smile. Veronica was nonchalant. I figured as much. I've faced death a few times myself. Around the campfire, they began to divide roles. Philip took on finances and negotiations, while Veronica would be their guide in magic. Ray looked at the brilliant light, his voice deepening. And this light is stronger than anything anyone else possesses. When it was Philip's turn, the boy took a deep breath. I'll also share my goal. My goal is to find my mother. Memories flooded back. The day his mother left for another area to earn money. Philip, Mom's going to earn money now. You have to wait for me here, okay? A warm kiss and a final promise, okay? I love you, my son, Philip recounted. Mom said she would definitely come back. The reason I'm earning money is because of that. Because we were separated by money. The story made Veronica burst into tears. Ray coldly ordered, Philip, you made her cry. Comfort her. Philip flustered. No, wait, the story wasn't that sad? Veronica wiped away her tears, her gaze resolute. My goal is to complete my grandfather's research. She recalled old notes. Her grandfather was writing a thesis about the black rain, something that changed the color of the earth and skin, and brought disease. The eternal slumber disease my grandfather suffered from was one of them, Veronica declared. I will complete it, so no one else has to die like my grandfather. Philip and Ray agreed. I'll help as much as I can. I'll help in every way possible. Ray nodded. An agreement formed. Good. We will help each other. Consider it a pact. Philip's and Veronica's eyes shone with determination. They now shared a common path. Suddenly, a voice rang out. calling his name. Ray. Ray's eyes widened, alert. By the flickering fire, Philip and Veronica eagerly high-fived, determined to journey together. From now on, we'll rely on each other, okay? Yeah, Ray stood there, his cold gaze on their two fists, looking puzzled. What a meaningless gesture, Ray's voice rang out, full of reason. Fist bumping doesn't make our bodies stronger like magic. Philip and Veronica were stunned by his blunt words. Ray? My hand is so hot. It feels like it's about to be roasted. Ray quietly raised his fist and blew gently on it. A simple action, yet it held a silent concern. Then he extended his hand. 3 fists met, an unspoken promise formed. Just rely on each other. Radiant smiles lit up Philip's and Veronica's faces. Yeah, of course. But joy was quickly replaced by anxiety. Ray's warning about the danger ahead still lingered in their minds. He said our lives would be in danger. The scenery changed. The car rolled across the barren desert. How many days has it been? I don't know. It feels like 7 days. Inside the car, Ray drove calmly, while his 2 companions were groggy from motion sickness. Today is the 9th day. Philip, pale, tried to calculate. We must be getting close. It took me about 10 days to travel from Zone 50 to Zone 49. Suddenly, the boy's eyes froze. He had seen something in the distance. A colossal dust cloud billowed up from the horizon, signaling something unusual. What is that? A dust cloud? Not a dust cloud. It was a herd of wild beasts with skin as hard as rock, their bloodshot eyes seething, charging madly forward. The ground shook violently. The entire colossal herd was heading straight for the small car. Philip's frantic cry rang out. What is that? Amidst the panic, Ray maintained a calm expression. Those are stone deer. Philip and Veronica repeated in astonishment. Stone deer? Their skin is cracked like stone. No. More accurately, it's a shell. Definitely creatures I've read about in books. Veronica recognized them immediately. Philip asked in a panic. Are they dangerous? Veronica reassured him, saying they were quite docile, but wondered why they were migrating out of season. Something definitely happened. Ray glanced in the rearview mirror, his gaze sharp. Perhaps behind them, the colossal herd stretched to the horizon. Turning back was suicide, and charging straight through was no escape either. The path ahead was blocked. Ray gave a decisive order. Veronica, prepare a defense. A spherical shield 3 meters in diameter, moving with the car. Veronica was startled. Defense? Where? Veronica closed her eyes, her hands clasped together. Magical energy began to gather. She gritted her teeth in concentration. If I want it 3 meters wide and moving with the car then. They're here! Philip's shout rang out as the shadows of the first beasts fell upon the car. The stone deer roared furiously, charging like a dust storm, ready to crush any obstacle in their path. But Ray didn't flinch. His eyes were icy, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. He had made his own decision. The car, enveloped in a fragile manosphere, shot straight into the midst of the ferocious herd like an arrow. The first impact shook the car violently. Philip was tossed around, his eyes wide with horror as he watched the stone bodies flash past the window. A colossal hoof slammed down on the car roof. Ray growled. Use all your mana to reinforce the defense. It mustn't break, Veronica screamed, pouring all her strength into the shield. I'm doing it. Sweat streamed down Veronica's temples. The magic shield was trembling violently, small cracks beginning to appear. She was reaching her limit. Ray glanced quickly at Veronica. He knew the situation well. This isn't enough. Veronica will run out of mana first. Amidst the deadly encirclement, Ray suddenly turned to Philip. You said you wanted to learn how to drive, didn't you? Philip froze. Huh? Ray looked at Philip, his gaze sharp as a command. This is your chance. Philip frantically gripped the steering wheel, terrified as Ray let go. Wait. If you let go now. No way. I understand. Ray's foot slammed down on the accelerator, crimson mana blazing around his shoes, propelling the car forward like a bullet. Ray stood firm on the car roof, facing the colossal stone deer herd charging towards him, his gaze resolute and fearless. He looked straight ahead, his face highly focused, ready for the life-or-death confrontation. A stone deer appeared, emitting a strange blue light amidst the dark mana night. Ray noticed the anomaly. Blue? Ray's eyes widened, a flash of insight. He had understood the hidden secret. Beneath the stone deer herd, a blood-soaked land littered with corpses appeared. Ray had found his target. Found it. Philip trembled, driving the car in the direction Ray indicated, amidst the enemy's encirclement. How much further do I have to go? Ray replied, just keep going straight this way. We're almost there. The car slammed into a stone deer, shattering it into fragments of blue light. Ray and Philip were simultaneously astonished, their eyes wide at the unexpected sight. Veronica, exhausted, with blood streaming from her nose, still struggled to maintain the mana shield protecting the car. Ray looked at Veronica, his voice deepening. You're bleeding. He knew the limits clearly. This is as far as we can go with the shield. Ray knelt, pondering the situation. I can't create a shield as large as Veronica's. Only she can do it because her mana is primarily white mana. So what I can do now is, Ray reached out towards a crumbling stone deer, blue mana erupting, as if he was absorbing or manipulating it. The shield shattered into pieces. Philip screamed, terror etched on his face. It broke. Amidst the rain of mana fragments, Ray looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden collapse. As death loomed, Ray's pupils contracted. The car suddenly swerved, crashing into a stone deer. Philip screamed in terror. Ray? Veronica watched in shock as the car was engulfed in dust. Ray. No. Her voice faded in despair. Veronica's eyes widened, unable to believe the catastrophe before her. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a figure still stood firm. Ray stood on the car's roof, unusually calm. Veronica gasped his name. Ray! Ray's eyes glowed red. A daring decision formed. What I can do is use metallization on this entire car. A stream of crimson mana enveloped the entire vehicle, transforming it into a war machine. Ray turned, his voice decisive. I've reinforced the car, but if you go outside, you might get hurt. Get in. Veronica nodded quickly. All right. Philip gripped the steering wheel firmly, urged on by Ray. We're almost there. Keep going, the boy replied decisively. Understood. The armored car sped off like a crimson arrow, sweeping away all obstacles in its path. The wasteland was devastated. Stone deer carcasses shattered. They were safe. Is everyone all right? Ray asked. I think I'm fine, Philip panted. Veronica replied concisely. I'm fine. A desolate scene unfolded. Stone deer carcasses lay scattered, a graveyard in the dead land. Oh God, was it us? Philip was stunned. Veronica immediately denied it. I don't think so. Stone deer have shells as hard as rock. They wouldn't be hurt by this. Ray touched a wound, blood still oozing. Veronica is right. These stone deer were shot. He squinted, noticing something unusual. This bullet wound is much larger than anything I've seen. Is it specialized ammunition? What are these kids doing in this wasteland? A sinister voice echoed from behind. A stranger with a grotesque smile appeared. Lost? The man, carrying a weapon on his shoulder, sneered. You certainly didn't come here on your own. Where are the adults? His gaze swept over all three, then lingered with a covetous look. Now that I look closely, you all have pretty faces, don't you? Veronica recoiled in fear, softly calling out. Ray! Ray maintained his cold expression, asking directly. I have a question. How far is Sector 48? The man showed annoyance at Ray's attitude. Want to go home early? But what's with that tone? He reached out and grabbed Ray's collar. Flash! Ray unleashed a lightning-fast strike, a surge of crimson energy hitting the man directly in the face. The stranger fell sprawling. Ray grabbed his hair, lifting his head off the ground to the astonishment of his companions. Ray coldly threw a stick to Philip. Here, take this. He held the man's head tightly, issuing a command that seemed to freeze the air. When I give the signal, slit his throat. Philip froze, his pupils contracting in horror. He stammered, unable to form words. What? Ray coldly handed the knife to Philip. The order was clear. Veronica was horrified, while the stranger lay slumped on the ground. The cold, sharp blade was placed in the boy's hand, a burden he never thought he would have to carry. Philip trembled, his inner self screaming. I've never held a knife to anyone's throat. Veronica anxiously called his name, but he took a deep breath, his eyes becoming resolute. Even so, I have to do it. Philip grabbed the enemy's hair, threatening in a harsh voice. Stay still. Hand over everything. Otherwise, this guy's dead. The street robbers were stunned. One muttered, These kids are really tough. Looks like they're robbers specializing in preying on travelers. The leader stepped forward, a confident smirk on his face. Kid, let him go. Don't make a big deal out of it. He was about to say more, but Ray cut him off. His eyes were lifeless, his voice as cold as ice. Cut it. Just make sure he doesn't die. The blade flashed. Fresh blood splattered. A painful scream tore through the air. The subordinate panicked. That kid cut Vector's throat. Boss, should we take care of all of them? Ray merely warned. I'm telling you now, don't even think about lying to me. The boss, however, seemed amused. He secretly pondered the children's identities, then casually admitted, All right, we didn't have good intentions to begin with. He spread his arms, a defiant attitude. But so what? You guys don't have the advantage here. With just one word from me, you'll have more holes in your bodies than you can count. Ray's eyes flared with a demonic red. Killing intent condensed. He merely smirked. Try it. Countless brilliant fireballs appeared from thin air, enveloping the entire group. Hellfire surrounded the robbers. Ray finished his challenge. If you can. The leader let out a forced laugh before the colossal fireball, sweat pouring down. So, you're a mage. His arrogance vanished, replaced by terror. The entire gang of robbers simultaneously bowed low. Forgive us, sir. We have committed a grave sin. Please have mercy and forgive us. Ray stood from a distance, his voice calm. I don't intend to make a big deal out of this either. Just answer a few questions, and I'll leave. He approached, his gaze sharp. What are you doing here? The leader stammered. Nothing much. We're just looking for something. A deer with a blue stone embedded in its head. As soon as the confession ended, Ray paused. The white-haired boy's eyes flashed with interest. Elaborate, the leader awkwardly explained. Honestly, I don't understand what those mages are thinking. It's like this. He began to tell of his client, a man named John Greed, once famous for his well-digging business in Sector 40. The story went back to the past, when John Greed was young and collapsed in the barren desert. In his despair, he saw something unimaginable. A mysterious deer, glowing with blue light, appeared amidst the starry night. He encountered a blue-skinned stone deer, and he wants us to find it again. The leader scratched his head, a skeptical look on his face. I heard that deer flew down from the sky to give him water, or its body turned into water or something. It was too outlandish, so I didn't listen carefully. Ray unexpectedly pulled out a knife, his voice icy. Where do I go to meet your client? The robber was stunned. The leader gave a forced laugh, secretly thinking he couldn't let this reach the old man's ears. It will be very difficult to meet him directly. The cold, sharp blade reflected Ray's emotionless eyes. A silent threat. The leader uttered a lie. He's in Sector 42, so. An invisible flick of a finger, and his tooth flew out. Ray's eyes were icy, showing no mercy. Philip stood behind, witnessing everything. I told you not to lie. The mercenary was stunned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How did he know? His years of experience suddenly became meaningless. Cold sweat poured out. The leader knew he had been completely seen through. He couldn't hide anything from this person. Finally, the truth was revealed. Sector 48, Gallet Hotel. That's where our client is staying. Ray changed the subject, his tone interrogative. Are you behind the stone deer chaos? The leader quickly denied it, explaining that it was impossible. He recounted that they were merely following the herd of deer. We arrived in Sector 48 5 days ago. They had moved in large herds much earlier than usual. Philip and Veronica listened. The boy regretted missing out on a huge profit from the deer's horns and meat. Ray seemed to accept the explanation. All right. This is my final request. The leader breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was about to be spared. Yes. What do you want us to do? Ray's hand rested on the car hood. He turned the tables. The stone deer herd changed direction and charged towards us. That's your fault. And because of your actions, we were in great danger. This car could have been damaged. Therefore, I want you to pay a reasonable repair fee. Ray called Philip's name. The boy drew his knife, squinting with a sly smile. Philip, tell me what a reasonable repair fee is. In the empty space, only a brief exchange remained. Oh, me? Yeah. Philip cheered happily, clutching the bag of money he had just negotiated. We successfully completed the transaction. Unbelievable. 250,000 shillings. I'll put it in the trunk. Of course, it's all yours, Ray. But Ray had a different decision. No, we'll split this money equally. Veronica was surprised. Even if we didn't do anything? Ray calmly explained that they couldn't argue about effort every time they earned money. He continued, his eyes resolute. It's best to prevent any potential disputes from the outset. Everything, even if not related to money, would be resolved as fairly as possible. Philip and Veronica both understood. Both quickly agreed to the rule Ray had set. Suddenly, a small blue creature with pretty horns emerged from Veronica's shirt, letting out a tender cry. All three stood silently by the car. Ray's and Philip's eyes were fixed on Veronica and the strange creature she held in her arms. Philip stammered, pointing. What is that? The small creature tilted its head, looking bewildered. Veronica awkwardly scratched her cheek, mumbling. Well, a tragic memory surfaced. The tiny creature trembling beside the bloody corpse of a larger animal, likely its mother. Its eyes welled up with tears, its entire body cowering in fear and loneliness. Back in reality, Veronica explained, I thought it would be very dangerous to just leave it there. Ray narrowed his eyes. And that's why you want to bring it with us? The small animal stuck out its tongue, looking completely innocent. Fran will definitely die if we leave it behind, Veronica pleaded. Let's keep it, at least until we find its herd. Philip was stunned. Fran? You already named it? Besides, Fran is a boy's name. Philip wondered how she knew. Look how obedient it is to me. It's definitely a boy, right? Still, Philip felt uneasy. Carrying such a strange creature. It was too much trouble. Ray was silent, hand on his chin, contemplating. Veronica's plea and the appearance of this creature made him hesitate. Suddenly, Ray remembered. When I climbed onto the car roof, I saw a stone deer that looked like its parents. The image of the sacred stone deer flashed in Ray's mind, he decided. It reminds me of the story we just heard. Let's take it with us. Veronica cheered happily, hugging the small creature tightly. Philip could only sigh in exasperation. All right. The next day, all three stepped into a completely unfamiliar area. Buildings stood close together, streets bustling. There really is another area. So there are other places besides where we lived. They walked briskly down the crowded street. What about Fran? It's sleeping, so I've covered it with a blanket. No sooner had Philip finished reassuring them than a figure suddenly blocked their path. I've already checked the car door, so don't worry. Two suspicious-looking men approached. Would you kids mind talking to us for a bit? The brown-haired man sneered, his tone full of provocation. Who allowed you brats into our territory? He held out his hand, his attitude arrogant. Have you paid the entrance fee? A chilling, killing intent suddenly emanated from Ray, engulfing the space. In the blink of an eye, it was over. The two thugs were bruised and battered, trembling on the ground. Who's your gang leader? It's Renard, Ray ordered coldly. Tell your leader to come to the Gallet Hotel on 22nd Street. I have something to ask him. Understood? They scrambled to their feet and ran for their lives. Ray watched them, muttering, That makes 6 times. Veronica sighed in frustration. I wish they'd stop showing up. Ray replied curtly, Not a chance. Philip pondered, analyzing. If they leave outsiders alone, the whole gang will lose face. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Then how about this? Clothes can completely change a person's impression. Veronica appeared in a splendid dress, Philip in an elegant suit. If we dress nicely, no one will bother us. The place we're going to is also a high-class hotel. Ray, in his new attire, exuded elegance. Having a formal suit or tuxedo is a good idea. We never know when we'll need them to comply with dress codes. Veronica twirled in her new dress, radiant. How is it? Does it suit me? Philip felt a fleeting doubt, wondering if changing clothes would really change anything. Philip decisively placed money on the counter. Please send our old clothes to the inn next door. Yes, I understand. Veronica was curious. But how did you get a discount? Philip smiled mysteriously. Trade secret. In their new appearance, all three strode through the heart of the city. A gloomy sky cast shadows over the ancient towers, signaling that something was about to happen. Suddenly, a strange aura caught Ray's eye. His pupils glowed with an eerie purple. Purple, that energy emanated from ordinary people, harboring desire and envy within. Ray realized that just by changing clothes, other people's reactions changed so much. He turned to Philip and asked, Are there any other tools to change how others react to one's presence? Besides clothing. Philip explained that first impressions are always determined by appearance. Generally, anything that changes your outward appearance works. However, the most important thing is the aura a person exudes. That's why some people look elegant even in cheap clothes, while others look common even in designer brands. Philip's eyes sharpened behind his round glasses, full of insight. He looked at Ray, thinking to himself that his companion was the former. Ray's aura was not just like that of a noble young master, but like a being of an entirely different class. Amidst his thoughts, Veronica's cheer rang out. Found it! Before them was a colossal building, so magnificent it was overwhelming. Philip was astonished. It's so tall. This is the first time I've seen such a tall building. Ray calmly walked in. Let's go in. Philip frantically reached out to stop him. Wait, Philip whispered worriedly, trying to devise a plan. We might get caught, so let's get our story straight first. But Ray simply brushed him off coldly. We won't. A towering dark figure blocked the entrance. The bodyguard in a black suit, as tall as a mountain, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses. The man glanced at the children, a sharp look. Philip and Veronica quickly flashed bright smiles, trying to appear harmless. The bodyguard subtly smirked, then stepped back, making way. All three breathed a sigh of relief, safely inside. Philip was still in shock. Phew, it really worked. I thought we'd get caught. How did you know he'd let us through? Ray answered Philip's question with an indifferent tone. Just a feeling. In Ray's eyes, the bodyguard exuded no killing intent. I didn't sense any hostility or wariness from him. The group approached the reception desk. Philip quickly spoke up. Hello, the receptionist politely asked. Philip quickly replied. What can I do for you, young lady and gentlemen? We want to go back to our room, but we forgot the room number. What's the registered name? The receptionist flipped through the ledger. Philip didn't hesitate. John Greed. That's our grandfather's name. The receptionist smiled, giving clear directions. He is currently in room 207. Philip cheered happily. Thank you very much. A wooden door with the sign Room 207 appeared before their eyes. Ray quietly praised Philip as he knocked on the door. You're quite good, just a few petty tricks. The door suddenly opened, and a figure appeared, stopping Philip's triumphant smile. The man opened the door, his face annoyed. What is it? I think you have the wrong room, Philip replied. We came to you through the mercenary company Skyle. We want to know more about the stone deer you're looking for. Philip continued, but the man only sighed. Sigh. Are those mercenaries really that talkative? The boy smiled. We can help you. But the offer was bluntly rejected. The representative is busy. He's not someone you can just meet whenever you want. Ray thought to himself, it seems leaving it to Philip isn't going to work. Ray's eyes flashed with a cold purple light. It was time to try another approach. Ray's power swept through the room. He sensed 2 people in the inner hall, and 2 more deeper inside. If you understand, then leave, the man growled, before I have to use force. Suddenly, Veronica felt a disturbance. Huh? Why is the mana in the air? A surge of fiery red energy erupted from Ray, terrifying Veronica. Ray's hand, burning with mana, grabbed the doorman's wrist. When what I want is right here, I won't hesitate to use any means necessary. Stop right there. A calm voice rang out, interrupting Ray's action. An elderly man appeared from inside, a smile on his lips. My young guests. Philip was stunned. Representative? Veronica quickly pulled Ray back. You were just about to use mana in the air, weren't you? The doorman was confused, but still obeyed. If you say so, please come in. The door opened wide, inviting them into a luxurious space. The elderly man spread his arms in welcome. Young guests, please make yourselves at home. He sat comfortably in a chair, behind him a figure in a purple cloak. Let's see. You want to hear about the creature I'm looking for, don't you? He smiled, his identity revealed. The businessman John Greed. Businessman John Greed, representative of the Essence, a beverage empire in Sector 40, appeared majestically. He held precious lifeblood, the power of one who controlled the flow of life. In the luxurious room, John Greed began his story. He recounted that in the past, clean water was a luxury, beyond the reach of the poor. Ray, Philip, and Veronica listened thoughtfully. Philip wondered, was the Elton River dirty even then? John Greed replied, yes, it was dirty. He continued, describing the polluted river. The water was murky and full of floating trash, not much different from now. Images of plastic bottles bobbing on the surface appeared. John Greed sighed, his gaze distant. He said that such sights were almost gone now, but the memory of them remained deeply etched. He reminisced about his nomadic past. I was once a wanderer. Young John Greed and a comrade appeared. Driven away by residents, with no refuge in the wasteland, they were forced to roam everywhere. When the oasis we found dried up, we set off again to search for the next one. Dry skulls were scattered on the sand. Their survival was as fragile as a thread, dependent on each oasis they found. An exhausted hand collapsed onto the barren sand, a symbol of despair. This is the end. Young John Greed despaired. They had lost contact with the Mohailn group. One nomad lay slumped, the other stood watching, eyes filled with hopelessness. Not yet. Young John Greed resiliently supported his gasping comrade. The weak comrade asked, John? Young John Greed looked towards the group of nomads waiting anxiously. Everyone is waiting. He turned his back, walking resolutely into the vast desert. I will find an oasis and return. A promise amidst despair. But then, his exhausted body could no longer endure. Young John Greed collapsed amidst the vast dust, his solitary journey seemingly at an end. His hand clutched at the sand, fingers desperately clawing, trying to find a final foothold. Under the starry night sky, young John Greed lay motionless on the desert. Silence enveloped him, with only the whistling wind and his faint breath. Again, his hand trembled, trying to reach out, gripping tightly onto each grain of sand. A fierce will to survive still flickered. On the barren ground, an empty water bottle lay abandoned, a symbol of thirst and despair. Young John Greed lay face down in the sand, utterly exhausted, each tear mixing with the dust. Suddenly, a blue deer spirit, Fran, appeared amidst the starry night sky, drawing young John Greed's gaze. Fran's face became clear, eyes glowing, the gem on its forehead sparkling as if guiding the way. Young John Greed was astonished, mouth agape upon seeing Fran, a glimmer of hope flickering in his tired eyes. Fran gently ran off, its spiritual footsteps leading young John Greed out of the depths of despair. The deer spirit raised its head, emitting a resonant cry, blue light spreading throughout the space. Blinding light enveloped him, making young John Greed cover his eyes, feeling as if a miracle was happening. Young John Greed's eyes widened, brimming with tears, sweat rolling down his cheeks, unable to believe the sight before him. In the pouring rain, young John Greed saw a lush oasis, where spirit, deer, and physical beings coexisted. He looked up at the sky, mouth agape in astonishment, feeling each cool raindrop like salvation. Elder John Greed held a water bottle with Fran's image, reminiscing. It was thanks to that oasis that I founded my beverage business. I worked hard to sell water at a relatively cheap price, he continued, his gaze distant. Anyway, I understand better than anyone the pain of not being able to drink clean water. Veronica, Ray, and Philip listened as Elder John Greed told his story, saying, "It feels like it was just yesterday." Elder John Greed mused. That water source dried up long ago, and all exploitable areas have been developed. Ultimately, many people flocked to the water business. Ray remarked casually, his eyes cold. Well, that's how money is. John Greed recalled the bloody scene of fighting over water sources. Even families lost their minds and turned knives on each other for it. That's why I decided to leave this industry. His gaze turned to Skyle, his voice full of longing. I have only one last wish. I just wish to see it one more time before I leave this world. John Greed's face showed a deep earnestness. I want to express my gratitude as a final farewell. A sudden decision was made. Ray, representing the group, spoke firmly. We will help you. Veronica and Philip were stunned. Ray continued, without hesitation. In finding that stone deer, the bold offer echoed through the room, drawing the attention of both John Greed and his assistant. John Greed smiled gratefully. I am very thankful for your kindness. But, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing them. I'm quite curious about the identities of these young guests. Ray replied coldly. We are mercenaries. Veronica and Philip were dumbfounded. Mercenaries? Ray's blatant lie left them no time to react. John Greed pondered, while Skyle merely smirked faintly. The room door burst open, interrupting the tense atmosphere. A man rushed in, holding his hat. Mr. Representative, I have something to report. He froze when he saw Ray's group. Oh, they're already here. John Greed immediately realized the issue. So, you know each other? The man's face paled, muttering, Damn it. The man quickly apologized, but John Greed merely chuckled, patting his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. I'm sure you had a good reason for being forced to reveal the truth. John Greed turned, his sharp gaze directed at Skyle. More importantly, these young guests say they are mercenaries. Skyle, what do you think? Skyle glanced at the man who had just arrived, his voice full of sarcasm. Surely not many young men and women dressed so neatly would be working as mercenaries. The man in the hat clenched his fists, seething. You foolish old man, you're facing a mage. John Greed ignored him, a smile still on his lips. The atmosphere grew tense. Ray calmly retorted. Perhaps we benefited at the hotel entrance because of the quality of our clothes, but it's different now. If we want to avoid suspicion, we should be wearing clothes covered in dirt. John Greed raised an eyebrow, his voice full of hidden meaning. Could it be that someone dressed like this can't be a mercenary? Ray's eyes flashed with determination. He was about to act. John Greed chuckled softly. It's not impossible. His smile vanished, and he spoke sternly. But most mercenaries carry weapons and possess corresponding experience and skills. A brilliant golden surge of electricity suddenly erupted, engulfing John Greed in utter astonishment. The entire room was bathed in magical light. Everyone was stunned by the sudden sight. Ray coldly extended his hand, lightning bolts dancing in his palm. Do you mean a weapon like this? A mage, Skyle stammered in horror. But how? I didn't sense any circle. Who exactly are you people? In Ray's eyes, a purple magic circle was operating perfectly. Skyle froze as he realized. So he's a mage, a tier 2 mage. Ray sat there calmly, a sphere of lightning hovering in his hand. I understand. So stop it. He smirked, his voice full of challenge. Is this enough to prove we are mercenaries? Skyle was still bewildered, but John Greed merely chuckled, declaring that Ray's display was more than enough proof. John Greed reassured Skyle, calling him Mikhail, asserting that no one was hurt after the recent display of power. Skyle bowed his head, his expression displeased, reluctantly accepting John Greed's words. In the luxurious room, John Greed looked at Ray's group, asking if they would agree to help him fulfill his request. Ray, Veronica, and Philip all smiled confidently, asserting that they would definitely be helpful. John Greed looked sideways, his expression thoughtful, considering something. He turned to the man in the fedora, asking for Skyle's purple cloak, opinion, emphasizing that Skyle was the only one in charge of the search operation. The man in the fedora looked at Ray's group with displeasure, red mana flaring around them. He reluctantly expressed his opinion on the cooperation. With a sinister smile, the man in the fedora agreed, believing that building trust with a mage would certainly be beneficial. John Greed concluded the negotiation, declaring that they had reached a consensus, as having a mage by their side would be a great help. On the street, Philip anxiously asked Ray if this decision to cooperate was really okay. Veronica and Philip panicked as they recalled the man in the fedora, worried that he was dangerous and surely hated them for stealing money. Ray calmly explained that having a guide was better than wandering alone. He assigned Philip and Veronica to investigate the street, while he would search for Fran's parents. Ray was pensive, his eyes thoughtful. A surge of dark energy flared in Ray's chest. He sensed hostility from the man in the fedora, but realized his fear was greater. Ray placed his hand on his chin, his eyes sharp, speculating about whom the man in the fedora truly harbored the most intense hostility towards. Ray questioned Philip about the relationship between John and Skyle. Philip looked bewildered, not understanding the deeper meaning. In a flashback, John Greed and Skyle appeared with friendly smiles, implying a deep trust. Philip mused, admitting it was hard to draw a conclusion. He turned to ask Veronica, seeking another perspective. Veronica agreed. Ray added, suspecting that Skyle had ignored John's request to go hunting on his own. Veronica, excited again, praised John as a great man who had dedicated his life to the world. Ray's gaze was distant, harboring doubt and complex calculations regarding Veronica's words. Suddenly, a man pointed directly at Ray, accusing him of being a pickpocket, dragging along an accomplice. The accomplice smirked, ordering Ray to hand over the money. He asserted his purpose was robbery. A giant gold coin spun in midair, astonishing the two robbers. Ray, with mana radiating from his hand, casually tossed the gold coins high into the air, his eyes sharp and cold. He held a heavy money bag, asking the two if they knew how much money was inside. The two robbers asked back in surprise. Ray retorted with a challenging rhetorical question. Ray decisively declared that the money in the bag was 1,000,000 shillings, causing the atmosphere to tense. The two robbers' mouths hung open, their eyes wide with shock at the enormous sum Ray had just revealed. Ray calmly suggested continuing their conversation in a nearby alley, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Ray turned his back, decisively ordering them. If you want to earn money, then follow my words. Let's not make things difficult for each other. Ray looked down at the kneeling group. Philip and Veronica could only sigh wearily. Then don't cause any more trouble. Ray held up 3 fingers, his voice cold. There are 3 things I want to know. The rainbow, the black rain, and a middle-aged woman with hair the same color as this kid. His eyes were sharp, setting conditions for those he had just defeated. Report to me every day. Whoever meets my requirements, I will reward. The promise echoed throughout the deserted alley. One of them timidly raised a hand, his voice trembling. How much is the reward? 100,000 shillings, Ray declared, then laid out a harsh condition. However, I will only give it to the person who provides the most useful information. Understood? The thugs replied in unison. Philip crossed his arms, secretly admiring. Ray was cleverly inciting competition among them. Immediately, the entire group rushed off like a gust of wind, disappearing into the dark alleys. The information hunt had begun. Ray turned to instruct his 2 friends. I've warned them, but just in case, don't go alone. Both nodded obediently. He subtly smirked, his eyes full of confidence. I don't think anything bad will happen even without me around. Ray silently analyzed. After white mana, Veronica's ring primarily contained sky blue mana. This type of mana is associated with joy, the wind attribute, symbolizing speed and change. It can enhance flexibility and acceleration for reinforced mana. It can even create winds themselves, a latent power waiting to be unleashed. If Veronica were determined, she could create wind blades that would tear opponents apart. Ray thought to himself, but then shook his head. What a pity. With her personality, that's unlikely to happen. You two, give me your hands, Ray suddenly ordered. Philip and Veronica looked at him blankly, not understanding what was happening. Magical light flashed. On the backs of Philip's and Veronica's hands, complex magic circles began to appear, etched deep into their skin. The magic circle glowed brightly, etched deep onto the backs of Philip's and Veronica's hands. A mysterious mark, connecting their destinies, had now become a part of them. Veronica exclaimed in surprise. What did you do? That's a unification spell. Philip asked back, confused. Unification? Neither of them expected Ray to act so boldly. Veronica explained that this spell was usually used by mages to control structures or beasts. If you focus your mind, you'll be able to sense each other's locations, she said, her eyes serious. So, you can warn each other of danger by using it, Veronica said excitedly. But Philip mused, I can't use mana, a harsh truth. Veronica hesitated slightly, then said, well, just stay by my side. Philip pondered, realizing the value of the magic circle. Anyway, that's quite convenient. The boy nodded. Ray decisively ordered, you two, go to our lodging first. I have something I need to drop by for. Veronica worried. What? Alone? Philip reassured her, then urged her on, worried about Fran. As Ray turned and walked away, Veronica quickly instructed, "You have to come back quickly." Despite her worry, she still trusted Ray's abilities. Philip also hurried after her. Ray stopped in the middle of the deserted street, his sharp gaze sweeping through the darkness. He spoke, his voice echoing, "Come out now." A mysterious figure was lurking. From the shadows, a deep voice rang out, "I don't intend to keep hiding." The atmosphere grew tense. A confrontation was about to unfold. The man in the fedora revealed himself, a sinister smile on his face. "I wanted to wait for you to stop before showing myself," he said, his eyes full of smugness and challenge. Ray looked directly at the newcomer, his eyes wary. "What do you want with me?" he asked, his tone cold, ready to deal with any scheme. The man in the fedora sneered, his sharp fangs glinting. "I just want to talk to you, mage. About our plans from now on," he said, full of hidden meaning. His eyes turned sharp, his smile even more cunning. "If you don't mind, would you object if we went somewhere else to talk?" An offer that couldn't be refused. Ray remained silent, his blue eyes narrowed warily. He was considering the offer, sensing the potential danger from the person opposite him. A strong hand placed a beer mug on the table. The golden liquid sloshed, splashing. The sound echoed, breaking the silence. The man in the fedora laughed heartily, raising his beer mug. "Tonight, it's on me," he declared, his face full of confidence and arrogance, as if he had everything under control. In the luxurious private room, Skyle smiled smugly, inviting Ray to dine. "I booked a private room in advance because I thought you'd be more comfortable that way. What would you like to order, mage?" Ray was slightly surprised by the invitation, his calm eyes fixed on the other person. A moment later, he spoke, simply replying, "Juice." Skyle raised his frothing beer mug, the golden liquid shimmering, as if it held a secret. He smirked, his eyes sharp. "Alcohol, you see, is a magical potion that turns people into animals." Skyle tilted his head back and drained his drink, his face exhilarated, continuing to tease Ray. "Kids like you can't drink this, can they?" "Gah, I can feel the excitement." Ray thought to himself, "Why does this man keep calling me kid? I guess I'm profiting since he's paying for me too." Ray calmly took a sip of juice, his eyes deep. "This is also destiny, so I'll introduce myself properly." Skyle placed a hand on his chest, confidently stating his identity. "I am Skyle of the Skyle Mercenary Company." In that instant, Ray's eye flashed with a brilliant golden light, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness, concealing unpredictable power. The narration echoed, hinting at Skyle's materialism. "This is the first time I've seen someone so materialistic." Skyle flashed a sinister smile, calculations already made in his mind. "I'll win his favor at all costs." He asked Ray, "If you don't mind, may I ask which mercenary company you belong to?" Ray looked at Skyle, a hint of surprise on his face. He replied, "I haven't decided on a name yet." Skyle was taken aback. "What?" Ray closed his eyes, his expression calm, seemingly accustomed to surprises. Skyle understood. "So you mean you'll be a mercenary from now on?" Skyle rubbed his chin, a mysterious smile on his face, thanking Ray for keeping the secret. "Well, thank you for not telling outsiders anything about the hunt." Another scene appeared, a man with his black hair tied in a bun, his face panicked, trying to leave. "I didn't know you were this kind of person. I'm leaving." A hand reached out to stop him. "Representative, you've misunderstood." Back at the negotiating table, Skyle asked Ray about the hunt. "Are you still hunting that rock deer?" Ray replied, "Of course." Skyle continued, "My subordinates are keeping their distance while tracking them." Skyle continued to explain the purpose of the hunt, his face calm. "While contributing to their population maintenance, of course." Ray placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. "About that," Ray got straight to the point. "Please pause your hunt. It would be troublesome if the rock deer were caught in the battle." The unexpected request made the atmosphere heavy. Skyle narrowed his eyes, his voice full of hidden meaning. "What you just said." Ray remained calm, his gaze unwavering despite the mercenary commander's attitude. "May I ask why?" Skyle smiled, but a scorching wave of killing intent began to emanate from him, making the air around the table thick. Ray clearly felt the escalating hostility. He subtly smirked, a stream of dark red energy pouring from his fingertip, sharp and deadly. The blazing red energy beam tore through space, aiming directly at Skyle's beer mug. The mug shattered into 100 pieces, the golden liquid splashing everywhere. Ray's eyes flashed with a red light. "Do you have any complaints?" An invisible pressure weighed down on Skyle, freezing his smug smile. Skyle's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. He stammered in utter terror, "No, not at all." Ray withdrew the pressure, his tone calm. "It's not that. I was just curious about the reason." Skyle hastily wiped his sweat, trying to regain his composure. Skyle's killing intent immediately vanished. Ray noticed the hostility had lessened. The intimidation had been effective. Ray crossed his arms, stating his condition. I don't care if you continue hunting after I leave. However, while I'm here, you are not allowed to do so. Skyle quickly agreed, a forced smile on his face. I understand. That's not a difficult request. When do you plan to head to the wilderness? Ray asked. I want to go as soon as possible. Skyle replied immediately. We can leave first thing tomorrow morning. Skyle abruptly changed the atmosphere, slamming the table and shouting, more importantly, let's eat. This is the most famous restaurant in District 48. He picked up his beer mug and chugged it down, displaying the unrestrained demeanor of a mercenary. I'll help you with anything you want, mage. Skyle eagerly offered, promising to help Ray register as a mercenary and take on lucrative missions. Deep down, Ray was only intrigued. I wonder how great his greed will become. Or, should I try to provoke him? Ray secretly calculated. 5 million shillings in the safe might be a suitable bait, but he quickly dismissed that thought. No, revealing my assets too easily could be risky. He silently cut a piece of sausage, another plan forming. An idea flashed in his mind. Mana flows where emotions appear. So what about the reverse? Ray's gaze turned to Skyle, who was about to become an unwitting test subject. What if I put more mana into someone else's container? A stream of golden mana silently gathered at his fingertip. The invisible energy drifted towards Skyle, a subtle test. But the first attempt failed. Skyle's greed was too intense, forming a solid emotional wall. Failure. He's already filled with other emotion. Ray smirked, his eyes sharp. In that case, I'll have to be a bit more forceful. A burst of brilliant golden energy erupted from his clenched hand. An entire storm of mana surged towards Skyle. The man flinched, a chill running down his spine. He tried to maintain his composure, continuing his unfinished invitation, but his mind was already reeling. Suddenly, my head. A dizzy spell hit him. Skyle clutched his head, sweat pouring out. Damn it, did I drink too fast, lately? An invisible magical hand tightened its grip on his mind, fanning the flames of greed. I can't stop being obsessed with money. Skyle's reason crumbled. He was completely submerged in a mad thirst for money. Money! I want more money! Damn it, what's wrong with me? Ray spoke, his face hidden in shadow, beginning his game. He cast his bait, a seemingly innocent question. If I join your mercenary company, can I earn a lot of money? The question burrowed deep into Skyle's mind, amplified by Ray's magic into a burning obsession. Skyle burst into hearty laughter, a triumphant look clear on his face. That's obvious. With your skills, Master Mage, earning a fortune is only a matter of time. Of course, I'll contribute to that too. He extended his hand, his eyes glinting with insane greed. Master Mage, why don't you cooperate with me? Ray's eyes glowed golden, silently observing the puppet dancing to his tune. The magic had completely taken over. A brilliant golden mana orb flared up, completely devouring Skyle's reason. Driven by greed, Skyle yelled out his insane plan. We'll plunder everything from that old man John Greed. We can easily make hundreds of millions, maybe even billions. Ray remained calm, continuing to lead his prey into the trap. I don't think he carries that fortune with him. Wouldn't it be stored somewhere else? Of course. Skyle immediately revealed confidential information. The above-ground bank is City Morgan, and the underground bank is Ignis. All of that old man's assets are in Ignis. He spilled all the secrets about John Greed. His company dissolved. His relatives cut ties with him. As long as we get the Ignis card and password, he's finished. Ray asked coldly, as if a curious apprentice. How do we get that? Skyle pulled out a photo from his jacket, with a sinister smile. Like this. The photo showed a beautiful blue stone deer. Skyle whispered, his voice full of excitement. Ray glanced at it, his sharp gaze pointing out the anomaly. No, it's not like that one. This one doesn't have a gem on its forehead. Skyle chuckled gleefully, unfazed. Is this a doctored photo? That's right. You catch on quickly. Skyle, with a sinister smile, showed a picture of a deer. He declared, We'll use this as bait to steal his card and password. Ray silently observed, his eyes as sharp as ice. A dark plan was slowly unfolding. Skyle put down his beer glass and urged, So what do you want me to do? If you've planned so meticulously, all you need to do is execute your plan. Skyle closed his eyes, the picture of the deer still in his hand, his face full of self-satisfaction and anticipation. In Skyle's memory, he called Mikhail's name and ordered, I want you to take care of that young mage who's always sticking by the old man. He recalled Mikhail faithfully standing by John Greed. I've tried everything, but he doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving the old man at all. Skyle looked out the window, hand on his chin, helpless. Not a single opening. He's completely loyal to his master. Not even a biological child would do so much for their father. Mikhail's image suddenly became terrifying, his eyes glowing red. Skyle worried. If a fight breaks out, he'll be the biggest trump card. Skyle turned to Ray and offered, If you can handle Mikhail, Master Mage, everything else will be easy. When we succeed, I'll give you 10% of everything in John's account. Ray took a sip of beer, his gaze firm. He said, "This goes against my principles." Ray continued drinking, his voice full of principle. "Unless I'm attacked first, or there are special circumstances, I cannot harm others." However, in Ray's mind, a floating magic castle appeared. He thought, however, to pay for entry into the Mage City, I need more money than I have now. Memories of Philip and Jeffer flooded back, the boy's plea echoing, "Please find my brother." Ray turned his back, his eyes pensive. The promise weighed heavily in his heart. "I need to keep my promise." Ray held out a mysterious black card. He explained, "This is my Ignis Bank card. That old man should have a similar one." The black card with the mysterious eye symbol was clearly visible. On it, the name Skyle served as confirmation of Ray's masterful manipulation. Ray remained silent, considering the offer. Finally, he decided, "All right, I'll do it." The next day, in front of an old building, little Philip stood lost in the crowd. The boy looked up, a forced smile on his face. "Haha, has everyone had breakfast yet?" Faced with displeased gazes, Philip timidly said, "Sirs, you all seem unhappy this morning?" Memories flooded back. Ray coldly assigned the task. "I have something to do, you go listen to the kids' reports." Philip panicked. "Me? Alone?" The young man sneered. "That's right. This is the attitude you should have when facing us. We are the blood-stained wrenches of Street 13. Ray's advice still echoed in his ears. "Be strong. If you look weak, they'll eat you alive. You're an inspector." Philip swallowed hard, trying to calm himself. Ray had explained, in his words, they were like contractors. "So what?" The thug held out a piece of paper, looking smug. "Isn't this quite useful information?" The paper was mercilessly torn apart. Philip exploded, paper scraps flying everywhere. "You call this information?" The boy's rage reached its peak. "This is absolute garbage. Even a homeless person would burst out laughing if they saw these words. Useless." Elsewhere, Ray moved through the crowd, wondering to himself, "I wonder what Philip is doing." He walked, pondering. "If I could, I would have wanted to put a bit of courage and confidence into its vessel." Memories of Skyle and emotional magic experiments flashed. After meeting Skyle, I experimented with injecting emotions into others' vessels, and realized a few things. Ray realized the first limitation. He could inject emotions into passers-by, orphans, the homeless, but there were some he couldn't affect, no matter how hard he tried. Philip and Veronica were prime examples. The second limitation. A glowing red mana orb appeared. He could only inject a certain amount and type of emotion. He could only amplify existing emotions, not create something that wasn't there. The injection limit was also only half of the vessel. To completely fill a vessel as he had with Skyle, he needed to use words and actions to naturally provoke that emotion. This led to the third point, Ray mused. It's really difficult. Injecting emotions was extremely draining mentally. He strode along the cobblestone path. I'll have to get used to it to use it more effectively. And finally, the most important point. A pure vessel appeared. I cannot inject mana into my own vessel. To deepen his own emotions, Ray had no choice but to experience them himself. He suddenly stopped. The solitary figure turned, eyes sharp. How much longer do you intend to follow me? In the deserted alley, a lone figure stood. The stalker's footsteps gradually materialized. He was astonished. Even with stealth magic, you still found me immediately. Mikhail pulled down his hood, his face unable to hide his admiration. You truly are incredible. Ray crossed his arms, leaning against the stone wall. I've been followed a lot lately. Stealth magic? That's basic magic at the Magic Tower. It looks like you didn't graduate from there. Magic Tower? Ray narrowed his eyes, getting straight to the point. Why are you following me? Mikhail was flustered. About that. I apologize. I didn't intend to follow you. Mikhail tried to explain, but Ray, with a cold expression, cut him off. I just didn't get a chance to call you. Just get straight to your point. Mikhail was utterly bewildered, unable to believe his eyes. How do you use magic and still hide your circle? Ray remained silent, letting Mikhail think for himself. Mikhail wondered. When you used magic at the hotel, I didn't sense any circle at all. I can't understand how that's possible. I've never heard of a technique to hide a circle while casting magic. A pale purple orb of energy suddenly appeared, shimmering in Mikhail's hand. It was the light of curiosity surging within him. Ray revealed a shocking secret. He didn't need mana from a circle. Simply because I don't need to use mana from my circle. I use atmospheric mana. Mikhail was astonished. What? Ray didn't say much, just gently waved his hand. A dazzling surge of electricity erupted, tearing through the air right in front of Mikhail. Like this. Mikhail was startled, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. Atmospheric mana is extremely difficult to control. Even first-year students at the Magic Tower only use atmospheric mana in emergency. Ray calmly continued his demonstration, electric mana still shimmering around his hand. You don't feel mana moving from my circle, do you? Mikhail nodded, completely bewildered. Right. I don't feel any movement at all. Even the professors can't do this. What level circle does he have, after all? A level 4 circle? Maybe 5? Suddenly, the color of Ray's mana changed, from pale purple to deep purple, vibrant and profound. It was the color of admiration. Deep purple energy surged from Ray's hand, powerful and authoritative. He felt he could harness this emotion. Ray mused, wondering about his limits. Mikhail bowed, sincerely apologizing and thanking him. I came to you abruptly and questioned you, but you answered me very kindly. Thank you for that. Mikhail turned, saying goodbye. Well then, I must return to my representative. Ray observed Mikhail, noticing the deep reverence in his eyes. You seem to respect him greatly. Mikhail smiled brightly, confirming it. Of course. Mikhail began to praise his representative, John Greed, a righteous man dedicated to the community. He spoke of John's charitable contribution. Mikhail recounted the past, how John Greed had saved him as an orphan and helped him enter the Magic Tower. He smiled gratefully, praising John as a righteous man. Ray frowned thoughtfully. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. His words filled with skepticism. Mikhail was surprised, frowning slightly. He couldn't believe Ray would doubt his esteemed representative. Ray questioned. That's absurd. A donation is given without expecting anything in return. But the John I know isn't like that. Ray continued to speculate. Did John receive anything, or were the recipients his friends? If so, I understand. Everyone helps their friends. Mikhail erupted in anger, yelling, What do you know? He couldn't accept such insulting remarks about John. 3 giant eagles, formed from purple magic, appeared ferociously, charging straight towards Ray. Mikhail stood amidst the magical vortex, asserting, He is not that kind of person. He summoned his servants to protect John's honor. Mikhail raised his hand, his face full of indignation, ordering, Take back everything you said. The eagles were ready to attack. Ray observed, his gaze sharp. An eagle appeared from his cloak. What kind of magic is that? He began to analyze. Mikhail threatened, If you don't apologize, my servants will tear you to shreds. Purple magic enveloped them, creating immense pressure. Ray focused, his eyes flashing purple. He murmured, The elements of manipulation, control, connection, and assimilation. In Ray's mind, an image of John Greed appeared, explaining, Users of manipulation and control elements are rare even among mages. Ray recalled John's words. They can control creatures, from animals to monsters, turning them into loyal servants. Mikhail growled, Apologize. Otherwise. Ray calmly replied, I don't believe I said anything wrong. He remained firm. Mikhail launched a fierce attack. Ray dodged swiftly, analyzing, this speed and destructive power. He remained calm. The giant eagle, empowered by purple mana, swooped down to the ground, its sharp talons shattering the brick. Ray, with cold, sharp eyes, observed the attack. He silently assessed. Enhancement magic. Mikhail stood in mid-air, controlling 2 giant eagles as they flapped their wings, creating powerful streams of purple mana. 2 powerful streams of purple energy shot down from above. Mikhail ducked, dodging or preparing for the next blow. Ray stood firm, facing the 2 streams of purple mana that seemed to tear apart the space around him. Ray stomped his foot on the ground, and a surge of red energy erupted, cracking the pavement. Ray darted away like the wind, leaving a trail of red energy behind, escaping the pursuing purple mana stream. He landed gently on a wooden pillar, his eyes thoughtful. So control magic can be used this way. It looks quite useful. Mikhail roared in anger, swinging out a chain of purple mana. What do you know about him? The purple mana chain shot forward, wrapping around Ray, but he remained calm, unfazed. Ray skillfully dodged the continuous attacks from the chain, while Mikhail frantically controlled it. Ray mused, his hand open as if to grasp something. I think I can understand why, despite having all these subordinates. He leaped into the air, contemplating. If these eagles get close and move among them, they'd be afraid to use guns and swords for fear of injuring their comrade. The giant eagles still circled. Ray continued to analyze. Besides, even if they accurately targeted the servants, it wouldn't cause much damage. Ray looked down at Mikhail pacing below, his face still full of questions. I don't understand why he's angry. Mikhail reached out again, summoning more eagles to attack. Ray calmly accepted. But first, I need to deal with these things. A beam of purple mana from the eagle shot straight down. Ray glided to dodge, leaving a dazzling trail of energy on the ground. The giant eagle flapped its wings, its sharp talons poised to strike Ray. but he was one step faster. The eagle's eyes blazed, its fierce gaze locked onto its target. Ray shot upwards, escaping the encirclement of the swooping eagles, leaving a faint purple smoke trail behind. He stood firm on the wooden pillar, looking down at the circling eagles. It seems this method isn't effective. If possible, I want to take them down without harming them. Ray's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. My apologies. Right now. Below, Mikhail roared in anger, his hands summoning giant purple mana chains. This is your last chance. The purple mana chain shot out, tightly wrapping around one of the eagle's legs. The eagle, tightly bound, struggled in vain, its desperate cries echoing. Ray's eyes were highly focused, observing carefully. That's it. He reached out, purple mana surging powerfully. I must break those shackles. The purple mana chain still gripped the eagle's talons tightly, but another surge of energy was approaching. Ray launched his attack, his mana directly colliding with Mikhail's chain. Mikhail watched in astonishment as the eagles vanished. He's attacking my magic itself? I've never heard of such a thing. Ray looked up, his purple eyes glowing brightly, mana swirling around his hands. Mikhail panicked, the mana in his hands weakening. No! I've reached the mana limit of the circle. Mikhail's magical connection was broken, and the purple chains shattered. He cried out in despair. If the connection is broken, I'll lose all my subordinates. Mikhail's face contorted in extreme fear, cold sweat pouring out. He roared, purple mana exploding around his body, trying to cling to a last shred of hope. But Ray merely reached out, and a powerful surge of purple energy swept through, easily shattering all resistance. Mikhail's mana orbs were repelled, vanishing into nothingness. He was completely helpless. Mikhail was stunned, his eyes empty, realizing he had lost. Ray calmly turned his back, leaving Mikhail kneeling on the cold ground. Mikhail collapsed, hands on the ground, sweat dripping. Damn it! Ray's purple eyes swept over the exhausted Mikhail, a tiny mana orb all that remained. He has completely depleted his mana. Ray stood there, looking down at the kneeling Mikhail. Mikhail bowed his head. I have lost. Ray replied, do as you wish. Mikhail raised his head, his eyes flaring with indignation. But the representative doesn't deserve such insults. Ray pondered, his calm blue eyes looking straight ahead, not saying a word. Ray turned and walked away, leaving Mikhail stunned. I'll ask the remaining questions later. I don't have much time. What? Mikhail slumped down, completely dazed and confused by Ray's sudden departure. A new scene unfolded, a herd of antelopes galloping across the desert. Ray observed, their speed of movement is incredible. They arrived here in just one night. On the military truck, Mikhail asked, during the migration period, they barely sleep. They're trying to reach places with food to eat their fill. Can't you guess why the migration happened earlier this time? Ray still pondered the migration, believing a lack of food was the cause. Mikhail sat beside him, listening and agreeing. As night fell, the explanation echoed. The aftermath of the black rain, the land has turned into a wasteland. Plants will no longer be able to grow in such places. On the military truck, Mikhail turned to Ray, confirming the plan. The plan to lure John Greed out will begin at 1 p.m. tomorrow, right? Ray replied concisely. That's right. Mikhail continued to explain the plan in detail. At 1 p.m. tomorrow, I will herd a flock of stone antelopes into the valley and trap them there. I will lure John Greed there and take his card and password. Mikhail laughed heartily, smug as Ray praised him. Indeed, a meticulously planned scheme. Mikhail replied, Haha, I am honored. Ray pondered, his gaze distant. The plan sounded perfect, but would everything go so smoothly? It really is a good plan. Ray entered a luxurious room. A brown-haired man stood at the door, his voice echoing, interrupting Ray's thoughts. If everything goes according to plan, the brown-haired man, with a stern expression, respectfully spoke. Master Mage. Ray turned, facing the brown-haired man. He continued. Representative John Greed wishes to see you. A magnificent building appeared under the moonlight. The brown-haired man led Ray there and bowed. Representative, I have brought the Master Mage here. I shall take my leave. Ray stepped into a cozy room, the gentle sound of pouring water echoing. A teapot was being prepared on the table. Businessman John Greed smiled, pouring tea for Ray. Thank you for accepting my invitation even at this late hour. Please, make yourself at home. John Greed introduced the special tea. This is a specialty of Sector 33, Lapina. Ray sat opposite him, his gaze remaining calm. John Greed continued the conversation, trying to create an intimate atmosphere. Nights have been getting colder lately. It will help keep you warm in the chilly night air. John Greed invited Ray to take a sip of tea. Please, try a sip. Ray looked at the teacup, his eyes wary. Ray brought the teacup to his lips, taking a small sip, revealing no emotion. John Greed flashed a sinister smile, his eyes sharp and cold. Ray put down the teacup, asking directly, What did you call me here for? John Greed replied. Indeed, let's get straight to the point. John Greed sat opposite him, his face falsely friendly. I want to make an offer, Ray asked. What is it? Ray listened, his expression calm. John Greed said, a dog you know is only cared for as long as it has value. John Greed's hands were clasped together, his eyes sharp and cold. A dog that has lost its value will be discarded. Keeping it longer is just a waste of money. John Greed looked directly at Ray, a sinister smile on his face. That's why. I want you to deal with Skyle, John Greed continued, explaining about Skyle finding the gemstone. I don't think he actually found a blue gemstone from a stone deer. However, if a dog is dead, there's no need to care for it anymore, is there? John Greed chuckled sinisterly. The valley in the desert where he proposed gathering the stone deer will be the perfect place to eliminate a dog. Ray's eyes were sharp and cold, his golden pupils glowing brightly, as he thought, this man. John Greed flashed a smug smile, holding his cane. Ray thought to himself, it was the same when we first met, but golden manna flowed down, symbolizing boundless greed. Ray thought to himself, his material greed is as great as Skyle's. Ray looked at John Greed, his expression calm. Why did you specifically call for me? Mikhail also seems to be an excellent mage. John Greed rubbed his forehead, his face showing annoyance. Mikhail is quite useless. A scene of Mikhail standing in the forest appeared. John Greed continued. Should I compare him to a stubborn tree that refuses to bend? He's too naive. With his youth, he's also quite impulsive. Mikhail was angry. John Greed said, Mikhail would certainly object to my plan. No, he would be swayed even before that. He believes I am the most righteous person in the world. John Greed frowned, his expression serious. Well, I wasn't always like this. However, changing the world with only one's own strength is impossible. On the cold tiled floor, a dark red bloodstain spread beside a cane. A voice echoed, a philosophy on the cruelty of human life. Everyone has to face reality when they grow up, and then they will inevitably lose their innocence. John Greed stood tall, his cold eyes looking down at the traitor slumped in a pool of blood. 3 subordinates stood behind him, witnessing the cruel scene. If you wanted to betray me, you should have been a little more careful. John Greed rubbed his temple, his face full of thoughts about Mikhail. He believed Mikhail would soon have to face harsh reality. I thought Mikhail would go through that too, but it seems he hasn't yet. After tomorrow's battle, I plan to fire him. Ray's eyes were sharp and cold as he heard John Greed talk about eliminating Skyle. He called Skyle a useless dog that deserves to be discarded. Ray calmly retorted, what if I refuse? John Greed chuckled sinisterly, trying to bribe Ray with the promise of a great reward. I promise you an incredible reward. How much do you want? Ray looked at John Greed with an emotionless expression, his words full of sarcasm. However, you shouldn't have that much money. John Greed was surprised. Ray calmly exposed him. You don't have money. That's why you plan to deal with a mercenary company like a bandit. John Greed burst into laughter, his face full of contempt. He believed his respect for Ray as a mage had led Ray to disrespect him. John Greed flashed a gruesome smile, shadows enveloping his face. If you knew what you just drank, you'd be quite surprised. Ray flinched slightly. John Greed sipped his tea, a triumphant look on his face, revealing he had put Tikaushin poison in it. If you don't regularly take the antidote, this poison will cause heart failure. Ray's eyes became unusually calm, showing no surprise. He thought to himself, I knew it. Ray brought the teacup to his lips, thoughts flashing through his mind. John Greed had overtly wanted him to drink that tea. Ray casually took a sip of tea, a stream of blue manna surrounding the cup. He had realized the intention and decided to play along. John Greed confidently explained about the rare Tikaushin poison, an antidote Ray couldn't obtain in such a remote area. The antidote is kept in a safe place that only I know. John Greed smirked, his eyes full of control, certain Ray had fallen into the trap. Have you finally understood the situation? John Greed issued an ultimatum, arranging to meet Ray tomorrow. The antidote is in my hands, so don't even think about escaping. Ray turned and walked away, a mysterious smile on his face. How interesting, Ray monologued, his eyes sharp and cold. Even if I do nothing, those two will still turn their swords on each other. Skyle wants to drag me into his mercenary company, and John wants a loyal dog to replace Mikhail. Ray stood silently, his gaze distant, subtly adjusting his collar. Ray looked up at the balcony, where a mysterious blue magical energy was shining in the dark night. Mikhail stood on the balcony, sighing heavily. This morning I was too agitated and made a big mistake. What should I do now? Ray suddenly appeared from behind, startling Mikhail. Is something happening outside? Mikhail spun around, his face panicked. Sir Ray, when did you get here? He thought to himself. Ray didn't seem to know about his meeting with John. Mikhail scratched his head in confusion, looking up at Ray. Now I remember, You said you'd ask me more later. So you came to find me about that. Mikhail bowed his head in apology, his face full of remorse. I'm truly sorry about this morning. No matter how angry I was, I shouldn't have treated you like that. I'll do anything to atone for it. Ray looked down at Mikhail, his gaze probing. You said anything? Mikhail quickly replied, yes, anything I can do, of course. Ray made an unexpected request. Then tell me about the principles behind activating domination magic. Mikhail was surprised. I understand. The principles behind domination what? You're okay with just that? Ray calmly said. You just need to answer all my questions truthfully. Mikhail swallowed, beginning to explain. Well then, I'll start by explaining the principles behind the combination of elements. Ray nodded. Yes. Mikhail continued to explain, his gaze focused. Those are the principles of domination magic. Ray diligently took notes in a notebook. Mikhail said, it's important to consider the physical characteristics or peculiarities of a servant. The key is to understand them perfectly. Have you ever abandoned them? Ray replied, yes. Mikhail explained further, pointing towards a bird flying away. If their abilities or characteristics aren't suitable, or if they've fulfilled their purpose of service, I return them to nature. Sometimes, they also free themselves from my control as the shackles weaken. Ray touched his neck, his expression thoughtful. Ray looked directly at Mikhail, asking a final question. So, do you know anything about rainbows? Mikhail mumbled the word rainbow, his eyes pensive. Mikhail looked bewildered, asking Ray if he was referring to the rainbow-spitting turtle in the Elton River. Ray just remained silent, then asked again, you don't know anything else? Mikhail gave a forced laugh, his face apologetic. I'm afraid I have nothing else to say. Ray maintained his cold expression, taking notes in his notebook. Ray continued to ask about the stone deer John Greed was looking for, then about the city of mages. Mikhail pondered, replying that it wasn't just a legendary city. Ray thought to himself that Mikhail was useless. Mikhail quickly apologized, explaining that he had never cared for such wild tales. Ray changed the subject, asking about the next area. Mikhail seemed to strike gold, excitedly replying, I can do that. Mikhail explained. The further upstream one goes along the Elton River, the shorter the distances between areas become, and the more developed the upper areas are. From Area 35 onwards, each area has its own management, like an independent city-state. Mikhail proudly stated that he was from Area 36 and was very familiar with the differences between the areas. Ray took notes, saying, I see, you've been very helpful. Mikhail replied awkwardly, it's nothing. I've already caused too much trouble. Ray closed his notebook, looked at Mikhail, and said, I have one last question for you. Mikhail immediately perked up. Yes, please ask. Ray looked directly at Mikhail, asking, what do you think respect is? Mikhail was taken aback, green leaves swirling around him. Mikhail stood frozen, his face completely bewildered, unable to utter a word in response to Ray's question. The next day, 1 p.m., in the desert valley. A large-scale hunt was underway. A group of people frantically pursued a beast, shouts echoing throughout the canyon. Ray stood with John Greed, Mikhail, and another man. Ray asked, so the bluestone deer is among them? The man in the brown coat confidently replied, yes, absolutely. My subordinates are looking for it. It'll only take a moment. The man in the brown coat leaned close to Ray, a sinister smile on his face. Sir Mage, I'm very much looking forward to your help today. Ray maintained a sharp, wary gaze. 2 hours earlier, Philip and the red-haired girl were stunned. The red-haired girl exclaimed, no way. Philip was disappointed. I expected Skyle to be like that, but I didn't expect John to be too. Ray instructed Philip and the red-haired girl, we're departing this afternoon. I want you two to stay in the area. After all, we don't know what might happen. Ray instructed Veronica to stay and gather information, but she insisted, I want to go with you. Ray warned of danger, even potential death, but Veronica didn't flinch. I'm fine with that. If I die, then I die. Ray asked Veronica if she was afraid of death. She smiled confidently. You don't know how brave I am. I'm not scared. Ray thought to himself. Liar. Ray mused. Veronica specialized in shield magic, so she could protect herself. A glowing orb of energy flared. Even so, Ray was still worried about Veronica's mental state when many people could die. He wondered, was he concerned about her? Amidst his thoughts, Veronica interrupted again. Ray, let's go together. Ray looked straight ahead, his gaze calm, as if considering Veronica's firm offer. Finally, Ray agreed. Veronica happily stood up to prepare. Philip thought to himself that she was stubborn, while Ray simply acquiesced. Veronica quickly reassured Fran, the frightened little blue stone deer. She said, it's blue, so you'll see it right away. Veronica hugged Fran, gently reassuring her. It's okay, Fran. Nothing will happen. Don't be scared. Veronica sat in the car, looking out. Ray, Mikhail, and John Greed had begun their journey, heading onto a treacherous mountain road. Veronica's eyes were full of worry as she whispered, "Be careful, Ray." The man in the brown coat waved his hand, urging them, "Hurry up. Our partners are waiting." Ray, Mikhail, and John Greed walked on. Ray wore his black cloak, his gaze cold as he looked ahead, ready to face what was coming. The man in the brown coat looked at Ray with a sharp gaze, gesturing with his hand. Ray stood behind him, his face emotionless. Ray sat in the car, listening to the cruel command from the man in the brown coat. "There's a chance the magic will miss, so shoot Mikhail on my signal." The man in the brown coat gave a cunning smile, his sharp eyes looking straight ahead. He casually replied, "All right." He slipped his hand into his jacket, concealing a pistol. His voice rang out, full of hidden meaning. "I'll wait for your signal." Ray stood silently, his gaze emotionless. Behind him, John Greed was also present, his face calm, leaning on his cane. John Greed smiled faintly, revealing the plan. He said he'd use lightning magic to make everyone writhe on the ground with a single blow. Ray was deep in thought, his finger lightly touching his lips. In case things don't go as planned, why not just shoot Skyle directly on my signal? John Greed concealed the gun, thinking to himself about the young mage. He's young, but quite useful. John Greed and the man in the brown coat both gave cunning smiles, sharing a common thought. I can't let this loyal dog go so easily. I have to somehow lure him into my mercenary company. Ray stood in the narrow gorge, surrounded by other hunters. A tense atmosphere hung heavy, signaling that a brutal hunt was about to begin. Ray looked up, his eyes wide, his face puzzled by the chaotic scene. An eerie silence descended. The man in the brown coat sneered, disdainfully referring to the stone deer. "Are you talking about those monsters? They're not dangerous at all. They'll scatter if you get close." A hunter kicked the stone deer hard. He grumbled, "Stone deer are passive. They don't attack other creatures first." "Hey, get out of the way." Two stone deer, one large and one small, cowered in fear. The man in the brown coat thought to himself, "Damn it, don't get in my way. Will they really stay still if they keep getting attacked?" Ray's eyes suddenly turned fiery red, glowing with cold fury. A haunting thought appeared in his mind. The entire scene was bathed in blood red, vehicles overturned, chaos surrounding Ray. He felt an explosive rage. With this level of fury, a terrified hunter turned his head, his eyes full of panic. He seemed to have just witnessed something horrifying. Another hunter pointed forward, his voice trembling with excitement. "Found it. It's over there." A blue stone deer stood out among the herd. Amidst the gray rock deer herd, a blue rock deer stood out, drawing all eyes. A blue rock deer, it's really there. The man in the brown coat was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. John Greed, along with Skyle and Mikhail, stood behind him, also stunned. "What? Found it? Really?" Ray's gaze was sharp and highly focused. His blue eyes were fixed on the target, a decision just made in silence. "There it is." Ray let out a sigh of relief, or was it a breath full of foreboding? His lips parted, preparing for a command. Now, John Greed's face and the man in the brown coat's face clearly showed greed and cruelty, their eyes gleaming with sick excitement. Ray maintained his cold expression, his lips slightly moving, as if whispering a deadly incantation. "Let's..." And then, the final signal echoed in his mind, marking the beginning of an inevitable sweep. "Begin." The man in the brown coat flashed a sinister smile, drawing his gun in a flash. A spark flew, signaling the start of the massacre. John Greed was no less, raising his gun, his eyes full of murderous intent. Gunshots echoed, shattering the peace. But then, John Greed's and the man in the brown coat's eyes suddenly widened in horror, realizing something unexpected. "What?" Fresh blood gushed from the man in the brown coat's chest, staining his white shirt red. A mercenary behind him panicked. "Commander!" The man in the brown coat gritted his teeth in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He realized he had fallen into a trap. Damn it. John Greed also couldn't escape his fate. He was shot down, blood splattered. Skyle and Mikhail watched in horror. "I've been tricked." "Representative," another group of mercenaries charged forward, rifles aimed directly. "You damn mercenaries! Take care of them all." The opposing faction didn't flinch, counterattacking fiercely. "Who are you talking about? Wipe them out." The battlefield turned into a living hell, gunshots ringing out continuously. Many fell, blood staining the ground. "You bastards, die!" Amidst the whistling bullets, Mikhail frantically tried to give first aid to the injured man in the brown coat. Ray stood behind him, creating a solid mana shield. "Please stay still. I'll give you first aid." The man in the brown coat screamed in pain, his face contorted with fear and anger. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and save me!" Mikhail tried to calm him, but the man in the brown coat remained agitated. He realized the protective shield was Ray's. Please, calm down. If you keep getting agitated like this, your wound will get worse. Ray looked coldly at Mikhail, uttering cruel words. Why should I help him? The man in the brown coat desperately yelled, trying to make an offer. I have the antidote. Mikhail was confused, not understanding the man in the brown coat's meaning when he asked for healing. Now use your magic and heal my hand. Mikhail was stunned, trying to understand the implication behind the word antidote. Antidote? What does that mean? A piercing scream rang out, Mikhail looking in horror towards the source of the chaos. Ray still stood there, his expression unchanged. The rock deer fled in panic, mercilessly shot down by the hunters. Those rock deer, they suddenly... Run! A rock deer screamed in extreme pain, its glowing red eyes reflecting despair. The lifeless body of the rock deer lay slumped on the ground, fresh blood splattered, staining the earth red. Mikhail helplessly watched the brutal scene, realizing his Dominion magic couldn't help in this chaotic battle. Damn it, my Dominion magic is only suitable for one-on-one combat. It won't be of any use in this situation. Mikhail decided he had to act, pulling the man in the brown coat along. For now, I have to get the representative to safety. Representative, I know you're in a lot of pain, but please bear with it. Mikhail apologized to the man in the brown coat as he pulled him, his face full of remorse and worry. I'm sorry. Mikhail wished he had healing magic, but in this situation, he could only helplessly watch the man in the brown coat's wound. If only I had healing magic. Amidst the desolate scene, Skyle was astonished to see an intact car, surrounded by gray rock deer. Mikhail was stunned, his eyes filled with extreme fear. On the ground covered with rock deer corpses, Ray stood motionless within the energy shield surrounding the white car. Mikhail's voice rang out in alarm, and Ray turned his head. Sir Ray! Mikhail, carrying the injured man in the brown coat, rushed towards Ray, pleading. Sir Ray, please, please let the representative into your shield. Mikhail panted, his face pale, imploring. He's lost a lot of blood. Please. Ray spoke coldly, calling Mikhail's name. Ray crossed his arms, his eyes sharp, questioning Mikhail about whose fault it was that the situation had come to this. Do you know whose fault it is that the situation turned out like this? The man in the brown coat was dazed, looking at Ray. Half the responsibility belongs to the man on your back. What? Ray repeated his words, his gaze unwavering. Half the responsibility belongs to the man on your back. Mikhail was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? The scene shifted to a peaceful street with ancient buildings under a gloomy sky, evoking a distant memory. A long line of people patiently queued in front of a stall, waiting to receive ration. The kind vendor handed food to a cloaked woman, saying that everyone should help each other. No need to be formal. Everyone should help each other. In a dark alley, a man grabbed Skyle, the boy's face clearly showing terror. In the dark alley, the attacker grabbed Skyle, growling as he demanded his belongings. Skyle frantically denied it, but the attacker insisted he had seen everything. The attacker's face was contorted with anger, his fist raised as if about to strike. Are you trying to piss me off, huh? Skyle was terrified, only managing to let out a cry of pain as he was squeezed tightly. Ugh. The attacker's rough hand still gripped Skyle's thin arm tightly, not letting go. Suddenly, a man with a black ponytail appeared, grabbing the attacker's hand. What are you doing to a child? The attacker hastily explained, blaming Skyle for stealing his rations. This brat stole my rations. I'm just trying to get back what's mine. Skyle immediately denied it, pulling out his empty pockets to prove he had nothing. I didn't steal anything. Look here, I have nothing. I'm being falsely accused. The man with the black ponytail reassured the attacker, promising to compensate him for the rations. Calm down. I'll give you more rations if you want. Don't worry. The attacker reluctantly accepted the offer, while Skyle remained silent, his eyes full of confusion. If you say so. After the settlement, the attacker turned and left, but not without glancing back at Skyle with a suspicious look. The man with the black ponytail smiled kindly, asking Skyle if he was okay. Are you all right? Yes. However, he still questioned Skyle about stealing. Skyle adamantly denied it, asserting his hands were empty. So, why did you steal the rations? I told you I didn't steal. My hands are empty. The man with the black ponytail gave a knowing smile, as if he had seen through everything. He suddenly asked Skyle to show his back instead of his hands. Skyle was startled, clearly showing panic. Then, why don't you show me your back instead of your hands? Skyle was stunned, not understanding how he was discovered. The man with the black ponytail calmly explained, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Why did you? I used to be a nomad, so I have very keen eyes. I saw everything from the beginning. The man with the black ponytail smiled, his sharp gaze fixed on Skyle, questioning. If you had just waited, you would have gotten it. So why steal? Skyle lowered his head, His voice choked as he explained. They said each person only gets one portion. The boy continued to recount his tragic circumstances. I have a sick younger sibling at home. Their leg is injured, so they can't stand in line. I just wanted to bring back their portion too. Skyle timidly, sweat dripping, an apology escaping in regret. I'm sorry. The man with the black ponytail remained silent, his gaze inscrutable, showing no emotion. The scene shifted to a dilapidated slum. Skyle excitedly ran ahead. The man with the black ponytail followed, instructing. This way. Wait. Slow down a bit, kid. Skyle joyfully held 2 bags of goods, not believing his eyes. You're really going to give us all of this? The man with the black ponytail replied, reminding him of the promise. Of course. Do you remember the promise you made to me in exchange? Skyle smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling with joy, promising to live honestly. Yes, I remember. I won't do bad things anymore. I'll live an honest life. The man with the black ponytail smiled faintly, his eyes filled with many thoughts. The sky was gray, and black raindrops began to fall on the dilapidated slum. Skyle eagerly ran into the house, calling his younger brother's name, full of hope. Rael, I'm home. Look, I have a big surprise for… His shadow stretched long on the ground. Skyle stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror as he looked ahead. His younger brother, Rael, lay motionless on the mattress, his body covered in horrifying black marks. Skyle trembled as he called his name. Rael? A cold foot kicked hard at the mattress where Rael lay. The man with the black ponytail quickly embraced Skyle, pulling him away from the horrifying scene, his face filled with pain and indignation. Among the homeless and the poor who couldn't escape the black rain, a terrible infectious disease spread, black spots appearing on the skin, the body gradually stiffening, then inevitably leading to death. Especially, young children were the most vulnerable to this dreadful disease. In the arms of the man with the black ponytail, young Skyle cried out in despair, burying the pain of losing his younger brother. Amidst the gloomy cemetery, Skyle bowed his head, thanking the man who had arranged Rael's funeral. The man replied, It's nothing. The man with the black ponytail called Skyle, his eyes full of hidden meaning. He offered a warm smile, extending his hand towards Skyle. If you have nowhere to go, why not come with me? Skyle looked at him, his eyes tearful, choked up. Alone. It's truly lonely. Present-day Skyle recounted. Last night, John called me to the hotel and made an offer. He asked me to eliminate the mercenary company that had outlived its usefulness. We would take everything from them, including the upfront payment. Mikhail was horrified, covering his mouth. Skyle desperately pleaded, Don't listen to him, Mikhail. Ray listened calmly, Skyle's image reflected in his eyes. Skyle continued, If I refused him, he would have put poison in my tea. Don't you see the fragments of truth? Mikhail screamed in fear. Skyle asserted, I have the antidote, Ray revealed. Skyle also came to me with a similar offer. He intended to lure John and steal his assets. Ultimately, this happened because of both their greed. Mikhail was still panicking. Skyle urgently said, Mikhail, don't listen to him. Ray observed Skyle with a puzzled expression. How strange. Even knowing everything, you still respect that man. Ray ordered Veronica. Veronica, open the shield so both of them can enter. Skyle was astonished and grateful. Sir Ray, thank you. Ray stated a condition. Skyle desperately accepted. However, I have one condition. I'll do anything. Ray replied coldly. I don't need anything from you. Ray's gaze was sharp and cold. His voice rang out with authority. John Greed held Skyle tightly, his face paling with terror. Ray, without hesitation, ordered. Hand over your Ignis Bank card and password. John Greed was in pain, his face contorted in shock. Ugh. John Greed regretted his assets. Skyle bowed his head in apology. That's my money. I'm sorry. Please bear with it for a moment. Skyle urgently pleaded for medical help, while Ray casually opened the car door. Sir Ray, if you have a first aid kit, may we borrow it? Otherwise, if you know how to use healing magic, then… Veronica anxiously asked Ray about healing, but he only called her name. Ray, can't I heal him? Veronica. Ray coldly declared the enemy's fate, causing John Greed to horrifyingly recognize Veronica. It would be right to finish off the one who tried to kill me. However, Veronica, you were there. Fran in Veronica's arms was surprised, her round eyes looking up. What? John Greed suddenly lunged at Veronica, his eyes wild. Give it to me. John Greed screamed in despair, his ambition to revive his company burning. If I have you, I can revive my company. Fran in Veronica's arms was confused, not understanding what was happening. John Greed frantically pulled at Fran. The man with the black ponytail rushed over in a panic to stop him. Fran, no, representative, please stop. The man with the black ponytail desperately reached out, trying to call Fran back as the stone deer ran away. Stop right now. I need you. John Greed frantically clung to the stone deer Fran, his eyes full of ambition. If I have you, I can revive my company. Revive, a sound echoed. John Greed was horrified, his eyes wide, realizing the worst had just happened. The attacker, a black-haired man in a vest, sat there with a gun, blood splattered on him. He sneered, "Revive, damn it. At least shut up." Skyle rushed forward, witnessing John Greed fall. The young mage panicked, trying to call out to the man. Skyle cried out in pain, his face distraught. "Representative John!" John Greed lay motionless, blood pooling. Skyle knelt, embracing him, pleading. "Representative, you can't pass out now." Skyle tightly gripped John Greed's hand, tears streaming down. "You can't leave me like this." Skyle's face was filled with despair. "Without you, I." The stone deer Fran appeared, like a statue, while Skyle watched in astonishment. Skyle tightly embraced the breathless John Greed, blood staining his hands red. Skyle looked at John Greed, his heart heavy. The boy silently called, "Representative." Skyle's gaze was resolute. The boy vowed in his mind, "I will stay with you until the end." Ray appeared, his sharp gaze fixed on Skyle. "Why?" Ray questioned Skyle, standing between the stone deer Fran and John Greed's corpse. "You still respect that man? Why sacrifice yourself for him?" Skyle looked up at Ray, his eyes full of confusion. "Ray, I don't understand."